enjoying doing these discussions and platform. I'm going to try to be steady on the same schedule every day as I've been done the last 3 days. And yeah, looking forward to see tomorrow to see what's going to bring us. This has been Jose JG Gonzalez. Boom!
Boom!
All right, let's go to the after show.
Like I was going to talk about metric tensors and all that, but maybe it's not
Appreciate it, guys. That was a really
place.
good show today, man.
Yeah, go for it, Wolfgang. Go for it.
The heck?
Uh,
Were you meaning it was an upward acceleration?
Are
yeah,
you up
like
live,
uh,
Alan? Are you up
Yeah,
live?
we're live.
yeah,
Very
like
nice,
the
very
Earth's
nice.
volume increases, but not in like like the radius is not getting bigger in meters. It's all has to done with universe expanding, and this is like basically
Uh,
very deep
That's
explanation.
that's
a
really not how.
constant mean. A constant mean, so like you were saying, radio waves, different frequencies. You would
Barney,
say
if you are
bands in a
oh,
like.
uh,
Go on you go.
Barney, are you listening?
Yes.
I would like you to check out this link and read it and tell me what you are thinking about it. Like, what's your opinion about that?
I can't take a link right now.
Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. But anyways,
Um,
I linked one article to the chat in here, and if you are interested about what I was
no,
going on about it there.
I understand. Well, I don't know if I understand what you're saying, but I've grappled with that notion myself. My current understanding is that that itself is also a wrong picture. The expansion has nothing to do with the Earth. It is an upwards acceleration, but that acceleration is not due to the expansion of the Earth or the expansion of the universe, literally unrelated to it. What is going
Okay,
on?
maybe that's my own error there. But like, I don't mean expansion. Like, the
I
volume of
know.
the Earth is like, yeah,
So
it's not getting bigger in meters because the rulers themselves are expanding too. So even if we measure the expanding Earth with a ruler, the ruler itself is expanding too. So the size
yeah.
doesn't change in that sense.
So that's kind of
I actually
if
understand
you
the
if you
expansion to be a matter of matter projecting into spaces, not necessarily that things are expanding within space.
Yeah. But it's consistent with the everything having the 1g of acceleration when you are holding them. But when you let go, when they are falling, that basically you could see it as them being stationary and Earth coming upwards and then catching on, and they are feeling the 1g of acceleration again.
so the way I understand it is kind of um, when you move in an inertial frame, you are moving along a geodesic. The curvature of space-time can make those geodesics intersect each other. And the bigger the gravitational field, the more curved they are. So
And the
what's going
quicker they
on?
intersect. Yeah.
So what's going on is that you are moving in an inertial frame of reference, and your movement is constantly intersecting with Earth, with the position of the Earth. And kind of like imagine standing in front of a bulldozer that's intersecting with your path. Once you make contact, it's going to start pushing you aside. Now, that is not due to Earth changing its volume. That is not due to it getting bigger. The surface on your side is not getting more distant from the surface on the other side. It is just that the curvature of those geodesics is in opposite directions. So it will at the same time push away against you and push away against the person on the opposite side of the Earth. There is no change of volume required, no expansion of space required, nothing like that.
That's where the apparent acceleration comes from.
But if I may, in this article I linked, there's this, like, I'm gonna quote now from there, and please tell me if you can make out my English. It says, one reason we rarely see gravity discussed this way in lessons on relativity is educators naturally focus on how spacetime curvature accounts for the differences between results in using Newton's gravity theory as compared to Einstein's, such as astronomical cases that proved Einstein's theory is more accurate. So a relativity class on positively curved spacetime may discuss tiny relativistic time dilation effects, but rarely how curvature and space dilation account for our weight and everyday gravity. A course may point out that a twin living in a basement will be 90 billionths of a second younger than his brother upstairs at the end of their lives, if only they had wristwatches accurate enough to measure it. But often the same lesson won't mention the brother's easily measured weight and how spacetime curvature causes it. Though it's much more dramatic. After all, 1 g or 9.8 meters per second equals 22 miles per hour per second, the acceleration of a race car. So there you go. For maybe it made some sense, maybe not.
It's fine. It just requires a very peculiar frame of reference, like a frame of reference which will be expanding itself or contracting itself, not expanding itself.
Barney,
Like, you can do that, but I don't think that's a productive way.
Barney,
Hey guys, since I'm the only one that can let people in, I'm gonna stay in the call with the mobile on my pocket. It's gonna be off. So if anybody's trying to join, to let Alan know in the chat, and I can pull my phone off my pocket and let people in the call. I'll hang out in here in the background, just listening.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll rejoin on my PC because my battery is dying.
I was going to say, Barney's going to rejoin. I think Barney is is a real asset to the Globe community. He's very knowledgeable, obviously, but there is a point where somebody who's very, very knowledgeable is not really able to translate into layman's terms. That's a really big stumbling block when you're trying to translate complex physics to the layman.
Okay, I'm back.
Barney, yeah. So I don't know how much you heard of what I just said there.
After I said I was going to leave till I said I was back, nothing. So if you were talking to me,
well, I was kind of talking about you while you were gone. Yeah, but just to say again, you're obviously very, very knowledgeable, and you have quite a good command of physical theories and what have you. But I think the show just there that we did. It's great to hear all these physical concepts, but to offer an olive leaf to the flat Earth component. It's not really there, and I would actually like to ask Ali B what if you're still there, Ali B, what's your take on what just happened?
Regarding what?
Just the what do you think just occurred? I mean, what's your opinion on the conversation?
Which part of it? The discussion with Anthony, or what, or that, or what?
Well, the entirety almost of that, but I think
Travis, you're yeah, you were making noise here, mate. Yeah, what my opinion was, well, listening to it, Anthony missed a few opportunities only because his lack of knowledge of the subject to stop the conversation. Like, so when you're saying about, when I can't remember exactly, but loads of times I wanted to chime in or chip in and say, oh, well, you're wrong there because that's, I think it was something to do with gravity and stuff like that, and talking as if you knew kind of what you were talking about when you didn't really know what you were talking about. And as I say the other bit, just Anthony ignorant at times to say and stop you and prove, because a lot of the science or a lot of things that was being claimed there was nothing at all to do with what science thinks. I don't know where you get half your opinions from or your statements, but there's a lot of misconceptions. So that was my opinion.
Well, what do you think about, Ali, Anthony's understanding of gravity is full of holes. You must admit that.
Well, he like other people, or I don't know whether he like other people, but I think he does anyway, believes it's a force. I just think it's a natural consequence of an environment that these objects tend to the Earth, and that people have, as I say about Einstein, there's a guy talking about it. It's an upward acceleration. He describes an upward acceleration at 9.8 meters per second squared, which wasn't mentioned. You guys are saying curvature and all this, but it manifests as an upward acceleration rather than an attractive force. Right now, if going back to the Cavendish experiment, for example, that doesn't match with, and you guys were going on about, well, you've never mentioned gravity wells or anything like that, but your descriptions of how to explain what gravity was regarding to do with general relativity was way off the mark and stuff like that. You guys don't, there is an acceleration. Barney was saying there's not an acceleration in general relativity, but there is, and it's an upward. And Anthony maybe forgot, these are quotes he knows, Anthony probably forgot the fact that the direction, the downward direction is where time travels slowest in his equation. So like you weren't really explaining what general relativity, which it agrees with my hypothesis that you guys don't really know the subjects deep enough, that it's full of holes, and yet you'll pick on other people that maybe their education's a bit lacking. But I just find it funny because there's some stuff I know way deeper than what some people are talking in subjects that I don't know about. But I know when I'm talking to an expert, I know by the answer that they're given. If I'm listening to a conversation, I know by the answer the person that's pretending to be the smartest or is trying to act the smartest, I will know by the answers that they give to the questions that are asked is whether they are as smart as they're trying to portray themselves. And that's all I see is people portraying themselves as smarter than they actually are, with huge holes and saying stuff that's just rubbish on both sides. But that was the conversation.
What did you think about you know, I repeatedly asked Anthony the question that quite obviously Newtonian gravitation, it works. Not sometimes, not most of the time, but all the time.
No, well, it doesn't actually. It doesn't work because of the fact as I keep trying to explain, the 9.8 meters per second is in a vacuum. It's in ideal conditions. It's in that imaginary laboratory you build, which I also talk about, which scientists do, and they introduce forces and stuff like that. But it's not here because of the fact is things don't fall at that speed. Because of the fact is you've got drag, you've got wind, you've got everything like that. Right?
Yeah.
So you understand? So it's in ideal conditions, and I might agree with that. Actually, I might agree with that. In fact, I don't know why they didn't measure the speed of the hammer and the feather in that big chamber and measure, because it dropped. I think it took a couple of seconds, maybe 2 seconds. But surely you could have found out the speed, how many meters that was, the speed of that. I thought that would have been a nice wee side experiment to do. But that's in the, you guys talk about it as if it's in the environment that we're enclosed in, when it's not. So you can't say Newtonian's gravity as forces work. You know, when you push something, you accelerate, all that kind of stuff is because you can test that. You can grab a hold of something and you can fling it. You know what I mean? But you only can.
But Ali, you know, if you get like say you got a bowling ball, you know, and you get another ball exactly the same dimensions, exactly the same size, and you drop them off a block of flats, they're both going to hit the ground at the same time. You know, with different densities, different weights.
Well, that'll be interesting to find out. Is it that small of a difference from that height? You know, I would like to find out if you took it up like a bigger height. But then the problem with that is you can't do that, because then you've got wind and you've got all loads of variables and stuff like that. So it's like an experiment you could never really do unless you built a huge structure, you know, like 10,000 feet high, and, you know, the environment, controlled environment with, you know, normal temperatures of the earth, not a vacuum, but the normal temperatures of the earth, and then find out if that.
Ali, it's been done. It's been replicated and repeated.
Not 10,000 feet high, kind of.
Why would you have to go? Hey, Ali, why do you have to go that high?
Well, how high did they actually go then?
Well, that vacuum chamber they were testing that in that you're talking about is about 100 feet, about 30 meters.
Yeah, that's no. I'm talking about, like, if you're talking about in the environment, we're not talking about a vacuum. We're talking about this environment to find out if things did fall at that speed. Never mind, because you're taking out the atmosphere. No, I'm on about in this environment. If you got what John just said there, you know, two balls, the same, taking up the same volume, but of different density, or different masses or weights, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I disagree with him a little bit on that.
Well, everything is going to reach a terminal velocity in the atmosphere.
But that's what I'm saying. So So then they don't. So you couldn't say that but then you would have to add on the addendum that equation stops at terminal velocity.
No, the acceleration does not stop. It never stops. It's always there at 9.8 meters per second. What happens is you have a counteracting force, a deceleration, if you want to think of it that way, in the opposite direction, which is the wind resistance. It's just, that's all there is to it.
I get that.
The acceleration downward doesn't stop. But I got to go in a second. But I wanted to ask the panel one question, if anybody knows this. Has anybody ever seen in Einstein's original writings where Einstein himself said, gravity is not a force. And there's another thing that I have seen in Einstein's writings where in Einstein's own hand, he says nothing about general relativity detracts from Newton's work in Newtonian physics. That's out there somewhere, and I can't find it. I can't find it. But that's the thing that Anthony continues to ignore. He just wants to say Einstein said that gravity is not a force. Well, I don't think Einstein ever actually said that. It's obvious from his field equations that is true, but it wasn't Einstein saying it. It's other people. So Riley likes to hold everybody to this clinical courtroom accuracy with words. Let's hold him to the same damn standards.
It's funny, like it seems like Riley worships Einstein, and they say we see him as a god or something.
The thing I found funny is I sent Anthony some MIT lectures, and he's obviously watched the first one because now all of a sudden he's talking about the extra derivative of time.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't talking about that before this week. I've never heard him talk about it. He didn't know about it. So he's obviously watching some stuff. So, and that's disingenuous because in that video, it purposely says that, you know, because they take the example of force equals mass over mass times acceleration, and then they break it into the 4 coordinates for general relativity and show the relationship between the two. So he knows this, and he knows he's being disingenuous.
I thought it was quite interesting to me that I asked him, I think 3 times to give his explanation for the fact that if you employ Newtonian gravitation, that on Earth, just the Earth, that it works. And he just delivered some word salad. And the fact remains that Newtonian gravitation, it works. It works all the time. It's what engineers use. You know, there's countless applications. And that is the linchpin of the rest of his argument. So if Newtonian gravity works, and it works all the time,
Can I make a quick point there, John?
Yeah.
Because I'm a pedant, and I'm a language pedant as well. Newtonian physics does not work all the time. What we have is within our scale, within what I call the macro scale and the micro scale, it's pretty cool. At the cosmic scale, we start to have problems, and that's why we need relativism.
Yeah. Well, what I said was terrestrially, like on Earth, you can depend on Newtonian gravitation. That's what I said. And largely within our solar system, but just thinking about Earth, just on Earth, and the whole argument is concerning Earth and the shape of the Earth. But if he thinks he can disprove gravity by this stupid Einstein-Newton thing. If he can't do that, then the entire rest of his argument falls to bits. Because then he would go on to say that a vacuum can't, we can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum, etc., etc. And he will not let go of it. He knew exactly what I was saying. Right? I kept asking him. What's the what do you think about the fact that Newtonian physics works all the time? And he just kept trying to weasel out of it.
Well, that's why we call him the semantic warrior.
It's funny though. When you talk zetetically, if you want to go down the zetetic route, with 19th century technology, if you just look at Cavendish alone, I don't see how you conclude that mass doesn't attract mass. I mean, from a flat earther standpoint, they should be not going to Einstein. They should be relegated to Cavendish, a practical experiment that's cheap and repeatable.
You can. I showed him a video of the thing of it doing exactly that, using the same
Right.
device he complains about.
Right, but the zetetic conclusion from that is
I have a quick
that
question
mass
on
attracts mass. So before you get to Einstein, you don't even have to go to Einstein. It appears that mass attracts mass.
Well,
So
if you
19th century, that's what we could get as an answer.
yeah, well, I think if you think 5 divided by 0 is 5, you probably ought to stay away from Einstein.
5 divided by 0 is 5.
Are you agreeing with that, plain truth?
Okay, look. Multiplication is analogous to addition, right? Multiplication and addition are analogous. That is, they are adding to something. It's just that multiplication is a bit more developed. Division is analogous to subtraction. It's just a little bit more nuanced. If you take 5 away, if you take 0 away from 5, you still have 5. If you divide 5 by 0, you haven't taken anything away from 5. It's still 5.
Yeah,
Travis, this is a
wait. So that's actually correct in a way. The
No, it's
answer
correct.
when you're doing subtraction to solve for equation, you're asking to the question of how many times can I subtract this thing from the bigger thing. So how many times can you subtract 0 from 5 before you get to 0?
0 is
infinity.
It has non-value. No, that's you're going into metaphysics, and that's not the real world.
I'm not going into metaphysics. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
infinity.
elementary school algebra.
Infinity is metaphysics. Infinity is
Okay, if you did it with 1 quadrillion, if you divided it by 1 quadrillion, you're going to get a really, 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 really large number. And as you keep on going smaller and smaller, you're going to keep getting a bigger and bigger number. And you get to 0, it goes to infinity. It makes complete.
Yeah, you guys are married to math. I mean, that's your that's your established structure. You know, I've got a couple of questions though. Does the Cavendish experiment prove or demonstrate lateral gravity or vertical gravity or both?
Gravity. Lateral gravity in the direction of the object introduced.
Do you know why it was done that way?
Okay, I'm trying to get clarity, so I'm asking investigative questions, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll try to answer your questions as sincerely and as honestly as I possibly can. If something is unclear, please.
Yeah, I know you will. I believe you. So again, if most of our discussions of gravity is vertical, that is, we see something falling toward another object. Where do we see lateral gravity outside of Cavendish? Right.
Oh,
right.
Wait. We see it everywhere. Every piece of mass is attracting every other piece of mass.
Okay.
Wait. Let me just finish the statement. What you are ascribing as vertical and horizontal or lateral is due to the fact that we have a huge body of mass to one direction of us, which we call down. But that direction is different depending on where the object is oriented to you. So your down can be completely opposite from a down in a person in Australia, right?
Right. But see, okay, I'm not going to, how can I say this?
In that sense, a person standing on the equator, if you orient your coordinates that way, will be experiencing the lateral gravity from the Earth. It will be pulling him sideways towards the Earth, and that will be his down, right?
Yeah, that is the model in your world, and that is the model, and that is the world that we are refusing to believe in any longer. So it's
Why is it relevant?
No, that's fine. I'm just saying that in respect to Cavendish, when you ask, is it acting laterally and not vertically? It is acting vertically in respect to those balls to one another, right? They are attracting each other towards each other, and that's their down.
So there, yeah. This is where down is not up and up is not down and sideways is in front of
Yes,
you
everything
and
is
left is
everything
backwards.
is
Yeah.
yes,
You're
everything is
tumbling
relative.
down. You're tumbling
Everything is
down the
relative
rabbit
to your
hole.
frame of reference. That's why it's called general relativity.
Yeah.
What, you
That
don't believe that, Travis? Travis, do you not believe that?
no. That is
Dear, oh
absolutely. That
dear.
is absolutely
Oh,
ridiculous.
you just don't understand.
That is absolutely insane.
know.
Insane.
Keep talking, Ali B. Keep talking.
Okay. So yeah. I mean, again.
Notice that none of the Globers were laughing at you. It was only the Flat Earther.
Okay. No, he was, as far as I interpreted Ali B's laughter, he was laughing at you because of my response. Is that not true, Ali? Or are you
That's
laughing at me?
absolutely
He was misrepresenting our response. He was trying to say that we are all laughing at you
No,
when nobody is laughing.
Right, okay, I'll go into it properly. Right, when you started talking, the reason Travis, I'm just presuming, he was struggling to find the words to, it was almost as if maybe it's unbelievable someone can sort of say stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know. It was like almost like a cognitive dissonance. Is there people that actually believe this kind of thing? You know, that's
I can understand that.
You know,
Yeah.
kind of.
Here's where I mean, I really want to have healthy conversations with this, and I come from a theological background, and my training is in biblical studies. And when I had my podcast, I interviewed PhDs, right? So these guys were way smarter than I was, or I am, and they have put in more time. However, I had no problem going toe to toe with them and arguing paradigms, because it doesn't matter that they have a PhD if they are looking at their world of interpretation with a different set of lenses. And so we have to simply have to argue the paradigms, right? So that's what that's what we're doing. So it should never have to come to an issue of arguing levels of intellect, right?
Never.
I don't ever think, the only thing that you'll hear me say is that's insane. And by that, I don't mean that you're insane. I mean that
It
paradigm
doesn't make sense to you. Yeah.
No. That's incorrect. I understand the argument, and the argument is insane, whatever it might be. Okay.
Can I ask a question of you, plain truth? You say that you don't like the fact that Cavendish is done horizontal because it doesn't go the same direction as normal gravity.
I'm sorry. Did I ever say I don't like? Did I say that?
Nope.
Okay, you were questioning its viability. Well, what about the fact that?
No, I was not questioning its viability. No, I'm not going to let you straw man. I simply asked the
whatever.
question.
I'm not trying to straw man you. I'm trying to ask you a question that's going to go beyond that. So maybe you'll clarify in 1 second.
Okay.
All right. So when you take a scale doing the vertical, I call it the vertical Cavendish, I put a weight underneath it, the same vector as gravity, it increases the weight of the object that's being pulled down on the scale. Why is that one acceptable to you? It's going the same direction as gravity, and I'm increasing gravity.
I believe that is representative of what we experience in our world. I don't think the lateral gravity is demonstrable outside of Cavendish. So I would ask, where is this observation of lateral gravitational pull?
Okay, well, I did it vertically, so how's vertical? Is that good enough?
Again, I believe that is more conducive to our observations in this world.
They're consistent. They both work the same way. They both give the same answer. So can we now go and
so then why do you need to do a lateral Cavendish experiment? Why can't
because
you just
they didn't
do
have
the scale?
That sensitive, I guess. At the time.
I'm sorry. Hold on. They didn't have scales. What did you say?
Scales that sensitive at the time? I don't know.
That's exactly right.
Right. Yeah. So the whole model now that you're bringing up, they didn't have scales that sensitive. We would have to I'm getting a lot of feedback from somebody with an open mic. Sorry. we would have to dissect and dismantle. I mean, I don't have anything besides your statement that Cavendish is a sensitive scale. Like that's just you saying it. I mean, there's no, you know what I mean? We'd have to
No,
completely.
I wasn't talking about Cavendish at that point.
It's a torsion balance. You can look it up and read about it.
Yeah, but
Torsion balance.
you said we didn't have any scales that sensitive. So then that by
We're doing vertically.
To do it vertically, Travis. To measure vertically, you would be adding the acceleration of gravity of the Earth to it. There were no scales in those days sensitive enough to pick out 1 part in 50 million.
And that wasn't the overall premise of the actual experiment.
Yeah, he was trying to get the density of the Earth. That's all.
right, and again, yeah. I understand. I understand what you guys are saying, but here's so. Let me go back to what I was saying before in terms of.
Can I just jump in with one thing? The thing that's the issue here is that it's much easier to measure 1 millimeter than it is to measure a 1 millimeter difference over the distance of 10 kilometers, right? So if you are going to try to measure some tiny force, it is much easier to do it if you don't have to account for another very strong force being present. Now, in the vertical direction, you have the gravity which has a magnitude which is, as we said, 50 million times greater than the effect that we're trying to measure. So it's best to measure it in the axis where that force does not influence the experiment, right?
Okay, so great. My question
if we're measuring it at 90 degrees, go ahead.
My question then becomes, where is the evidence you nullified Earth's gravitational pull in that experiment?
The fact that it doesn't move.
You're physically restricting the movement. That's how you're nullifying it.
No, okay, so
you're restricting it in one direction and seeing if it moves in the other direction.
Okay.
So that's the restriction.
Okay, so the restriction that you're describing, and this is Al K, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Al. The restriction that you're describing is the suspension of the lead balls, correct?
Yeah.
Torsion.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the torsion force within the string.
Yeah. Okay. So are you telling me then that those lead balls are not exerting any force on those strings at all whatsoever?
In the lateral direction. They are not exerting any force in the lateral direction.
Force, it moves.
Okay,
Since
right.
there's no motion,
go ahead.
Since there's no motion, we know that the forces are nullified. Then we add a force by adding mass to the side, and
so
all of a sudden it moves.
All right, so let me ask this question then, because it seems analogous to me. If I take that same lead ball and I put it on a scale and it isn't moving, is there no force?
There is no force. So the net force is zero, right? The normal force is zero. You have accomplished that bit, but what you have lost is sensitivity. You will not be able to detect movement that fine. With a torsion bar, you have managed to get the net force to be zero, literally by letting it sit and wait for the energy of motion to dissipate, or discounting it by noting what the average motion is. And then you look how much of a change you have introduced, right? Since it's a long string, it will not be producing that much of resistance in lateral or rotational movement. And you can measure what the torsion of that string is by... Go ahead.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, so again, hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going through a notorious bad spot, so I'm gonna have to come back once I'm through.
Okay.
I think he means downtown Los Angeles and he doesn't want to get mugged for his telephone.
Nobody mugs you for the
Or maybe that's the satellite.
He's a
Yes.
trucker, right? Yeah. So if he's going through heavy traffic or a difficult intersection, I guess that he has to pay attention to what he's doing.
Shit, big cities. My dad's had people try to break into his truck at stoplights to get the electronics out of the back of it.
But look at the guy. Look what happened to that guy during the Los Angeles riots. That guy, Bill Hicks, does a good joke. I know it wasn't very nice experience for the guy getting dragged out the truck. You know, he got dragged out a truck. That white guy and just got beat the shit out of. Like that Rodney King got beat the shit out of. But he
Reginald Denny.
You know,
is that the guy's name?
that happened a long time ago and it hasn't happened since.
Did anybody besides Alan see my relative motion thought in the side chat?
No.
Yeah.
If I'm driving my RC truck directly at me and I turn left, which way is my truck going to go?
Still straight towards you.
No.
Or
If I turn left,
from your point of reference, it will turn right. From its own point of reference, it will stay still.
exactly. So forward, back, left, and right are relative to what's your frame of reference is.
But I didn't understand that. So if you're racing that, if you're facing your RC truck, right, and you've got it coming towards you, right, and all you do to change that scenario is turn to the side, it's still coming straight towards you. It's still in reality, it's coming towards you.
Okay, I see. No, he wasn't implying that both objects are stationary or that only the
moving. No, I mean, right, okay. So what was he implying? I missed that. Then I'm away.
If you put them head to head, right? If they're going head to head and you turn left, you will see the object turn right, or go to the right view.
What if it's moving, or it's not?
It's a change in point of view.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, right, okay. Right.
All right, so sorry.
The reason driving RC cars is difficult.
Yeah, if it's coming towards you,
you've just got to think backwards.
You have to put the control input in the opposite direction to the way you think it would go. So if it's coming towards you and you want it to move towards your left, you would put right.
Yeah, I get you. I've got it now. Yeah, now I'm with.
Yeah. So
but you're just
changing. He's
changing.
physically turning. He's changing the input on the RC truck. He's telling the RC truck to turn left, and then sees it go right.
Yeah, you've basically got to be to be good at that. You've basically got to be the RC truck.
Exactly.
About your movements, and you become the RC truck.
You have to be able to imagine the different frame of reference.
I brought up the truck because it's simple for most people to reference. Now take that and go into flying an RC airplane where you're standing on the ground and moving in 3 different directions at once.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, but I don't get it. I don't get what point is that you're making. I don't understand what point that was about.
I tell you what it does. It helps you to be really spatially aware.
Yeah, well, I can do that. Yeah, that's no problem. Well, I understand the concept of it, and I've done
and
I get it, kind of thing. You know, I've played with remote control things, and it's like that when you first do it, but eventually it becomes natural. You know, it becomes once you get a grip and your brain sort of gets used to it, it becomes natural when you do it automatically. But you still have to look at it that way
until you start flying aerobatics.
Can I jump back in?
Jump back in. Welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah. Just a notorious drop zone here in Maryland. So basically, what I was trying to say was that I try to approach this as maturely as possible. That is that I don't name call, and I don't disparage a person's intellect, because I understand from a theological standpoint how powerful paradigms are. And no matter how well I might articulate my interpretation of this passage, if the other guy isn't able to see what I'm explaining or understand it, it's not because he's stupid. It's because his paradigm
is different.
Is so strong that he can't, or either he can't or he's not willing to let it go. Okay, so I think that's analogous in this discussion. So the thing that comes to my mind is the movie The Village. Right? You know what I'm
Is
talking
that the Shyamalan one?
Right. You've got this community that it's a community that's based upon an entire fabricated story, right?
Yeah.
It's a modern set of families that go and to a remote location and they recreate an 1850s colony, right? Now imagine right, so imagine 500 years goes by and you've got the same old story, the same old narrative going on and on and on and on, and everybody knows that. They know how to live, they know what they know what the monsters are doing, all this kind of stuff. But somewhere along the way, somebody finds a hiccup in the matrix, right? They find this reasonable doubt in the narrative, like something doesn't make sense. It's always been this splinter in the back of your mind, and they start questioning the narrative. Okay, that's what's happening in our discussion right now. Regardless of however you guys want to argue the length and the duration and the consensus of your narrative, people like Ali, people like myself, people like Anthony, we have certain hiccups, and we're looking at that narrative, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold water, and it's not enough for us to just simply close our eyes and go back to saying, okay, this is the answer. I just have to do this answer. I mean, I couldn't do it when I was making the decision that I made, where I have basically ostracized myself from my religious community. I mean, I have no religious community, and I had to make that decision because I am convinced that what they're telling as their story is incorrect.
Yeah, but how do you, Travis? How do you reconcile that? What I mean, what do you think you can actually do to prove it one way or the other?
Well, you know the difficulty in that challenge of proving something. All I can do is argue my case.
No, that's not true. I mean, prove is probably the wrong word.
Wrong word.
I mean,
Yeah.
how would you gather evidence to substantiate what you believe to falsify it or verify it?
Okay, so one of the reasons why I try to keep my arguments on the terrestrial plane is because it's something that we all have experience in. Once we get beyond the level of the atmosphere, so to speak, we all are overextending our empirical experience. We don't know what that world actually is above our heads. We can only conjecture or rely upon somebody else's conjecture. But we know from experience on a basic level that water is level, that it seeks its level, and that it behaves a certain way when in containers or when flowing in motion over a terrain. We also experience motion inertia, if you want to refer to it that way. And so I try to simply use those principles on a micro level and challenge the narrative on a macro level.
Yeah, well, that sounds fair enough. But what are you willing to actually do, like field experiments to verify or falsify your belief?
Oh, most certainly. And the one thing that I'm dedicating most of my time to right now is photography with distant land masses over the water. So that's where I'm focusing my energy right now.
And so, what? How do you think that's going to? How's that going to work out? What do you expect to see?
Well, I expect to see what I see, right? So if I'm looking right now, there is a road sign coming up, and it's probably about 300 feet away. And so I see what I see. Now, if that road sign were farther in the distance and there were no troughs or crests in the road, the only thing that would obscure that road sign would be the atmosphere. So in my experience of photography over water, the only thing that obscures my ability to see the objects that I film, and I film them on a consistent basis here in Maryland on the Chesapeake Bay. I have several objects that I can see on certain days and I can't see on other days. And the only explanation for that is the atmosphere. So that's on a micro level, right? So
That's
then
not the only explanation.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
The radius of the Earth could be changing every day. That would also give you the same effect.
Say that again.
The radius of the Earth could be changing from moment to moment to give you the same effect.
Right, you're presupposing a model that you have to prove. How do you prove the radius of the Earth?
So are you, dude. Sorry, but I have to say that.
No, I'm simply making an observation, right? I'm not bringing in the radius of the Earth.
Well,
you're presupposing there isn't one, and you don't have a definitive answer to what it is or isn't. So unless you have a definitive answer, you can't decide that it can't be one thing or the other.
I'm not presupposing the radius of the Earth. I'm pointing out that it is a valid solution to the problem. If like the problem that you're presenting is that we see more or less, it could be due to the atmospheric aberration. It could be due to the radius of the Earth changing from day to day. Now, that's obviously not what I believe. So I'm not presupposing something that I believe.
Well, then why would you bring that into? Why would you bring that into the?
Because it is a valid solution.
Excuse me for 1 second. Is Schrodinger's cat wants to know if there's any way he can get in here.
We need to message Jose to let him in.
All right, I'll have him do that because I'm pretty sure he's got him on Skype.
Yeah, Jose left. I think.
Yeah, he left.
He
Okay,
left.
so-
He left. No, Jose left, but he said that he will be available by phone to let anybody in. I can give the link out to the meet. It's in the live chat of this Hangout. But Jose will need to come in. You'll need to tell Jose to come in and let you in.
Okay.
Right, but Barney, back to that conversation. You were, sorry,
Okay.
1 second, Travis. I've had to listen to this. Right, Barney. So you're proposing. Thanks, mate. You're proposing. You know what Travis is saying is atmosphere, right? And that we can get our head around that, right? But what you're proposing is the ridiculous.
So that's the issue. Are we proposing things which will explain that observation? Or
no,
are
because
we
the water
proposing
would move. Look,
wait.
You're proposing that the water, right, will also move in conjunction. If you are saying that, that means that the water would be moving in conjunction with the sea, the sea bed. It would have to be like that for it to go like that. So you're proposing that not only is the earth and the water is well, and if the earth expands, that would mean that the water would become less. The area it would cover would become less. Rather, so you're proposing that old mystical belief that the earth was a breathing organism and it breathes. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm not even going. I'm not going that far. I'm not supposing the reality of the
That's
universe.
A suggestion, though. Yeah.
Wait, I'm not supposing what the reality of the universe is. I'm saying if I'm standing on a beach and making the observation that he's making and don't know anything else, that both of those answers could explain the effect. I don't even know if the Earth is bounded. I don't know if it's round. I don't know if that aberration is local or not. I'm saying that there are multiple ways.
Yeah, look how ridiculous you had to get. Look how ridiculous. Look how ridiculous you had to. Well, 1 second. Look how ridiculous.
Why is that? Why is it ridiculous?
No,
it's a perfectly valid explanation.
It's just
no, I mean,
a
sorry,
flaw in
Travis,
Travis's logic to say that there's
Ali,
only one answer.
you're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's what's going on.
No, I'm not missing the point. It's the ridiculous suggestion that you had to give to explain that 99% of people, when asked if they were given the choice, do you think it's the Earth moving or the radius moving, or do you think it's atmosphere?
Okay.
Most
so
people.
Can you point
that was a ridiculous
me to
example.
the fact that makes
Anyway,
it
sorry,
ridiculous?
Travis. You go, mate. You started the conversation. I just wanted that wee thing.
Okay.
Okay. Well, stop talking.
So The thing that I was trying to indicate is that on a single observation, there are always multiple possible answers. Some of them might make more sense and some of them might make less sense, depending on other facts that you know and accept.
No. Okay,
What?
listen.
No?
Listen. That's correct. You can only assert that there are other variables if you know what those variables are. You can't just simply say there are certain variables that might be affecting this that I don't know about, because you're creating a problem that you don't need to create, right?
So you can't have an alternative hypothesis to something?
Hold on. Okay, so let's just go back to what I was saying before. In all of my, there's no need to laugh. In all of my observations, I have watched a red roofed pavilion 5.85 miles away. I have watched it disappear from my vision because of the atmosphere. I've watched it do that. Then it comes back into view, and then
I
it
need
goes
to
back
interject
out.
a minute, Travis, just to clarify a point here.
Sure.
You're not being very specific about what the atmosphere is doing, so could you do that, please?
I've been out on multiple days, multiple temperatures, multiple humidities, all of those different variables. So I've got footage where I have clarity, and I have footage where I have less clarity, and that's what I'm describing.
Which is the less clear?
Sorry, just I just need to add into this point. Guys, I was asking him this for a reason. Do you mind?
Very quick question, just because this is so pertinent to the point. So,
Bruce can't stop and sell alcohol. As much as I dislike you, he did jump in there. I have your sympathy. He does this all the time.
He sounds terrible. I can make it what he's saying.
We can't hear anything you're saying. You're breaking up, so stop talking, please. Go ahead.
Ross, your audio is awful, like literally, not a word could be understood.
He heard it. Come on.
Okay, I was just going to add in the point that the way you were wording it initially, I think it gives a suggestion that sometimes you can't see, like there's a blockage or lack of visibility or something. And you've kind of just mentioned that yourself, but what you didn't mention is that you also get refraction, which I know for a fact 'cause I've seen those pictures that you've shared previously. So there's different types of atmospheric effect, and it isn't just a lack of visibility.
I was going to say, have you tried to characterize yet all these temperature and weather conditions? I mean, where I would go from where you are right now is I would start saying, okay, well, what conditions are causing this to happen? Okay, I see there's this temperature, this barometric pressure, blah, 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 blah. Reinvent Snell's law.
Sure, yeah. And right now I'm at the level of simply making observations and drawing conclusions based on those things without being technical, because I don't have a reason to write a technical paper on these issues. But what I will say is that I see absolutely no uniformity to the way the ether band or the atmosphere behaves. That is, I have seen absolutely crazy atmospheric distortion on very, very cold days. And you would think that they were very, very hot days, like you were looking over the Sahara Desert, because the atmosphere is dancing so crazily. You know what I mean? So I don't see anything in uniformity that way. I'll probably get in trouble with you guys. I actually see that kind of diagnostics as absolutely irrelevant to the discussion.
Travis, can I talk to you about this?
Of course.
I can't remember if I've spoken to you about this before. But I'm a bit of a geek astronomer guy, and
I'm sorry. Who is this?
I've been visually looking through telescopes and more so imaging with cameras through telescopes for many years, and there is an effect called atmospheric dispersion, and it doesn't. You can guarantee that if you point the telescope straight up you're not going to get really any adverse effects from the atmosphere. But the lower you go down in your declination or your like altitude above the horizon, the more effect you're going to get.
It's been a long time since I printed from
Hello.
Info. There was a way of getting up your print preview, like a.
Why do
how
we
you map
have?
the
So
plane.
why is somebody interrupting? Why is somebody interrupting
Okay.
John right now?
You on the phone anymore?
Ken,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Ken, can you mute please?
Just let me finish. But there is a really what I'm getting at is that there is a really dependable effect of refraction in the atmosphere, which is directly related to how close you go to the horizon, regardless of weather conditions, and it's the same every day, and it depends on. As I say, the closer you get to the horizon, the more atmosphere you are looking through, the more gas and dust particles, etc., you're looking through.
Can I ask a question real quick?
What?
Are you talking about the so-called standard of refraction?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not directly talking about that. No.
Okay. Okay.
I'm giving you my own personal experience
Okay.
of the fact so let me finish, of the fact that there is actually quite a dependable amount of refraction in the atmosphere, which I've experienced for over many years. Which doesn't change during the night. It doesn't change day after day. There is an amount of atmospheric refraction, regardless of their conditions,
Right.
that you have to contend with.
I would agree 100% with everything you just said. I have a question as to whether or not you, and I don't know the answer, so it's not a loaded question.
As soon as my money goes in,
Although you did give the qualification that the atmospheric distortion occurs closer to the horizon, correct? You said that, yeah?
Yeah, the closer you get to the horizon, the more the atmosphere is going to refract because you're looking through more gas.
Okay, so my question then is: are you talking about a lateral distance? That is, I'm standing on the shoreline and I'm looking at something 5 miles away, so I'm looking across the surface. Is that where you're talking about that distortion happening, or are you talking about like if you're aiming up in the air at an airplane and then you come closer to the landscape, you're coming down vertically? So my question is: are you talking about, which one are you talking about?
Well, the function of the effect is that you've got to try and imagine.
I'm simply asking. It can be answered with one answer, with one word. Are you talking about lateral or vertical?
I can't answer that with one word. That doesn't really apply to what I'm talking about, I'm afraid.
Well, I understand exactly what you're talking about in terms of the atmospheric distortion as you look at something that's over the horizon. My question would be, and again, it's not a loaded question. At what point do we expect the atmosphere to become distorted before we get to the horizon?
Oh, it's not. There isn't a cutoff point. It just gets worse and worse the closer you go to the horizon.
Right. Does that have a standard matrix? Does that have a standard formula?
I don't know if there's a standard, but yeah, there is a recognized diminishing quality in terms of refractive distortion. The closer you go to the horizon, it's just a thing. It's known.
Sure. I guess I would say that's simply describing an observation. That's nothing that anybody else would have experienced. So yeah.
What do you mean?
What?
That is, if you and I were both on the same shore and we were looking out, we would experience that same phenomenon. All you're doing is describing the way we look through air.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
That's not true. The reason why I'm talking about this, when I'm talking about it with some authority, is that I have photographically recorded many objects in the sky at quite high magnification, and it's a problem. It's a constant problem for astronomers that are trying to do image things through the Earth's atmosphere, and it's quantifiable. It's nothing to do with individual perception at all. It is a real thing, a measurable thing. The amount of refractive interference that you get the closer you go to the horizon, and it coincides perfectly with standard refraction. I mean, if you're
all right, hold on.
If you're just let me just be a few more seconds.
I just need clarification.
Yeah.
So you know, if we were to rewind what you just said, you used some pretty precise words. You brought up standard refraction, so that is a standard measurement, right? How does that find expression as you're looking up into the atmosphere or across the horizon? Like, when does that standard become, I guess, less precise because of the atmosphere? At what distance and in what temperature?
Well, in our model, it's again it depends at what elevation your viewing point is. Imagine, if you will, that you're on a rotating sphere. If I look straight up, I've only got 50 miles of atmosphere. If I look towards the horizon, I've got several hundred miles of atmosphere, and that's the distinction. The lower you go towards the horizon, the more atmosphere you're looking through, and the greater the effect.
Yeah, again, you are expressing something that I'm familiar with as well, but I'm not shooting at 100 miles. I'm shooting at 5 miles. I'm shooting at 4 miles, and I'm seeing crazy distortion. So I don't have to shoot 100 miles to get that effect.
Well, the you know, it's I think it's more complicated than you think it is.
No, it's actually not. It's
you're kind of at cross purposes here, because John obviously mentioned standard refraction, which is obviously one of your talking points. Standard refraction doesn't refer to the times when you're getting those crazy effects.
Yeah.
That's non-standard refraction.
Well,
okay, hold on real quick. But you can't eliminate standard refraction from the time.
Sorry, somebody just chapped my door. I need to go for a second. Sorry.
So, Travis, you know, what I was referring to specifically is the refractive index of air, which is a constant thing. And I didn't
what is that?
I didn't really make myself clear.
What is it? What is that standard? What is that expression that's constant?
Well, any transparent medium that light can pass through, whether it's air or glass or water, it has a refractive index.
Okay, hold on. But you're right. Okay, but we're not talking about glass. We're not talking about anything else but the air, and you're using a reference to something that is a standard. I'm asking you what that expression is. What is it? What is that standard?
Well, that's what I was trying to get to. I was just illustrating my point by
Try not to illustrate, just get to your point.
I'm not really that comfortable with how this is going, Travis. Is it okay for me to just talk freely or not?
No, he's in charge.
No, I'm not in charge. No, I'm not in charge. I'm just asking to circumvent the long way around. Let's just cut to the point. Can't you just?
Yeah, boss.
If I needed an explanation, I'll say, "Excuse me, point of clarification. Can I ask you a question?" That's all. What's the standard?
When you ask me a question and I get a sense of your understanding, then I'm going to formulate my my answer to my sense of your understanding, and that's just how conversations work, isn't it?
Right. Okay. So what you've done, as far as I understand, and I've tried to affirm your explanation, I understand and I agree with your description of how we see things laterally and vertically. I understand. I really do. It makes sense and it comports with my experience. Are we good there?
I think so. I hope so.
Okay. All right. Great. My question now again is, what is the standard?
Well, it's the basically, just in a nutshell, if you like, it's the average. It's what you would expect from in kind of normal conditions. But having said,
please. Point of clarification.
Having said that,
what's the average? What's the
let me finish. Having said that, differences in temperature and humidity and pressure don't really make all that much difference to standard refraction.
What is standard refraction?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
What are you trying to demand of me, Travis? I don't. What is it?
He's trying to basically say, what is the figure for standard refraction? What's the rate? What is it in? What measurement would you like it in?
I don't.
No. What measurement would you like?
Material and density.
Hold on. The guy who's coming in for clarification, are you asking me what measurement I want it in?
Yeah.
No, I don't want it. I don't use the word standard refraction.
Well, you're asking for a value. I'm trying to equate what, again, like John was doing, trying to equate what your level of knowledge is. So I'm asking you what metric you want the value in.
I don't care. I'm asking what he's using the term, not me.
Sure. Standard refraction is 6 weasels.
See, okay. Now
I think it's Stokes actually.
Listen, in all honesty, is that helpful for this discussion? You guys are using a term.
Well, if I give you a figure and you don't understand the method that it's derived or the metric that it's in, what's the difference between me saying 6 weasels or 1.15 radians?
Okay, what's a weasel?
About 6 weasels equals about 1.15 radians.
Great. What's a radian?
It's an angle of measurement.
Fucking hell.
See, this is the problem. This is the point that I'm making, though, is that we can give you metrics, and if you don't understand the metric, what's the point? It's the same way as I can say that R equals, what the fuck is it? R equals the index of refraction. Oh, come on, someone help me. I have a cosine of something. I can't remember. It's fucking donkey's years since I've done this. But what I'm trying to...
You asked him what standard refraction is, but you're not letting him answer you what standard refraction is. You're asking for a number.
He's not giving an answer for standard refraction. He's not giving
an
answer. No, he's not. He's
He
describing...
is. You're expecting a value that you won't understand. Which you just demonstrated, because you don't know the difference.
He just gave you the answer.
Can I just come back in?
No, hold on, Al. Hold on. No, please. Okay, listen.
That's John.
Okay, John. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, 2 Scottish fuckers in the family.
Listen.
What?
All John has done is describe adequately and very well looking through the atmosphere. The only thing that I would say that he's described is he's describing the fact that the atmosphere is constantly changing so that there is no standard.
That was not my point at all.
I that might not have been your point, but that's what you were saying the entire time.
No, it was not.
Standard is based upon a specific temperature. I'm going to call it 59 degrees. I don't remember what it really is, but let's say 59 degrees, which is like the average temperature of Earth year round. And it's also based upon 14.7 psi and a homogeneous atmosphere. That's
Travis, what the point that I was really trying to explicitly say to you is that when I obviously I'm an avid astronomer, and I look through the atmosphere a lot, and night after night, I experience the same level of atmospheric refraction all the time, and it doesn't really change. So the parallel that I'm drawing is that we can come up with an average value for standard refraction, and it's not really going to change all that much depending on the differing humidity, pressure, temperature, etc. The air, our atmosphere, it has a refractive index which doesn't really change all that much, and it is perfectly reasonable to apply it in the situation of a curve calculator, for instance.
Okay, how do you apply it over the distance of, say, 5 miles?
How do I apply it over the distance of 5 miles?
Right. So again, I'm not the astronomer you are. I'm more of a terrestrial and aquatic photographer. Okay.
I'll be honest with you. I think if astronomers see something at 5 miles rushing towards them, they're probably going to scream rather than work out the angle of refraction.
Yeah. If you put the telescope in the wrong place, a window, for example, when you get a close up of somebody, it's quite alarming. Anyway.
I mean, I think more seriously. I mean, what you're trying to say is, what should we? Are you trying to basically say, according to standard refraction, what will we expect to see towards the horizon? Would things be dropping down a bit? Would they be going up a bit? What's going on there? Is that kind of where you're trying to get to, Travis?
I would rather take the converse stance and say standard refraction means absolutely nothing when we are looking over the distance, because it can't be maintained on a consistent basis because of the atmosphere.
So really what we want to actually work out from that point then, hold on, no, I actually agree with him here. I agree with that point. Yep. That is a valid point. I would go back to then, if we're trying to take a measurement of something, normally we're looking at a tolerance value. So where I would be concerned of deviation from standard refraction is at the point where I know that my requirement for measurement is small enough to want to account for that difference in refraction. Is that a fair statement?
I understand your statement.
Thank you. Is it fair?
I don't think it's accurate, no.
No. Do you think it's fair? Because accuracy is what we're discussing. Why is it not fair? So I'll give you a simple example. If I was going to measure your height, and I needed to measure your height to the nearest millimeter, but the accuracy of my scale is plus or minus 5 millimeters, can I rely on the result?
Okay, that is a non sequitur.
No, it's an exact parallel to my example.
No, it's not.
It is. It really is. Explain why it's not. We're talking about measuring something, and we're talking about degrees of accuracy.
Sure. All right. Since you brought up your example, I have to modify my answer because of your example. So, if well, I was thinking about weight. I was thinking about weight rather than height. So
yeah, but I'm happy to go with whatever thought experiment you want, mate. I'm not that bad.
Yeah. So if I can change it to measuring my weight, and I'm standing on a scale, but underneath me is an immense turbine that is blowing wind up, and that wind is so strong that it actually pushes me off the scale incrementally, like, so it's ebbing and flowing. So I'm coming up, I'm coming down, I'm on the scale, I'm less on the scale. That's what we're talking about. You're not. I'm not going to measure that. I'm not going to care about measuring that.
So
Yeah,
now,
I think we're kind of getting off.
No, we're getting there. We're getting there. I agree with this. We're getting there. Trust me, John, on this.
All right.
So what? Okay. So fine. So now what we need to understand is what is the effect of the force or the effect that we're trying to understand. So because I agree with you. So you would agree if the wind is not really strong enough to make any difference to the scale because the scale isn't accurate enough to record that difference, it really doesn't matter. It's close enough for me knowing that I've either gained a pound or lost a pound. So if we know that the force of that wind can actually have a detrimental effect on the scale, say, hey, shit, all of a sudden I'm 10 stone again, woohoo. But that's actually taking 4 stone off my real weight. Not on. Do you do stone in America?
I'm sorry?
Do you do stones? Do you do pounds and stones? You just do pounds, don't you?
Just pounds.
So that would be 56 pounds. Yeah. So that's kind of a reasonably analogous kind of example that we could make for that. So what we're concerned is now we're to the real question, which is what is the deviation of this fraction generally versus extreme condition? Because sometimes, let's use that wind example. It would be a bit like, generally in the Bahamas, I can take a comfortable stroll on the beach. Last week, not such a good idea. Because I've got a force in operation that is going to be detrimental probably to my health at 175 miles an hour. So that's what we want to actually start to look at is where, when you look at statistics, you're looking at the norm and then you're looking at deviation from the norm. If you're spotting extreme outliers, then, yeah, I agree. That's interesting. That's fascinating. And there will generally be some sort of explanation that could be atmospheric that's going to take into account of that. However, is that the norm? Is that what you see every day? No, that's the exception. That's the 1 in 100 maybe, or 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000. So then we have to start to say, does that actually debunk the model that we have, or are there reasonable explanations on those days we can have? Like you took the cold day, you said, why did I see that on a cold day? Maybe you had a warm current coming past Chesapeake Bay at that time. Maybe the temperature between the sea and the air was extremely different. Maybe that wind had actually just blown off a warmer piece of land, which had retained temperature better, and that air was warmer and the sea was colder. I don't know. But those are all things that happen. Then we've got to think about the moisture quantity, which is something you have to add to the air, which again is another factor. So yeah, I can see these strange effects happening through normal things like Fata Morgana or refraction or diffraction. So I'm not quite understanding where your point is.
My point is that explanation doesn't need to go any farther. That is a sustainable and acceptable answer for why we see what we see over distance.
Right.
I don't need to bring in.
So now what we need to account for is all those days that do kind of meet more of the standard refraction conditions. And say, why do we observe things going over horizon? Why do, when I look at something like a wind turbine, I can't see the first 30 feet of bright yellow that's at the bottom of it?
Right. So here,
so if something was compressing, I would still see the color. If something was enlarging, I would still see the color.
No, you can't say that.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Okay, right. Okay.
That's the problem.
No,
so
here,
why?
Let me restate my statement, and I'll say.
Yeah. So I'm just going to finish off on that last point because I want to take it. So what we'd have to do if we can't see the yellow is say, why is that yellow frequency being blocked? Is that then a reasonable follow-on from what we're saying? Now you'd need to demonstrate that's a fact.
That's what I'm saying is where I move from the micro to the macro. There's no reason for me to extrapolate any other explanation. This is what I'm saying. I've got a red roof pavilion at 5 miles, and it's red, so it's on the red spectrum, right? So I've watched it disappear from sight, so that there is no longer any red roof. It just blends into the scenery, and it looks like trees behind it. When
I mean, if anybody want to come in, please do so now.
when I'm looking at something,
Schrodinger was trying to
somebody's
come in.
got-
If you can send him the invite.
somebody's got a crazy mic right now.
Oh, that might be me. Sorry, I forgot my cat one.
So when I look at a longer distance, say 9 miles, and I see on one day a house, and then the next day I go out and I don't see the house, I say, hey, that seems similar to the pavilion at 5 miles. All
Travis.
I'm doing, yeah.
Travis, can I? There is a few different facets to the things in the atmosphere that impede your view. One of them is what we were talking about, standard refraction, which is just air has a refractive index, but also.
Can I ask a question?
Not yet. Depending on weather conditions, you have a large amount of diffraction. If you got, is it like mist or cloud or rain? That's a whole different other thing. And it's apart from atmospheric refraction. I go back to astronomy again. You have an effect that is we call it seeing. How good seeing is in astronomy, and that is a function of basically how much particles are in the way of the light that's coming towards you, and it distorts the image sometimes so much that you can't see it. It's all very well understood.
Okay, so again, because I don't operate on the same paradigm that you do, I'm asking an investigative question. I'm not being rhetorical and I'm not being facetious. Help me understand what you mean, or what you understand standard refraction to express. What is it?
Standard refraction is, like I've kind of said it before, but we didn't catch it. And when I was trying to explain it before, you stopped me and you said, no, I don't want to hear anymore. But every transparent medium that air can travel through has a refractive index, whether it is air or glass or water or whatever. It has a refractive index, and the refractive index of air, what constitutes our atmosphere, is known. We know what it is. Okay. So if I'm looking straight up, I'm looking through 50 miles of air. If I'm, looking towards the horizon, I'm looking through several hundred miles of air, and it is known how much that will affect the path of light.
On average.
Yeah.
On average.
So I've actually I've got to make an apology. I got it wrong. I was actually trying to badly quote atmospheric refraction, not terrestrial refraction. So terrestrial refraction is where temperature T is given in kelvins, pressure P is given in millibars, height H is given in meters. The angle of refraction increases with a coefficient of refraction with the length of the line of sight or view.
Okay, so John.
But my point is that it is perfectly reasonable to define a term such as standard refraction, where you can take a very dependable average of what the refraction is going to be with light coming through the atmosphere, depending on your declination. and it doesn't really change very much.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that when you're looking up into the sky, the same standard refraction is there when you're looking out over the land. Is that correct?
No, that's not what he said. That's not
what.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm trying to understand because he said, hold on, just real quick. As far as I know, as far as I remember, what John just said is he said when you're looking up through 50 miles. When you're looking over 100, but there's standard refraction. Okay?
Yeah.
So my question is that standard refraction a variable that is constant in both of those lines?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It depends. It depends on how much atmosphere you're looking through. So if you're looking straight up, you're only looking through 50 miles, and it has a very, very minimal effect. The closer as you drop down from vertical towards the horizon, you're looking through more and more and more and more atmosphere.
I understand.
Can I put in just
hold on
two
real quick.
sentences, please?
I'll let you finish in just a second. Here's my summary based on what you just said. Basically, standard refraction is when you're looking through air, it depends on which direction you're looking at. If you're looking up, there's less. If you're looking across, there's more. That's the standard.
Yes. So that's precise. So that's precisely what I was trying to address. It seems that flat Earth is plain truth is asking for a value as in standard refraction, whether John is describing a standard model, a model which will tell you what it is. Same as with, let's say, Coriolis effect. There is no value for the Coriolis effect. It depends in which direction you're looking at and how fast you're moving, right? And that model will give you the value, right? So knowing the refractory index of air, knowing the average density of air, and the composition of the atmosphere, and knowing how refraction and optics work, we can predict what's going to happen on average. And I kind of gave this comment a little while ago in the side chat, but it's literally the same thing when you say that the ocean is level, but are ignoring the waves on it. Yeah, it's level on average, but no individual part of it is level. You're using the average, right?
Okay.
You're using the standard approximation, which works at that scale.
Okay. There's so much wrong with this discussion because nothing has been said that I didn't already know about making observations.
I don't believe you.
No, I had to ask questions because I was trying to understand the rhetoric that I've heard. And even Barney used the idea, I think you said something of an index value, right? Did you use that term?
The index of refraction, yes.
Okay, what's that value?
For air?
The refractive index.
No. Those are words. I'm looking for a value. What is that? Because all that is just rhetoric.
Air at standard atmospheric pressure is 1.00029.
Okay, at what point does that change when I'm looking over the water?
It doesn't ever change.
Well, the refractory index doesn't change. The density changes, which affects
changes the refractive index. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's based on the density of the medium you're going through. So based on standard reflection, that's the value that holds.
Right. So basically,
if you want to then calculate what the difference between that and your specific point and location to get an estimate of what you should be seeing, you can then use the formula that I told you about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Travis, it's the same, exactly the same reason why we get rainbows. Because the different wavelengths of light have a different refraction.
Okay. Barney, my question, because you made a claim in terms of making a prediction, can you maybe elaborate on what you mean by that? What do you mean by make a prediction with the discussion that we're having right now?
How much something will be displaced on average as you look closer and closer to the horizon, right?
Yeah.
So when you track the motion of things across the sky and take into account the refractory index and the density of the atmosphere at certain altitudes over the distance that you're looking through, you can say that as things get closer to the horizon, things which have angular scale will get squashed vertically, and things that are points of light will get displaced vertically by this amount of but as described by the standard model of refraction.
Okay, so I would be interested in participating with you, cooperating with you. What would I need to give you in terms of information and data for you and I to collaborate on my taking images of, let's say, my red roof Airbnb across the Chesapeake, and having you make a prediction as to how my observation of that is going to be affected? Can you feel comfortable making that kind of a experiment, I suppose?
So I'm definitely not an expert in the area, as has been shown before, but I'm willing to cooperate with you in researching how it works and getting to an independent kind of conclusion and analysis of what it is, right?
Because you would both need to agree on the validity of the math, the assumptions that the maths is making, to make it worthwhile going forward. And then once you agree on that, then the observation can be judged against the agreement, because you're both going to basically agree that, yeah, we know that, say, pressure and temperature can affect the refractive index. So we want to understand the air pressure, we want to understand the air temperature, we want to understand the gradient of that if we can get it, which is probably a bit more difficult.
Yes.
But those things that you can start to look at. But you need to agree that those are things that we're agreeing that those are the potential causes to this effect, because otherwise it's a worthless experiment.
Can I just say that it would be useless to use some kind of like a building or something like that. The best way to do it is to take a wide field picture of a photograph of the constellations in the eastern sky as they're rising. Take another picture when they're directly overhead, and another picture when they're setting.
Okay, so the reason why I'm going to disagree with that is because I've had a hangout. I had a hangout with Stingray, with Dean.
I don't know them.
Okay. And when he was looking at the footage, he said, I could have predicted this. I could have predicted exactly what you're seeing. So that's what I'm talking about. I have no interest in looking up at the constellations and making this observation. My field of interest is terrestrial. So that's where I'm going.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is light coming through the atmosphere and how the atmosphere affects that light. So we've got pretty handy sort of doing that by looking at the stars.
Right, but you have to understand that I began this discussion by answering a question in terms of my experience when I've made observations over water.
And that's fine.
If you want to do your celestial observations and make predictions,
doesn't Chesapeake face east?
Excuse me?
Doesn't Chesapeake Bay face east?
I'm sorry, I still didn't understand that.
Oh, sorry. Doesn't Chesapeake Bay face in an easterly direction?
Well, I'm not sure I understand that. That it flows. I guess it would flow southeast somewhat where I'm at, but I can face all directions, I suppose.
No. What I'm saying is, you could do. You want to do an observation over water? Fine. That's your consistent. That's your consistent that's your consistent value that you're looking to maintain. So if you did his star picture over water, So if you're picturing if you're taking pictures of the rising constellation over water, then that's fine. That isn't that equivalent?
I don't. No, it's not. No,
it's a
not.
distant object.
Okay, you're bringing in somebody's got a mic that's going crazy. You're bringing in a variable that is not in my observations. That is, you're increasing the angle. So I actually have a beautiful twilight dawn picture with Venus, and I have it mirrored on the water. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, wicked.
But I'm not looking up at the sky. I'm looking across the water. So Venus is never going to come into that line, that angle. It's not going to go there.
What did Venus have to do with anything that they're talking about?
Well, we're talking about a rising constellation. That's why the east is kind of cool, because you can,
Yeah, but that's kind of irrelevant to his point. He is confused by the fact that refraction on Earth works in such a way that it looms things up at different levels at different times. And I actually agree with him. If we take like the data from meteorological sources about what the temperature and pressure was, we should be able to deduce what the gradient was and kind of say, well, on this day, looming should be greater or smaller based on the standard refractory model.
Well, it's like the picture they took of Chicago, the time-lapse video they took of Chicago.
That's why Stingray was awesome at this, because he had all that figured into his digital globe model thing he drew up.
Yeah. He just got bored of repeating the same thing over and 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 over.
Okay, so hold on real quick. Just real quick. So let's go back to that statement about Stingray. So are you saying that he incorporated 7/6R into his model?
He had all kinds of math incorporated into his model, and he could change it and add anything he wanted to the model.
He could do it on a flat Earth. He could do it on a globe Earth.
Listen, don't obfuscate. Don't obfuscate. Just stick to the question. It's not that complicated. I'm asking you, in the model that he showed, did he tell you or did he demonstrate to you an expression or a demonstration of 7/6R?
Not that I know of, but
he demonstrated
I haven't looked. Yeah,
but I don't think he ever broke down the math or the code he was using at all.
Actually, if he's using the standard laws of refraction, it'd have to, because K is that value, isn't it?
Okay, so
you're talking about the radius value of the Earth, aren't you? Based on
no, I'm not talking about anything except for the language that you're using. That's what it's called, right? 7/6R, right?
That's the basic formula for standard refraction.
Okay, yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make any. Okay, but here's my question.
Wait. That's an approximation based on standard temperature and pressure, right?
Right. Okay. Here we go.
If the temperature and pressure were constantly at that standard value, and the model works as it does, then we would expect the Earth to look 7/6 flatter than it actually is.
Okay. Here we go. The model that Stingray put up, incorporating 7/6R, that world, boys, that world does not exist. Okay, because in our world, the thing that over. Hold on.
Let him finish.
Okay, because this was my question earlier about the standard, which remains constant no matter where you have it. Because the thing that supersedes, overrides, and demolishes 7/6R is the atmosphere itself. And this is exactly what I said to Stingray in my hangout. I said to him when he showed me the 3D, when he showed me the binary expression, I said, "Where's your atmosphere, bro?"
Yeah, I was in that. I was in that hangout. And do you remember what I asked you in that hangout after you said that?
No.
What level of difference are you expecting?
I'm telling you that standard doesn't matter.
So wait. Don't laugh, or if you're going to laugh, mute so we can continue the conversation. Plain truth.
Yeah.
I would like to bring it slightly back because I think it's really relevant at this point. When you say that the seas are level and discount the waves and discount the tides in that statement, that is the same thing. That is the same thing.
No,
When,
here, no, ready. No, here we go. Here we go.
Go ahead.
What I mean by level is the shoreline is the same elevation at every single point where it meets the water. That's what I mean by.
And when you have the tides that bring that water up and down.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. You're simply describing something that's now aquatic instead of atmospheric, right?
So I'm using an analogous effect. We know what sea level means as an average. It is the standard. That does not mean that seawater is always precisely in the millimeter range of that level. So when you take the atmospheric effect, the standard at what is prescribed as the standard temperature and pressure, the effect is 7/6 of the radius, right? But if you change the temperature or if you change the pressure, you will get a slightly different observation. Now, in the experiment that you proposed that the two of us to do together and the exploration that I am fully willing to do with you, right? You need to take into account that if the temperature changes by this much in this direction, we will expect that 6/7 to change in the appropriate way. And if the pressure, atmospheric pressure at that location changes, we will also expect the change to that standard. But what standard model will tell you is how much of a change we can expect. And if we are doing this, I would expect that it at least roughly coincides with what you're seeing when you see those buildings go up and down.
Okay.
Can somebody play the video that I just posted, because it's directly related to this subject? Here's where we measured 7/6R.
Okay, just real quick. So again,
actual measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
All right. So if we're looking in CAD or whatever the program is that Stingray uses, and he incorporates 7/6R, that is a measurement of Earth curve, right? So he's measuring something physically. So, and again, he's creating a world where there is no atmosphere, where there is nothing that is going to change that measurement. So that.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
No, you're trying to imply that this involves it. You're trying to imply that this occurs in a vacuum, and the whole point is that we're talking about the refractive index of air.
Okay, yeah, I think it's analogous to say that if you measure the speed at which something falls and its acceleration in a vacuum, you're creating a world that we don't live in to get your measurement. And so that's what I'm saying. In the computer program that Stingray created and drew up all these schematics, you're going to get a precise expression of what the Earth should look like based on that. But what I'm saying is that the atmosphere will completely demolish that, so that you can't incorporate.
How do you know it will
Can I finish my sentence, please?
You keep making that assertion, Travis,
it was
but the
right
problem
at the
is
pop, John.
you don't know what the variance would be. That's the problem.
It's right at the pop, John. It was right at the pop, buddy.
1 hour and 35 minutes. Sorry, 1 hour and 35 seconds.
We'd just try not to talk over each other. That would be.
Just telling the guy with the video. 1 hour and 35 seconds.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Where we measured,
Travis,
where we measured
I
R.
want to apologise. I shouldn't have overtalked you.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I basically, again, my point is that the 7/6R value, and I know that Barney elaborated on this, but I'll just restate it, means absolutely nothing when we come into contact with the atmosphere, because even if the Earth curved, the atmospheric distortion would be so great that you wouldn't be able to measure the curve, so that what you're seeing.
No, I'm going to stop you on that, because you just
let him finish and then correct him.
Well, he said it a million times anyway. The point is, keeps trying to claim that only the non-standard is the standard. That's what he's basically doing. He's there's a standard value, as you've explained. It's similar to using mean sea level, but we understand that that's just a kind of average, and that there's variation in that value. And Travis has
You pause the
decided
video
that
right there.
because there is variation, you're always going to get variation, and the standard will never apply, and that's completely false.
Okay.
If you could leave the
I
video
don't
paused
agree,
right
but
there,
I
I think this is
understand.
right in our conversation.
Okay,
If you look at that,
hold
do you
on.
see
Can
the
you
image on
hold
screen?
on for like
Okay, go ahead.
a couple
Go
of
ahead.
minutes, or well, maybe just go ahead because I'm about to stop, but I don't want to miss what you're showing.
Okay, whoever's presenting right now, I just this is a video where I say humans, we measured the bridge using GPS, and the lines that you see off on the left-hand side of the image are the actual curve of the Earth. That's the measured curve of the Earth. Then you have the optical curve of the Earth, is the photograph. You see the difference? The difference between that would be somewhere around 7.6R.
Yeah, that's your claim. Okay, so
Well,
let me
it's a
ask you.
direct measurement. Is there anything you got to say about the physical measurement that was made?
Okay, so let me try to restate what I was understanding him to say. Those dotted lines, that is what the physical expression should be. Is that what you're saying?
If there was no refraction, if there was no optical phenomena, that is what the geometrical shape of that bridge is.
Try and stop the over talking, guys. Just let Travis speak.
No, that's okay. Sure. So I guess this is in a sense proving my point or substantiating my point. But my desire would be, because this is what I do on a daily basis, is to show me a photographic capture of the bridge in the physical expression that you say should be there. Do we have
It's
anything
right there.
else?
That's the bridge. The
No.
bridge is the photograph. It's overlaid on top of the measurement.
Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm going to ask again for clarity. The blue lines that are imposed, right? Those blue lines, those dotted lines.
The dotted lines are the actual measurements.
Okay, and so what I hear you saying is that that's what the bridge actually should look like.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My request is, show me a picture where that expression exists.
What do you mean? There's never going to be 7.6R is pretty much the minimum you're going to see for refraction.
Show me where.
Vary some, but it's always going to be bent down upwards.
You do
it's
realize
always going to be less or flatter than reality.
Right.
But the fact that the Earth is curved there by measurement, does that not mean anything to you?
Okay, you have to realize that you're absolutely negating everything that you're trying to establish by 7.6R. 7.6R means absolutely nothing, because in the real world we never see 7.6R.
Sorry,
No,
but how?
That's ridiculous.
When you say see, when you say see, do you mean see by eyes, or do you mean measure at all? Because those are GPS points. Those are measured by distances, right?
That's virtual reality. GPS that way is virtual reality.
Okay. So we can't use measurements because reasons.
No, it's not because of reasons.
Travis, why don't you just cry CGI and be done with it? I mean, that is ridiculous.
No, okay. All I'm asking for is a real world picture that shows what the GPS says should be there.
Yes, but we expect reflection because we know that things
Finally, we
reflect.
can sort this out. It's really easy. All you need to do, Travis, is extract all the atmosphere away.
Yeah.
And that's what you'd see.
Right. That's exactly what my point was. And
So it's the same way as I want you to take a picture. I haven't finished yet, Travis. I want you to take a picture from the side view, an orthographic view of a glass half filled with water, with a pencil in at an angle where that pencil is perfectly straight. Think about what you're saying, man. Come on.
No, actually, right, Travis thinks that you're proving his point by saying that there's going to be some change in the image because of the atmosphere. But we're not saying that there is zero change. There is a standard. And so Travis is trying to say, that you'll never see it look the way it's presented here. But nobody's saying that there's ever going to be anything less than standard, as if it's not physically there. So there's no point making the point about, oh, well, we've got an atmosphere that causes refraction. That is the standard, that there must be some refraction, and the generally agreed upon value is 7/6R.
Yeah,
But
and
Travis
that's going to get you something close. That's going to get you close.
Standard.
Yeah, that's going to get you close because that's the norm. Yeah, and then you're going to have a deviation from the norm, which is maybe it's a half a degree hotter or cooler, or it's slightly higher or lower air pressure. But it's going to get you bloody close pretty much all of the time because that's the norm. It's in the middle of all the values that we get.
In my experience, it really doesn't stray very far from standard refraction.
That's why I keep asking him for what the tolerance value is.
Okay, hold on.
Or what does he expect to see is the sort of the change in these values, so he can actually have an idea of whether his observation is equaling his hypothesis. Because at the moment he's putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I'm sorry. I've got to go into the check in at my warehouse. So let me just respond to Alk real quick and just try to say again, if you show me that video presentation with the GPS schematics showing me that that's what the bridge should look like, you have to realize that is in reality, as I'm looking at it, guys, that is simply virtual reality because I don't see it. You're telling me what I should see. So I have to still take your word for it that the Earth is curving, even though I don't see it.
Do you think everything? Do you think everything is alive?
A bridge which is curving. Are you saying you can't see the bridge underneath the dots?
I'm telling you the reason why it's curving is because of the atmosphere, and that's it.
Well, then you're going to need to supply a much more detailed explanation of how it is the atmosphere can cause a perfect geometric curve on a bridge like that.
Okay, hold on real quick. Let me respond by this, and I really got to jump on pause or on mute.
Okay.
It's the same way, Al, that I can watch the pavilion disappear before my eyes and then come back into view. It's the same thing.
No, it isn't. Because
yes, it is. No, it's fine. It is the same way. It's just that you're not providing a model, nor are you.
The entire length of the bridge is curving.
Barney's agreeing because he agrees that the observation is the same. He agrees with that, but his conclusion he disagrees with.
Fair enough. Yes.
I'll just make it really
okay.
Simple.
Thank you for
translating. What happens when you live in 7 different countries and people are nice enough to speak English at you?
So is Travis gone to do his warehouse?
He's gone to do his thing.
That's kind of where I have the problem is, okay, he's making observations. That's all cool, but he's trying to attribute a factor as the total conclusion when he can't demonstrate that conclusion is reasonably valid.
Well, but it's not the only.
What the dots on the screen, guys?
You can do it. You can do it in reverse, right?
Actually, Ali just asked a quick question. I think it's fair to explain.
Sorry.
What are the dots?
They're points of measurement. Someone went along with the GPS and took readings at all of those points along that entire bridge.
Right. What are the big humps in the middle then? What are they?
That is part of the bridge.
Those are the passageways for the ships.
Yeah, they let ships go underneath the bridge because otherwise the bridge is too close to us.
Is that the bridge lifted up then?
They're called the marine humps.
Is that the bridge lifted up?
No. Yes.
Sorry.
No, not lifting up. They're permanently up.
They're suspension arches. They're suspension arches, Ali.
Arches. Oh, it's not a moving bridge, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, it's all fixed.
So what is that? Is that actually?
Isn't that the roadway that goes up and over that though?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No, it is. It is.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
It's a really fucking weird bridge.
Right. Okay. Right. But
it's a bit like when you look at the Malmo Bridge from a distance.
Yeah, but look. Wait a minute. Right. But if you look at that visually, it looks as if that's like it's some wicked angle, right?
Aye.
Because you're looking at
it strange then. But don't you find it strange that the geodetic points that they've taken out is exactly it would for him to take that measurement. He would have to be up the very, very top there, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Measurements every 10 meters.
Meaning the GPS signal would recognize that was the height it was actually up, and it's been recreated on the photograph.
Yeah.
Yes, they took measurements every 10 meters.
Yeah, I know. I can see that, but when they've superimposed there, it's got the hump in it, which it wouldn't. It would just show straight, right?
No.
How? No, you have to go up and
There's room
down.
enough. No, there's room enough for a ship to go under those arches.
Yeah, I know. I get that. But look how it's matched the height. If he was taking points at every height there, we can see that's an optical illusion. That isn't real, right?
That measurement.
The GPS signal would not.
The only thing that's optical in that is that the humps look compressed, but that's a function of how things look in the distance.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying the hump
compressed horizontal.
but look at the humps. Even when you see the traffic, he's got ones at night as well, kind of thing, and that's an optical illusion. That you couldn't drive a car up there, up that slope that you see, right?
Yes, that's those humps are a mile long.
Right. So we
Those
admit that's
humps are a mile
an
long.
illusion. But the geodesic, that satellite information is not. It shouldn't match up with the height of those.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, because that's visual. That's not really like that. You understand?
Oh yeah, it is. It is. It's just like if you're looking at telephone
No,
poles.
you're missing the point. It's
They
two
get-
separate
the
things.
telephone-
Right?
hold on,
One's a
please.
photograph. Listen, guys. One's a photograph, and
Okay.
one's data collected. Yep, it's a signal bounced off,
right?
And that's the height above sea level. But that wouldn't if you took away that bridge, right? That wouldn't be how that would look, because that's not reality. The points that we are seeing are not the actual in proportion to the height above it, but whereas the geodetic points
They're presented like perspectives. They actually are presented the same way.
geodetic, the points are singular, and they wouldn't have a point of view or whatever. The only point of view it would have that would be taking certain points in a certain space in a coordinate system, nothing at all to do with what do you call it, visual. And that's a visual.
It is drawn in 3D. It is drawn in perspective view. You're looking at it in perspective view. Do you understand perspective view?
Yeah, but the geodetic, the data point, that tool that he used wouldn't have an illusion of.
Yes, they would.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
That's been
perspective. What the fuck
been look, guys, that's been messed with. You can actually go into the guy's web page, right? And you can actually play about with the coordinates, and you can spin it round, look at it from different angles without the photograph, and you can do your little compression trick, and it goes into a straight line, a complete level straight line. But when you squash it
together, perspective view, where things half in size for every doubling of distance.
And you
Why do you keep on talking? You're just rambling.
No, I'm not rambling at all. If you go to the guy's web page, you can actually play about with the data without the picture.
You've been talking for like 5 minutes, saying nothing.
You can stretch it, you can mold it, right, and you can make it into that shape. But that is a visual illusion. Now,
Ali B, I've listened to so many Scottish people talking pish for ages and ages, and I think you've.
Listen, and so have I, because I've had to listen to you. I've had to sit and listen for the last probably 2 hours, listen to a load of shite getting talked, and I've not interrupted once, not once. So
it was really good.
Me. I've been quiet for hours listening away to this man, ladies, and wanting to interrupt or wanting to make a point, but I don't.
Why didn't you?
Can Ali present his point in entirety without being interrupted?
That's all right. Anyway, I just made my point. I had to hear you. I just wanted to hear your guys' opinion on that. That was all. And I got it. Thanks.
What did I miss?
So getting back to atmospheric standards, they're applied to things other than refraction index, right?
The survey, the data points are not. It's got nothing at all to do with a visual atmospheric refraction. Although radio waves do refract in atmosphere, but that's not the point. So they points would not be subject to that optical illusion that we are seeing now, and they points would not fit. If he'd done them honestly, they points wouldn't fit. It's impossible. They wouldn't show that much deviation. That's saying that they points are actual the height of that above the sea level. That can't be true, because of the fact is they cars wouldn't be able to go up there. Impossible.
Why wouldn't the cars be able to go up a hill?
All the data points for him to get to actually have that data, he would have to be right up the top of that point that you see.
He was at the top of that.
But it wouldn't measure as in the data. It wouldn't measure that because it's not optical.
It's not optical. It's measuring height. It's a height. It's a 3D place in space and time. Why do you not understand?
Return a deviation of that much. It wouldn't result in that optical that we see there. It wouldn't result. Not
drawn in 3D perspective.
If you go up a hill, we wouldn't optically see you go up a hill, and you couldn't tell us how high the hill is, or
not with that amount of deviation and put it across that. No, you wouldn't.
You're implying that the hill is too steep. If I understand it correctly.
That's just number. And that's manipulated.
Plain truth, you have too much background noise.
All right, hey Barney, I put my email in the chat for you to contact me if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure. Ellie, am I understanding you correctly? You're implying that the hill is too steep for cars to go up it, or?
No, I never said that. I said it looks that way. I said it looks that way, Barney, right? But the point is, that's a photograph. I can get that. But you've just said they're all data points. Now, their data points would not translate into that. They've been manipulated to look like that. We could measure the height, right? Because we know the height from the water to the top of that causeway, you know, the bit that the car drives on, we can actually work out the height of the towers, right? Now, if that was given true data, I can guarantee if we did the calculations and then put in relation to that picture that we see, we can obviously see that it's 3 times, that top of that bridge is 3 times the height of the water, at least from the...
Right. You're right.
But that wouldn't relate onto that data that they've given. Because that's given an inclination of a car that it would be impossible to drive up, and it wouldn't relate pictorially. It couldn't. It's impossible because it's data.
Wait. Let me just go through this very slowly, because I'm not getting. No. Wait. I won't be long. I will just be slow. Listen. If we take, listen to me. Let me do my piece, right? If we take a photo at an angle and see the road distorted like that, and then we create a 3D model and look at it from the exact same angle, how exactly would we not get the exact same distortion in the height of those overpasses? Right?
But that's not giving a true depiction of reality, what he's done there. That's disingenuous.
No, he is matching the 3D model against the photo to show how much refraction.
When I start fucking talking, you open your big fat fucking mouth all the time, and when I say drop the subject, man, because you're not going to let me talk, so I can't respond. So all you're going to do is spout shite.
Steady.
I beg your pardon?
Point. You know, it's just truth I'm talking. You know, if some people put it in a bit lighter weight, unfortunately, I don't fucking beat about the bush or shit like that, right?
Yeah, Ali, what you're failing to understand is
that's fine, Ali. Shut the fuck up because you're talking right.
Yeah. There you go, exactly. Now look at the height of them. Now you tell me if that's a real picture. And now translate that into...
They're all real pictures. They're just taken from different angles, so you get different perspective effects.
No, you know what I mean? It's like fucking hopeless here.
Those are different humps. There's 3 sets of them.
Yeah, of course they're different humps.
What I want to demonstrate is the humps.
That wasn't the whole bridge that we were seeing then. So that's a
No,
relative.
the bridge is about 25 miles long.
And I could also point out, about his pylon photographs and stuff like that. You're seeing the other shoreline. You're seeing right down to the shoreline on the other side of the fucking water. But I can't be bothered because you lot will say, "Oh, this and that," and just totally debunk it. That's what I'm saying. It's a waste of time.
You were talking shit on that one, Ali.
Questions that already know the answer you're going to give it. Just sort of. You go straight on it. You can't even see. You can't even get a simple concept or what people are getting at, and you twist it around. Yeah, exactly. Look, there you go. There's proof. What does that prove? What does that prove? That's perfectly straight. Look, oh, you can't see the curve. Oh, you can see it now when you get down. Yep, exactly. Look how quick it disappears. It changes.
It's curved the entire fucking time.
Yep. Put it right down and watch how quick it suddenly disappears and appears. Watch that moving. If you've seen that smoothly, you would see that was an optical illusion you were seeing straight away. So these pictures and photographs, they don't prove nothing.
No, an optical illusion.
He filmed the pylons, right? And if you go and look, I debunked that because it's showing the huge big pylon at the end with absolutely.
No, you never, Ali. I debunked you on that. You were talking shite. The bottom third of the fucking pylon was missing, and I proved it.
But what you did then, what people, because people were concentrating on when I was talking on there, they were missing the fact that you were actually seeing the shoreline on the other side, which was 18 miles away. Right? You're seeing a shoreline that you shouldn't see.
So you claim.
No, not at all. Go and look at the photograph. Go and look at the thing then. Have a look. That's what you're doing. You do that all the time. You miss loads of
Or maybe you were seeing those big hills in the background behind those tower blocks, which is actually quite a bit higher than the shoreline.
Exactly. Maybe you just don't know what words mean, Ali. Shoreline means the stuff down at the bottom of the water, no the stuff that's a couple 100 feet above it.
The maths and stuff like that, because maths is a reality. You knows what gravity is, and you can't even explain gravity. It's an upward acceleration. It's a downward acceleration. Oh no, it's space-time bending. Show me what space-time is. Oh, it's a field. It's not really space. It stretches, but it doesn't. You know, the atoms get bigger instead of. You know, I mean, it's a lot of shite. You lot talk, and you repeat it. You just repeat shite.
And that's why we can calculate the amount of fuel that we need to get something from A to B with extreme accuracy. And the problem with flat earthers is they don't even know how far away the sun is, what it's made of, how it's kept up there, what it does. Is there a dome? Isn't there a dome? Is there an infinite plane? Is there a not infinite plane? Who knows?
Of fact.
If you want to get two flat earth theories, get two flat earthers in a room.
But you guys go splattering along, repeat all this indoctrinated shit, try to put pictures in people's heads. And that's all it is. That's all you guys do. That's all your words are worth nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. No substance behind it.
Oh, go on, Ali. Let's see some of the substance that you've provided, because so far, for the last 2 years, all I've heard you and see you day is what you're doing right now, sitting fucking waffling in Hangouts. You've never done a single fucking thing.
Well, not at all. Not at all. I explain things. I totally get the concepts. When you guys start talking shite and misrepresenting things, and I expose your lack of knowledge. He's going on about gravity, and gravity is and it's accepted in science, whichever science you want to believe, that gravity just gives weight to an object. That's all. That's all gravity does. That is the base description. Gravity gives an object weight. End of fucking story. That's it.
What is weight? What is weight, Ellie?
It's the amount of substance something has.
No, that's mass. What is weight?
No, mass isn't that. Mass is size.
No, mass is the amount of substance.
And weight
volume.
Weight
is the force. Weight has a direction.
Object. Right. Weight varies by the density of an object. You need weight is a
weight is not very Ellie, what is heavier?
Can I jump in real quick, Ellie?
Or a kilo of lead?
Weight is an attribute of matter.
Yeah, can I jump in just real quick? And I would say that mass, my mass.
Yeah, wait, I mean, I was speaking. Sorry, Travis. I'm on Barney now. Barney, mass or weight is an attribute of matter, right? That's what I say. What you got to say for it? Laugh or what? Are you going to laugh again or what?
No, I'm not going to laugh.
Right, so what's wrong with that statement?
Mass is an attribute of matter, and
right,
weight. Mass is an attribute of matter.
Weight is an attribute. You don't need to repeat weight again.
No, Ali, you're not letting him finish.
Well, what do you mean I'm not letting him finish?
You kept over talking him.
He was
and it's been really nice. There's been no over talking until pretty recently. So let's take a step back and calm it all down a bit. Put on our big boy pants.
With Barney,
and that'd be cool.
to point out that I was interrupting Barney. So you were interrupting me to tell me that I was interrupting Barney.
Oh, in that case, then I'll apologise, Ali. Sorry, I didn't realise you were doing that. I apologise.
Just don't do it again. That's twice. Just don't do this shit.
Oh, look, go fuck yourself, you whinging Wayne.
I tell my kids, the best way to never have to apologise is never do anything that you need to apologise for. It's quite a simple formula. You could probably
you can't actually enact that yourself, innit?
Find yourself not having to apologise all the time.
Hey,
Okay.
Ali B.
Ali, you've asked me a question. Would you like me to answer that question?
Can I jump in real quick?
Brilliant. It's like going.
I don't think anyone's going to get a turn on the mic because Ali's on a ranty phase.
Right, okay,
Ali, let me just jump real quick.
I apologise.
He's rumpusing.
Ali B, please let me. Can I just say something? I've just been listening for.
I think Barney would really like to finish his point first. I think I'd like to go back to that point in order, and then someone else can comment. I don't know.
No,
whatever.
Just going to be a few seconds. I've been listening.
For fuck's sake!
I've been listening for a few minutes, and it's starting to get.
Barney was desperately trying to finish his point, and now it's going to get diverted again. Carry on.
You will, Dress. What I would just like to say is I've been listening for quite a while and not saying anything, and it's getting a bit out of hand. You all need to just calm the fuck down and just be a bit more respectful to each other, and just get it back in line. That's all I've got to say.
Practice what you preach, my friend.
All right, let me jump in just real quick, and I'm going to answer it, in as basic a way as possible. I don't incorporate gravity into my definition of mass and weight. So my mass is made up of my constitution. That is all of the constituent elements of my body: skin, hair, bone, blood, nerves, and ligaments. That is my mass.
Okay.
Now,
and what is your weight?
That is the measurement of how heavy that is.
So mass and weight are the same thing?
No, mass is the constitution, the constituency of the elements that make up what my body has, like bone, hair, blood.
Yeah, I've got you. So you're saying weight is how heavy something is, so you're saying weight is weight.
If that's as pedantic as you want to get it, weight means how heavy something is. I'm not saying weight is weight. I'm saying if you ask me how much something weighs, I'm going to tell you how heavy it is.
Okay, so I agree in part with what you're saying. I would just say that mass is the inertia of those things, right? How hard it is to get them to move or to change their movement. And that is completely irrelevant on any kind of gravitation or force acting upon it. It just tells you how much force, how much energy you need to put in to make it move. Whereas weight is entirely dependent on the forces moving on it or on the gravitational field that mass is in. And there is a direct relationship between those two.
Yeah, I don't have to incorporate gravity in my discussion of these terms.
So when you say how heavy it is, what does that mean?
This isn't hard. Okay, look, every time I go to the gym, you know what my 14-year-old son says to me? You're going to go to the scale, aren't you, Dad? You're going to go to the scale, aren't you, Dad?
Yeah.
You're going to go weigh yourself, Dad. Dad's going to go weigh himself now. That's all I'm talking about, man. It doesn't have to get any more complicated than that. How much I weigh.
So, and when you're in a lift that's going up, that while it's accelerating, that will change and it'll be bigger. And when you're going down, it'll be smaller.
You're incorporating a variable of physics that changes our discussion. Yeah.
And
okay.
when you go to the moon, that weight is going to change, and when you're in a weightless state, that is going to be zero.
I've never been in a weightless state. No one has ever been in a weightless state.
That is an assertion that I have your word based on not doing it against the people whom I've seen do it.
I got a
wait,
better
wait.
example.
Hold on. No, hold on, Barney.
Yeah.
You say you've seen people in a weightless environment? Who?
Yes. The astronauts on the ISS, the people in the Vomit Comet.
Oh, nobody personal then. Nobody. I thought you meant you know someone personally. You've seen them personally in a weightless environment. By the way, the Vomit Comet.
Now for the real question, if you go to
by the way, the Vomit
left,
Comet
if you go
is
to the
not
top
a
of the mountain,
weightless
you weigh left.
environment. The Vomit Comet is not a weightless environment.
It is a weightless environment. If you put somebody on a scale, it will show 0.
If you go to the top of a mountain with a weight and you measure it, it will weigh less. Why is that? If you go to the
equator against the poles,
go to the equator, it will weigh, I forget,
less.
It'll weigh less. You go to the North Pole, it'll weigh more.
Yeah.
Why does the weight? Why does your mass? Why does the mass? Hold on. I'm not done yet. Why does the mass or weight or whatever the hell you're trying to say change based upon its location on the face of the Earth?
Yeah, that is an experiment that I would have to go through. Otherwise, I could repeat the same rhetoric that you can in giving an answer. So anyway, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go on mute because I'm going to be taking some photographs. So I'm not avoiding the conversation, but I've got to take some photographs.
Well, we had somebody in here actually show their demonstration where they experimented with it. Real live person that we've all talked to. I don't remember who that was, but
there's more than one person done it.
Yeah, Toady did it and came and talked to us about it.
Toady, Wolfie, and I think Bobby Shafto may have done it as well.
Yeah, I was talking about people who've specifically been in Jose's hangouts and talked about it.
Yeah, at this point, if you want to disagree with it, you basically have to go measure it yourself because you don't believe anybody else's word. So this falls back on him to actually
just on the things that he wants to disagree with, or just on the things that are challenging him. Right? He will happily take the word of other people, right? Based on No, not even flat earthers. Same thing that we were talking to Riley earlier on Jose's, right? That adding salt to the water will change its density, and it's enough that we measure salinity to measure the density, right? Well, you haven't done that experiment, so you are taking the word of the scientist that did it to inform your.
Yeah, I mean that's a common tactic with all these guys. If they don't have an answer for something that they don't want to deal with, when it comes to talking about something that's been tested or observed, that's what they do. They crawl back to that little safe space where they say, "Well, have you done it personally yourself?" Or "I haven't done it personally." It only applies when it helps to get them out of a corner.
Okay, listen. I'm going to come back in. I'm going to come back in and address this issue. Okay, here is my issue with what Ken brought up and what you guys are discussing with someone measuring something at the North Pole and then going down the equator. Okay.
Okay.
It's no different than an observation that we're making visually. We are simply observing a phenomenon. Unless you can prove the cause, don't assume it. Don't tell me what you think it is. Don't give me an explanation of how it could be that. Unless you can demonstrate that's what it is.
If you're using your eyes to make an observation, Travis, then you're really not making a measurement. But if you use a thermometer or a barometer or an altimeter, then you're actually making a proper measurement.
Okay,
so that's the difference.
Hold on. All you're doing, fine, is measuring something. That's fine. You've measured.
Right.
The
weight change. We're measuring the actual weight change in something, which means that weight is not
I'm going to say this really slow. You ready for it? Prove
the
cause. Prove the
No,
cause.
Travis, because that isn't actually what was being discussed. No one was actually discussing what the cause was. You were being asked, what is weight? And you just said, It just is. You never gave a cause for it yourself. So then what was being pointed?
No. I was not asked. No, I was not asked the
out,
cause, Al. I was not asked the cause.
Exactly. You were asked what weight was, and your basic answer was weight is weight.
No. I did not say weight
Jesus
is weight.
Christ.
No, you're putting words into my mouth. No, I did not say that.
I'm not putting words into your mouth. You never gave an actual reason for weight being what it was. You just said that you've got a certain amount of mass and your weight just is what it is.
Okay,
you never gave a cause.
Ask me a question.
Travis, stop interrupting. You never gave a cause for weight.
You didn't ask me the cause,
Jesus fucking Christ!
You didn't ask me the cause.
Is there a problem with your ears, Travis? Or are you just an ignorant prick?
You did not ask me for a cause.
You were asked specifically what is the difference between mass and weight.
And what mass is. You said mass is the stuff you're made up of, and your weight just is what it fucking is. And then the whole point of the next part of the discussion was to point out that weight can vary and then lead to the question of why is that? Thank you for letting me finish the fucking point.
That was your discussion, not mine.
What do you mean it was our discussion?
You went on
it's
to
all
the
part
variation.
of the same discussion. Are you stupid?
No,
we're discussing what weight is.
Al,
somebody points out that weight can vary. We then continue the discussion to discuss why that might be the case and see whatever ideas you might have about what weight is and whatever ideas we might have about what weight is. We find out which one actually fits reality. Is that a problem for you to understand the logic?
Al, have I attacked your intellect or your person at all with my words? Have I called you stupid or have I said that you're ignorant at all? No, I haven't.
Well, actually, when you say let me talk really slow for you, that would be
that's condescending.
Yeah,
no,
quite offensive.
If we want to be pedantic, but that's fine. I would actually agree that you've been
passive aggressive. It's absolutely disgusting.
So I was actually trying to say, Travis, I agree. You've been pretty polite, but evidently no one else can get a word out edgeways tonight. So we're just going to overtalk each other. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's one at a time, guys. One at a time.
All I wanted to do was ask a very, very simple question. So, yeah, great. The cause of gravity. Can you give me the cause of any of the primary laws of physics? Can you give me the cause of any of the four forces of physics? So you don't accept electromagnetism, you don't accept the strong nuclear force, you don't accept the weak nuclear force, and you don't accept gravity. Because you have to do all of those if you're going to discount that based on the fact that we can't demonstrate the actual cause of it. That was my point I wanted to make, Travis.
Josh, you're making my head hurt.
Because we can't show the cause of any of those.
Well, it's nice little bit of silence. It's a bit of a change.
So we have variable weight with no explanation, but if it was just the things that made you up, it means there's a force involved.
Yeah.
It's not just the things that make you up. It's a logical conclusion, isn't it?
I've got an idea, guys. I would suggest that maybe we move on to another topic because we've kind of done this to death. What do you think?
I think that might be a very, very good idea.
It's just going round and round and round, and everyone's getting pissed off.
Oh, come on! Haven't you been on flat Earth debates before?
I haven't joined in until recently. I've listened for quite a long time, but yeah, it's not really going anywhere, and
never does.
And lots of people are getting pissed off, and we can maybe make more headway if we just drew a line under this for now and moved on to something else.
Let's be real. You're never going to make any headway. That's BS.
Yeah, it's going round and round.
Well, you
It's
won't with
going
that
round and
kind of
round.
attitude, will you? You won't ever progress with that kind of attitude. The negative, oh, we'll never progress or whatever.
That's true. There's not an answer to it.
So that's not the kind of attitude you really progress with, is it now? There's John.
So we got
you kind of, even though, well, whatever John is or whatever he is, but he was making a good point, and he just shat on it, just by saying that. What's the point?
So if I think we got the Plain Truth and Ali B. Are you guys the only flat earthers on here? Is that right?
At the moment, yes.
I don't really know.
Well, just to give you guys a break, because there's a lot of Globers compared to you. Why don't you and Ali B and Plain Truth think of something else that you might want to talk about?
Like what? Like another conspiracy or something?
No, concerning the shape of the Earth, but just
Does it have to be science? Because it's like, it's.
Another
here's one. Why do we believe what we believe?
No, that's I'm not talking about philosophy. I mean,
we're talking about philosophy. That's all you guys spout is philosophy. You don't realise that you are following a philosophical beliefs.
Really? So observation and measurement is
Well,
philosophy?
that's all these people, all these scientists and all that stuff. They are described as philosophers. Newton was. They thought about.
That's natural philosophy. And that's going back to the root of the word philosophy.
It's still the imagination, and it's still the imagination.
Philosophy just means the search of knowledge.
It's not actually. If it was the search of knowledge, we wouldn't. Hey, listen. If it was the search of knowledge, we wouldn't. People like you wouldn't exist.
Maybe I should have asked someone else.
Representing the total opposite of what science means. Cutting down people's.
Sorry, did you just say what science means? What does science mean then?
Gathering the knowledge. It's a quest for knowledge, isn't it? It's finding, it's discovering new things.
And how do you turn what you discover into knowledge?
Say that again. How do you take
what you discover and turn whatever it is into knowledge?
The fact that you've discovered is knowledge in itself.
No, it's not.
If that were so, then what we're doing is perfectly right. Why are you objecting?
The stupid semantic. I'm quite easy. I was doing shit like this when I was 16. Fucking talking about
you proposed the
minutia, getting drunk like you want to go down.
You want me to talk about epistemology?
The fact that knowing is a form of knowledge, of knowing something, that implies knowledge. Okay, so if I know something or discover something, that means that I am of knowing. I know more than I did before I discovered it, meaning that I have knowledge now. So
how do you know, Ali? How do you know what's true and what isn't true?
I never said that we weren't talking truth.
Well, you should be.
About knowledge. There's a two different subjects, man.
So give us your definition of what knowledge is.
It's a knowing.
No, that's a synonym. That's not an explanation of what knowledge is.
No, but that's the best I can give.
So
that's
for me,
that's the only way you can describe, or
for me,
it's the gathering. All right, okay, right. I'll refine it. It's the gathering of information, and that's just your gathering of information, and then you've got to analyze it. Then you've got to contemplate it, and then perhaps, if it was that important, you might want to experiment on it.
I used to know there was a pot of gold at the end of rainbows.
Right, but wait a minute. Right, so there I've described it, Druce. How was that for an explanation? Is that better, more refined?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, it's not one I accept, because for me,
what part of what I said don't you accept?
So for me, I'll give you my definition of what I hold to be knowledge, because it's a subjective thing. So I'm not saying you're wrong. So don't get on your high horse.
I'm not even. Stop predicting when you don't know me. Go for
it. To me, knowledge, you can say justified true belief. Really, for me, knowledge is something simply that I have reasonable justification to believe it's true.
No, that's belief.
No, that's knowledge.
Knowledge is
You can
belief.
have knowledge without holding a belief about it.
Well,
Knowledge
belief
is belief.
Yeah, but knowledge is a subset of belief.
Well, knowledge is
Knowledge
not
is a
belief
subset of
at all.
belief.
Yeah, knowledge is a subset
Yes,
of
it is.
belief. Yeah, it really is. Tell me something that you know that you don't believe.
Something that I know, right? Something that I know is
That you don't believe.
that I don't believe is the speed of light is a constant. There you go.
Can you know it?
Do you know that the speed of light is a constant?
No, let's not go down there. Let's not. No, we're talking about something else. I use that as an example. There's
Yes,
something
I'm
that
asking-
I know that I don't believe. There's
Yeah.
something I know that I don't believe. Next question.
Yes, and I'm asking you, do you know that the speed of light is a constant?
I was talking to Druce there. Druce asked me the question. We'd go down off another track. I find the direction of Druce's question a lot better, or the discussion that we could go into here.
But no, I mean, but Barney's got a point because normally when I know something, so I can say, I know a little bit about history. That's kind of euphemistic.
Yeah, but
and then I can say, well, we can talk about, say, the Assyrian Empire and the rise of Ashurbanipal and his effect.
But you never
upon
addressed
that
my
society.
example of holding a belief, holding a bit of knowledge and not believing it. There you go. I've just gave you an example.
Well,
What about
no,
that? What does that mean?
because that's again, for me, knowledge is justified true belief. It's something you believe to be true. So I don't hold that in my worldview to be knowledge.
What you have presented is kind of I know that science books present this fact as knowledge. I know that science books say that the speed of light is constant, but I don't believe it. Now, do you believe that the science books say that it's a constant? Right? Because you're kind of equivocating here. You're talking about two different things, one of which you know, and the other one you disbelieve. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that was.
Can you say the same thing? Can you indicate the same thing that you at the same time know?
I don't equate knowledge with belief. It's two different subjects to me. I don't put them together. So I can only say what I said there, right? Is I know that the speed of light is a constant, but yeah, I don't believe it.
Why would you claim to know something and simultaneously say that you don't believe it?
Because it's regarded as knowledge.
So knowledge doesn't have to be true.
That's regarded.
Yeah, so knowledge can be false.
In the definition of knowledge, right?
Yeah, that's where I want to go.
That would be regarded. Wait a minute. That would be regarded as knowledge, right?
Can knowledge be false?
Yeah, of course it can. Because it's not truth. Truth won't be false, but knowledge can be.
But if you know something that is false, how do you know it?
That's exactly.
Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah,
what is it that you know if the statement is false?
Well, that depends. Well, that depends. If you were saying, for example, there's certain things, there's certain what you said there, the opposite, that paradigm you mentioned there. There'll be certain things that you can never ever know. So you can never ever be sure 100% that the knowledge that you know is false. There is actual no way to 100% differentiate. We can only do that through experience, for example. You know what I mean? We could only do that. We could only relate that to the experience that we've had to regard that knowledge is either true or false, and it depends how much. But that's
and that's why we distinguish lowercase knowledge and uppercase knowledge, right?
Well, no, it's still knowledge. It's the one thing, and that's what happens. See, what you've done now is you've what do you call it? You're making it into a micro. You're splitting up the word knowledge into little subsections and stuff like that, and that's when it gets all tricky, and then anything goes. It's yes and it's no at the same time.
So what's the difference in these two statements? I believe that
Can't
light
hear
in a
you.
vacuum. Oh, sorry.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. Thanks for that. What's the difference between these two statements? I believe that light is not a constant. Light speed is not a constant in a vacuum, and I know that light speed is not a constant in a vacuum.
Well, they're actually they're the same kind of that they've got the same implications.
So you're saying that then there's no difference between holding a belief and having knowledge?
Yeah, well, I would be in that case. Yes, I would be saying that. Yeah, in that case.
That was really cool. I appreciate that answer.
But you notice I said that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm pointing out. I could argue both ways, even though I agreed with you. If you pressed further, I could come up with, not saying a perfect argument, but I'm sure there would be someone out there that could have totally put another argument across, because there's always two aspects to it, and that's the point about the knowledge thing. You can, if there's always another argument for and against it, and when you go into philosophical and things that you can't touch and stuff like that, then it's then anything goes. You can be right and wrong at the same time, kind of thing. In philosophy,
Ali, what do you think about belief with reason and belief without reason?
Well, what do you mean? What reason, as in evidence? Or I've got a reason for believing that, or reason as in
a justification,
thought process, qualification,
a justification,
or justification, right? Okay.
So that's where I want to show, because I'm kind of like surprisingly almost agreeing with you on certain aspects of this, because I think really that this is about, okay, you can know things that are wrong. So I can misinterpret something and I think I know what I'm talking about, but that's a self-deception. I'm wrong in that knowledge. And I kind of see what you're going there. So what I'm trying to do now is look at knowledge as a topic and say, I want my knowledge to be correct. I wanted to adhere to the truth to the best of my ability. Is kind of what I'm saying.
Right, and that's where you go into the question, the limits to our knowledge. Can we attain all knowledge about all things, right? And
that's just drifting it into reducto ad absurdum.
No, but that's what happens when you go.
No. I'm not even trying to go there, because I accept that I can be wrong in everything I know, so I'm not even going to go there.
Yeah, but to have this conversation, that's what I'm saying. So you can leave a conversation where we're going to finish it on that level there, and that'll be the end of it, kind of thing. But there's a bigger knowledge that we don't truly know. We have to accept that we don't truly know, even with evidence in front of us and stuff like that, or consensus or whatever.
There are things, and I'm going to speak philosophically, beyond my axioms, establishing that, I have axioms that I accept. Beyond that, there are things I can know for certain. There are things that I would call proofs.
I accept that.
Yeah. So that's where most of those proofs tend to be what I call systemic. So math is a systemic truth. 2 + 2 = 4, because 2 objects plus 2 objects equals 4 objects. That's a systemic truth in our worldview.
That would be like deductive reasoning.
I'm not. I'll probably go. I'm not sure if I'd go deductive or abductive, but
well, you're deducing, for example, 2 + 2 is 4 kind of thing through.
Yeah, it's a systemic.
That's not deductive. That's analytical.
Yeah.
Analytical. Okay, right. Fair enough. Yep. Go on then.
So it's systematic. Because we have the system that we use. That system equates that an input equals an outcome, whatever that input and outcome may be. So that's one type of knowledge that I can have strong certainty on.
Almost mechanical kind of.
Well, again, it's about the fact that we have a mathematical system. We apply that mathematical system consistently. It's the same way as people. A lot of people, Christians especially, say you can't have objective morals. And I said, well, yeah, I can be a Boy Scout, follow the code. That's objective to me. It's not part of my mentality. It's external to myself. You might say it's subjective to the people that put it together, but that's not my problem because it's objective to me.
Do you believe in objective morals then, Bruce? Sorry for quickly.
Not from an abstract perspective. So again, it's a systemic. You can have it. It's the difference.
Yeah, I'm
between,
the same. I'm the same. I get what you mean, right? Sorry.
Yeah. So it's the difference between arbitrary, which is an accusation, because arbitrary is not systemic. It's
yeah, I get it. Yeah, exactly. There's
or a systemic, or a systemic system where you have a rules framework, whatever that rule is. As long as you apply it systemically, then I think that's objective. It may have a subjective source, but it is an objective entity in itself because it can apply to multiple people, and it is not of their
restrictions. But that kind of system's got restrictive.
Yeah. So it's not wholly external to all humanity, which is kind of what people want to try and make
I got it.
Yeah, cool. So back knowledge. So again, I mean, when I look at knowledge, I want to know things. As I say, my desire is to know things that are true and to try and recognize things that are false, because that to me is good knowledge versus bad knowledge. And what I want is good knowledge. So in my world, great, I can accept your general description of knowledge, but what I want, in my view, under my definition, is good knowledge. I'm done. Sorry about that. I was a bit lengthy.
No, that was fine. That was fine. Because I was going to ask you, does do you sort of demand that all knowledge has to be true or false? It has to be an
absolute, no.
An absolute in either way, no.
No, I mean, again, beyond maths, I think in the real world it's difficult to do that. So again, it goes back to the hard solipsism problem. I have experiences. Yeah, I have some form of existence, but that existence could exist within a virtual world, and all this input, I'm guessing, and all this experience isn't actually real. So that is a premise of why we have to accept fallibility, because there is no real good answer to the question of hard solipsism in philosophy. So that's why most people take what's called an axiomatic approach. Whether you realize or not, you
like a safety net kind of thing, a place they can call home.
The real world is around me. Other minds exist. That's kind of our foundation point. Axiomatically, they're all things very difficult to philosophically demonstrate.
Yeah, and it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like a safety zone kind of place where people can say, all right, I've got it, but they're kind of doing themselves a disservice because they're subjecting their opinions to the opinions of others, kind of thing, and giving away that kind of flowing kind of thing. They've put it because the people that we listen to. Wait a minute, let me finish this, please. The people that are telling us what reality is like, they think that nature's mechanical. They think it's like clockwork and stuff like that. And they've been able to show certain patterns that make it look as if they are, but when you have a look a bit deeper on, right? Whereas it's not really a mechanical thing, and like knowledge isn't really a mechanical nature. The minute you put things into boxes and you start defining, you immediately constrict. You constrict attainable knowledge, whatever it could be, certain knowledge, because you're in a certain system. You've got a systematic way of doing it. It's mechanical. That you might say, right, I've got in my system, there's no half numbers. So when a half number, say you end up with a value of 2.5, you go, fuck's sake, right, that doesn't exist. Moving on, because it doesn't go with a little.
Or your rule could say, no, I round it down to 2, or I round it up to 3.
I'm just going to finish. I'm just going to finish. But that's where it. But I'm talking like metaphorically. But the problem is that 2.5 or that little anomaly that doesn't fit in with your worldview or your systematic beliefs or your systematic logic or your systematic way of taking knowledge is you're already putting yourself in confines, like even though you think you're. No, I'm not saying that. Even though you think you're not, that's a bad way to explain it. But even though you're unaware of the constrictions, you are kind of from my point
I mean,
of view,
I think everyone has. I kind of again, I kind of not disagree with that. I think people, all of us, have limitations that we place upon ourselves, and some of those we fix as we go through the path of life. Some of those probably will stay with us until we croak. And I don't disagree with that perspective, but I don't think that can affect. Sorry, no, let me rephrase that because that was way too bad. So what I want to say is when, again, that's why I sort of divvied up between bad knowledge, good knowledge. Because good knowledge is something that gets me closer to the truth. Bad knowledge leads me away from the truth, and what I want is the truth. That's what I search for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. But it gives me that question again. What you asked me: how do you differentiate between good knowledge and bad knowledge?
Well, that's the trick, isn't it?
Well, there you go. And that's exactly
No,
it there.
And I agree.
And that's the
I
truth.
honestly agree. I actually.
But anyway, enough of that. I don't want to take up, because I can sit and talk for hours like that. That was a very stimulating conversation I just had with you there, Bruce. Thanks very much. But it can kind of get boring to people that's listening.
Can I just chime in? That was really good. Like Ali just said, that you both had a really productive and very civil conversation. It's good to hear. And I was just kind of waiting for you to kind of get to the end. I was wanting to bring up something. There's a constant problem with in the battle between globe Earth and flat Earth is that in my experience of what I've seen and heard is that flat earthers don't accept evidence unless they've seen it with their own eyes or they've done it themselves. And I just wonder what you think about that, Ali.
Well, not in my case. I wouldn't go to that kind of extreme, although it sounds maybe extreme that I demand certain. But I would agree with you. A lot of them will use that as an excuse. It's like a default argument, and I think that's not a really. It's I demand to see it for myself. No, I can accept videos. I can accept explanations and demonstrations. Doesn't matter who's doing it. If it matches with what the story that I've been fed, or the way the objects act and all that kind of stuff, and I don't have any questions. I go, oh, that's brilliant. Oh, perfect, and go away. I'm not looking to debunk. If someone starts telling me about molecular biology and stuff like that, I'll listen to it and not try to debunk it. Don't care whether I believe the Earth is flat or anything like that, because I find the subject fascinating. But I have to admit, there's some people that do kind of go to that. Or if I will, have you done it yourself thing? I mean, that's like, then if you're asking a person that, you can never say, hey, look at it, get the guy to watch a video that you never made. You know what I mean? It's like putting demands on the other person, kind of thing. The cheap shots, man. Cheap shots on both sides as well. But as I say, but yeah. But I personally, I try not to. I try not to do that. I'm kind of aware if I'm putting too much demands on someone to produce certain evidence, and I'm being a dickhead about it.
It's a big problem.
I can talk to that too.
Travis, go
on. I think that it's ultimately a false dilemma for someone to criticize a flat earther for coming to the conclusions that the Earth is not what we've been told, by saying, "What, did you watch it on a YouTube video?" I think that's a false dilemma, because YouTube is simply a medium of information, and I don't see YouTube as any different than going to a college course and having.
Can I just Could I just?
Stand up and give a persuasive speech.
I don't really want
on
to.
equal rights.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you. I didn't say anything about YouTube. My question about my observation is that it's highly likely that a flat earther or any conspiracy theorist for that matter is not going to accept any kind of evidence unless they've seen it with their own eyes.
Right.
What do you think about that?
Right. I was trying to answer that, John. My point was.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. My point ultimately was, I don't think that 99% of the flat earthers have ever done their own personal experiments. They might have researched things. They might have looked things up. That's fine. But I honestly, I don't know anybody who's ever made those claims for themselves. So I would never make that claim. And Ali said that he would never make his claim. But my point ultimately, I think, was just simply that that we take in information and we analyze that information logically. So when I first came to Earth, I didn't see a presentation. I didn't see a demonstration. It was simply an argument from logic, and it made sense to me, and that began my journey. So I didn't have to test anything. I didn't have to prove anything. I simply processed information and analyzed it logically.
Well, so the two statements of analyzing it logically and having it make sense to you are contradictory to each other. If you are willing to discard things that simply don't make sense to you based on your current understanding of the world, then you can never learn anything more than you already know or supposed to be true. Also, if making sense to you and being obvious to you is the criteria that you measure things by, then you are not using logic. Then you are using instinct and.
Yeah, if you want to have a discussion with me, that's fine. But you're putting words into my mouth, and you are criticizing a straw man because you made claims that I didn't.
Oh, you were on Charles, talking to Charles a while back, and you gave an example of that.
I'm sorry?
You were talking to Charles, Flat Earth Math, on his channel some time back. And one of the examples you gave was talking about looking at the sun and the moon and basically saying that because they look the same size, it was logical to deduce that they were the same size.
That's correct. That is, yes.
Right. Well, to me, that's a perfect example of what Barney's saying.
Well, okay.
Is that your position, Travis?
Yes, unless there is additional information that proves I should question that reality. Yes, the sun and the moon are relatively the same size. That's correct. I have no other reason to assume otherwise, right? That's what I'm saying in terms of the observations that we make. If I'm observing a building and I can see a building, that's all I need to say about it. I don't need to say, hold on, just real quick, because earlier it was brought up, I don't know if it was John or somebody else that just said, well, you aren't taking into account the radius of the Earth, okay? I don't have any need or any compulsion to insert that variable. It doesn't exist in my world. I simply look out and see what I see what I don't see, and that happens to be because of the atmosphere, not because of anything else.
You just said that from the observations that you can make, you're happy in thinking that the sun and the moon are the same size.
Relatively the same size, yeah, because I don't know what size they are unless, of course, I have a filter and go through that process. But even if you did that, right? Okay, so let's say if we did a filter and we took a still shot of the sun and the moon, I would say that the end result would be that they're relatively the same size. The only thing that
Yes, they are. they are. I mean, if you sorry, Travis, but they are relatively the same angular diameter. As we see them, they're about the same size. But do you think as distinct objects, do you think that they're both the same size?
Well, I mean, I don't have to like write a paper or get a passing grade on anything, so I'm not going to make any definitive statements. I don't know how to be any more clear. The sun and the moon appear to me to be the same size.
So
Okay,
if
so
they're the
if
same
I-
size,
not really logic,
there's a very simple question to this. If they're the same size, that would kind of mean you agree that perspective works, so they should be the same sort of distance away.
Sure. Yeah, you bet.
Why don't they bump into each other at eclipses?
I don't know. Who knows?
So that's a question that you've not got an answer for, that says, well, they can't be, they've got to be a certain distance further away or nearer to us than each other. One has to be nearer than the other. So they can't be the same. No, because otherwise they would bump into each other. That's just general common sense. That's what we would observe.
Okay,
in any other.
No, if they were at different heights. If they were at different heights, they wouldn't bump into each other.
Well, then they wouldn't occlude each
Or
other.
change heights during the rotation.
Right.
But again, then again, Ali, there'd be different distances. One would be close to one.
Doesn't
would be
matter.
further.
I can explain that as well.
Hold on, Ali. Hold on, Ali and John. Just again, John, you're making claims that depend upon your having knowledge of what's going on up there, and you don't. Neither do I. I'm not making any claims. What you're saying makes perfect sense to me. That's where I'm going to differ from a lot of you guys and say, yeah, what you're saying, that makes total sense. If they're the same size, then they should be in the same line of the same path, right? And so why don't they bump into each other? What you're not going to get from me is a made-up story that I can't verify as to why. I don't know.
I'm just using pure logic.
No, but you are assuming that they are what you think they are up there, and therefore they operate on the same physical.
I can do things like spectroscopy, which we use for lots of different things. And one of the things that we know is, the candescence of the element will register in its light frequencies. We'll see those patterns, and we know kind of what it's kind of made of. So we do have some information for it without going to any of the, huge amount of evidence that we have outside of all that. And the second thing I can say is, well, I know that people on Earth have bounced signals off the moon and received them back. I know, because I've actually done it, I've used to do network architecture and design. And one of the things I did for about a year was go and help out in former Yugoslavia, putting all their telecommunications together. I did get paid for it, so it's not like I was doing it for charity, but it was something that I wanted to go and help out to do. And one of the things that I used to do that was called, it's a cable meter. And a cable meter uses a process called time delay reflectrometry. Yeah, that tells me how far away a break in a cable is, so I can go and fix it. Now, when I'm doing satellite communications, which I've also done from oil rigs, we use something called GNSS TDR, which is the same thing, time delay reflectrometry, but it's for radio waves as well. Works in exactly the same principle, exactly the same maths. It's repeatable, it's testable, and it works.
Okay, what's your point?
So I know that I can hit a satellite 30,000 miles away.
Okay.
But that's too complicated. Plain truth. If what you're saying is true about your use of logic and reason and observations, I can propose an experiment that the two of us can do, or that you can do on your own, or I can do on my own, that will, by your criterion, invariably show that the Earth is round, or at least that it's curved. Right? It is one of the first experiments which showed that it is round, and it is called the Eratosthenes experiment, right? Eratosthenes, you don't need any special equipment, you need a couple of sticks at far enough points. Well, actually, you need 2 sticks to get it to, it is either round or the sun is near, and you need to add a 3rd stick to point that the sun is really, really far away.
Okay, I have a question for you, Barney.
Go ahead.
have you seen the video that Dr. Zach put together addressing this issue?
Nope.
Okay. So again, a lot of my education comes from watching videos. So the Eratosthenes was something that I came across early on in my education. So it's only been information. So I'm aware of what you're talking about. Dr. Zach, so Dr. Zach and his friends did a demonstration where if you have a local sun and you perform the same measurements, you get the same result. Now, hold on.
Finish.
Now, all I'm saying is I have two different explanations that I'm holding in tension, and I understand the arguments of both of them. And right now, my experience is leaning toward not spherical, but I have two things that I can refer to that address your issue.
So that's great. Wait, please don't interrupt this one. Please let me finish the line of reasoning. So that's great if you're aware of it and if you know of the problem of the local sun. So if you take two sticks, you can get a measurement of a flat Earth with a local near sun. However, if you do the same measurement with 3 sticks, then any pair of sticks between themselves will point to a different local sun. Whether if you take the spherical Earth, no matter how many sticks you take, they will all point to the same distant sun. And that's why I proposed that second part of the experiment, where if you add more than 2 sticks, then that ambiguity that you have just presented literally goes away.
Right,
and then you're down to the logic of I have one possible meaningful answer. Do I accept it or not?
Okay, I have a question. So
go ahead.
You said the sticks point to the sun. Were you using point to in a figurative way or literal
In a figurative way? In a figurative way. They are vertical to the ground, but they indicate the information. They point to the information, to the conclusion of a local sun or a distant sun, right?
Yeah, I understand.
If you are willing to do that, you can. If you are willing to add one more stick or any number of sticks, you will literally discount the local sun immediately. Or you can come to the conclusion, but you can come to another conclusion, which is what some of the flat earthers kind of how they solve this problem, which is everybody in the world sees their own local sun, right? There is no real sun, local or otherwise. And the position of the sun is relative to the observer in some way that we cannot explain. But that then violates your own criteria of I'm keeping it logical and I'm keeping to the simplest solution of what I observe.
Right. So how many people would I have to have cooperating with me, and what's the distance I need to measure?
You can have as many people as you have sticks, or you can do it yourself if you're so if you're going to do it at the same time, you need at least 2 more people, each with a stick. And the accuracy of the measurement at like 100 kilometers apart will give you a difference of 1 degree of angle. So depending on the length of your stick, that will be, I don't know, a part of an inch, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So let me go through just a thought experiment with you. If you're measuring a geometric shape, a triangle, that is, it's not spherical geometry. It's just simply a triangle. And you make that triangle, say 100 miles apart from each point. Are those tangents ever going to curve if it's a geometrical shape, if it's just linear?
Come again? I didn't understand the question.
Okay. we're not talking about spherical trigonometry or spherical math. We're talking just simply about measuring 3 points, right? So
we're measuring 3 triangles, right? Where the short sides of the triangle are the length of the stick and the length of the shadow.
okay, I understand. You're saying, okay, so your triangle is based on the shadow of the stick itself.
Yeah, the positions of the sticks, the fact that there are 3 of them, those are kind of irrelevant to the experiment itself. You can put them anywhere and still plot it.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
Guys, can I enough apart that you can measure the difference of the length of the shadow?
Barney and Travis, can I just say something just now? If that's okay, I don't want to
Go ahead.
You're having a good conversation. I don't know if you know the channel Fight the Flat Earth, FTFE. He's organised a project for this equinox, and he is, I believe, he has got about 2,500 people on board to do this experiment. People all over the world, and I would imagine it will be quite conclusive. So it's, we're talking about, if you had two examples in your data set, it could be, it could be a flat Earth, it could be a globe Earth. More than 2, then it starts to fall apart. But yeah, as I said, I mean, I think he's got something like, it's between 2,000 and 3,000 people to do this experiment on the equinox. Any thoughts?
Awesome.
He plans to do a 24-hour live stream. How much caffeine he will have to ingest over that period, I'm not really sure. But yeah, he's given, I think, quite comprehensive instructions and what have you to all the participants. But yeah, he's got 2,000 or 3,000 people involved.
What do you think he'd do? What do you think he would do if it proves conclusively that the Earth is flat? Then
probably be very surprised.
Yeah.
Do you think if he found that out, do you think he would announce it on his channel?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, with that amount of data points, with that amount of video recording, that would be enough to say, if it proved, if it showed that the Earth was flat, that to me, that would be a huge problem. That is thousands of independent direct observations, and it would make me ask a lot of bloody questions. Full stop.
Yeah, that would make me get very far into flat Earth and conspiracy theories about how the fuck did science get us so misled about all this information.
Well, they would have had to, again,
and why
we have
does
to start.
It work, for fuck's sakes?
Yeah, and how does it work?
I'll be interested to see the outcome if he puts all the data and makes it public and not charge anybody. If he's well within his rights, if he wants to charge people, he's well within his rights. It'll be very interesting.
What he
your feedback. It'll be very interesting.
You're roboting, Ali.
But what he intends to do is all the data live as it's in.
Now John's
Travis,
roboting.
your mic is a little bit hot.
Yes,
All
because
right,
Travis
I'll
has got
jump
his
in.
mic open. Travis has got his mic open, and it's interfering, and it's making everybody else robot.
Oh, sure, Ali. Blame it on me.
Oh, well, it was actually. It was. Oh, well, let me finish my point then, so, because I was roboting there.
God damn it.
You're the American in the room. Be
Yeah.
a minority and like it.
Fight the flat earth. Right, I'm just like, do you think that he would, a guy that's making a living out of slagging people off and stuff like that, do you think he would, if he, it'll be interesting to see if all the data's just, every bit of data's given, released, and then we'll have a look at it, and then we can analyze it, because it'd be really, really hard to, if there's 2,500 people, no matter what they believe, if it's ball earth or whatever, it'd be very, you'll be able to tell with the rest of the data whether anybody's sort of lying about their position or the position of the sun, because it won't match. It'll either be a perfect curve or it's going to be straight.
Yeah, but how would Ali? How would an individual somewhere on the earth know the right thing to do to?
No, that's the point I'm making. Exactly. That's the point. If the data gets released, everybody's data from everybody takes measurement. It'll be very, very hard to hide, because you are so-called lined up an anomaly, a glaring obvious rise in, well, that's strange, happening at that point when everybody else, all the other data surrounding is showing a curve or a line or whatever. They'll notice them, so it's going to be a very, very hard thing to cheat.
Well, what you can do, I mean, again, and there's actually some really good ways where statistically you can look at this and do some interesting analysis. So there are a number of methods. I won't go into the technicalities, but it's like you start to choose things like choose the 5 most distant points, then choose points from one half of a circle, another half of a sample, based on distance and geographic spread as it should appear on the globe. And what you should see, as you say, as you start to look at this, you will see, the sphere shape, oblate, or spheroid, whatever the fuck you call it.
Sea levels as well, Bruce, right? They've got this thing, mean sea level. You know what that means. But it's like there's a difference in actual tide from the east coast of America to Spain of 200 feet. There's a differential, from land. Like it's, I think Spain's 200 feet lower or something, right?
I don't think it's low. I don't think it's quite like that. But I do know that depending on the density of the rocks around it. Yeah, you're right. You can have higher and lower sea level.
Right, never mind that. Okay, right,
I agree, but I'm not sure about the amount.
Those anomalies, or those things will be made very, very apparent with the heights that people are given. I think it's, if he can get 2,000 odd people, that's quite that's a good bit of data. And I have to say, I would have to, I'd be hard pushed to, if it was all done legit and all stuff like that, whatever it came up, it's going to be a hard thing. It might give more questions, it might pose more questions, but then it might answer a load of questions as well.
It does raise the question, how would you treat the data if it came out? Excuse me. Assuming it comes out and supports the shape of the Earth being spherical and all that, what would you do with that information?
Why would you have to ask that? If I go about and tell everybody I'll be honest and intellectually honest with myself, that's such a stupid fucking question. I'll admit it. I won't disappear. The first thing I'll do, I'll make a video and say, hey, by the way, the Earth's a ball. I was wrong. Big deal. So what? Sue me.
Well, I was going to say, Ali, I just like what you said, considering our earlier conversation around knowledge of, well, if I was intellectually dishonest, would I tell you that I was intellectually dishonest? And if I'm intellectually honest, would I actually admit that I know that sometimes I haven't been, and I would say I'm intellectually dishonest, or would I say I'm intellectually honest? Either way, what have we learned?
Well, what we've learned out of that is just a perfect use of what do you call it, circular bullshit, but not bullshit. No, that was just lack of grammar. That was a lack of describing what you just did there. But the point was, I would admit it. I would come out. I don't care.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not emotionally. If it's a sphere, it's a sphere, guys. I don't care. But I would come out and admit it. But I'm just saying. I was asking if Fight the Flat Earth, if he was the only one privy to all that data and got it crunched and
No.
release it. That was the question.
No, he won't be. I mean, you know, I know Cliff's involved quite closely in it, Schrodinger. And that guy has many faults, but you know, I think he's as honest as the day is long. He's someone I'd say to Schrodinger's cat, hold me wallet while I go there, and I wouldn't worry about it.
I'll go into shock, right? Because my first reaction when I first found out there was a possibility it could be flat, the first thing is I just laughed and I thought, what the fuck have they been saying now? And not the people that were saying it was flat. I was on about the lie system when involved, and I just laughed and I thought, oh, right, okay. And I took it like that. But if I found out for a true fact, that knowledge that we are talking about, because
good knowledge
out there, is if I found out for a fact it was flat, then that would cause me fucking problems. Then I would be fucked.
Well, again, go back to our proposition of what we class as good knowledge, and good knowledge is something I feel pretty confident of justifying. So then, if I'm looking at this data as a piece of evidence, I've got to say, okay, how much weight do I think this data gives me based on my current position that I hold as knowledge? Is this knowledge good knowledge or bad knowledge based on this data, or based on these multiple pieces of data? And that's where you start questioning. So it's not about, as you say, right and wrong. It's not about these absolutes. It's about the fact that, are you being reasonable in the knowledge claims that you're making, or are you holding beliefs that you really can't justify to be true?
Well, that's what's happened to me. This is the thing. I'm questioning all the. Well, I'm not really, because it sounds as if I'm in the quest for knowledge. I'm not in the quest for knowledge. I'm just
I am
living the life that's interesting. Right, listen, like how you are interested in history and stuff like that, and archaeology and looking at, and that's your passion kind of thing. This is a really, really interesting topic. How it all began, or what's real and what's not real, and blah blah, all this kind of stuff. But in the end up, you know, I take it as it actually is. It's you know, we'll never. I've accepted we can never ever find out how it all began, whether there's an existence of God, or even if some being turned up and said, "Hey, I'm God." By the way, you would have to look at that, or you know what I mean. You would still have to question it.
It's a claim you would question, because it's a claim that has profound impact, and that's part of what we do when we actually assess.
Yeah, but that's it.
You know,
so
our good and bad knowledge.
Andrews is not. It won't have any impact on my life. It's not going to change. If I found out where I come from, we go, "Oh, that's really interesting, man." Blah, and then talk about it with people and discuss it. But it won't really change the way that.
But you think, and actually that's a really good point, because you think from our perspective, if you know, say, you know, the Aristophanes experiment that FTFE is going to do proves a flat plane. That is a bit of a fucking culture shock for us, because all of a sudden, pretty much, a lot of the things that we hold to be true, we would have to then actually reevaluate and question. Would have to question why things work, how these calculations we have work. Why do they have efficacy? Because that's part of what I always look at. You know, when you're looking at these kind of problems, is if I've got a good answer, that good answer should be demonstrable. You know, so I use the thing like, if I'm calculating the amount of weight that a plane is carrying to another place, I want to be fuel efficient but safe, because that costs me money. Therefore, I can use these calculations to say, you know, this is how much fuel I'm going to need, and this is how much slack space I have over the top of that amount of fuel that I need. And that's what I'm going to fuel the aircraft with. And because the aircraft's a bit lighter, that makes the whole flight a bit more efficient, or I can carry some more cargo.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Or rather, give us a thought experiment. Imagine we have two architects, either you know, both they're structural engineers, and either it's going to be a building or it's going to be a bridge. whatever, it's going to have to sustain weight. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine one of them is a flat earther and the other one is not. Are they going to be able to construct a similar, safe, weight-bearing structure?
Okay, so there's a couple of arguments. So I can use a couple of good arguments to either steelman your point or to sort of reject your point. So if I was steelmanning you, I'd go back to the examples of Gothic cathedrals built in Europe from about the 11th century up until about the 14th, 15th century. And a good example of one of those is Lincoln Cathedral, which was the tallest building in the world until the Empire State Building. Not many people know that. But you know, they didn't have that same concept that we have of gravity at that time. So I would say, would I need to factor in that weight? Because I've got some experience of understanding how to support forces. Now, I can go the other way and say, okay, yes, experience has taught us that certain mechanisms seem to be an effective way to build unless something weird happens, like, you know, San Francisco being flattened by an earthquake the first time.
You do realize that my question was a closed-ended question. It was either a yes or a no. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, I know. I just don't fall for traps like that because I know too much about forces.
It's not a trap.
It is, because it's not a dichotomous
No, it's
answer.
not. No, it's
It's
not
a dichotomous point.
Here's the answer.
It's not a dichotomous point.
Both of them.
Because I'm now going to show why it is not a dichotomous point. So this is why it's not dichotomously correct from your perspective. Okay, the question you asked me is not a dichotomy. It's not yes or no. Because the example I'm going to use is when I actually use the mathematics and the correct use of gravity in those mathematics, what I can do is I can build something that's 2,500 feet tall.
That's not my
or
question.
1,000 feet tall, or 1,500 feet tall. Both of us can build a house probably without caring too much about load bearing.
Okay.
If I want to build something to the extreme,
a bridge?
like a bridge.
No, we don't need to go to an extreme, right? Let's just talk about a bridge, like the Susquehanna River. It's a mile long, right? It's going to have to account for curvature. Can a flat earther and a baller that are structural engineers construct a sound weight-bearing bridge?
Not if the flat earther rejects gravity in his calculations.
So then how did they construct such bridges and cathedrals prior to incorporating the gravitational formula?
Because when you're building a bridge that's like a mile long and you are expecting it to carry the loads that it carries, you have to actually do some maths. Now, I can build a pontoon bridge and I can roll over maybe 150 to 500 kilos per square meter. Not too much of a problem. If I'm talking about tons per square meter, I need to have something I know is going to bear that weight, because the failure is catastrophic as opposed to someone falling in the water.
I would be very, very happy and impressed if anyone can produce the schematics of the Verrazano Bridge in New York and New Jersey to show that they actually incorporate this magical gravitational figure. Because all that I've seen on the wiki...
You've got a project. Go look.
No, I have. Yeah, all I can do is trace it back to the wiki article where all they say is that it took it into account. There's no other references.
Okay, so what county is that bridge in?
Excuse me?
Sorry, can I just...
Sorry, what? No. I just wait, Alki. I've got a point here because I've lived in the US.
Sorry,
and I just want to make this point very, very quickly. It's just a second.
I'm not trying to derail it. I'm not trying to derail it. It's just that, Travis, you guys are talking about gravity, but with Verrazano, I think the point is curvature. That's all.
No, I'm just using load bearing as an example of why you need to take the effect of gravity. Gravity denotes the fact that we live on a sphere.
Verrazano.
You know, that all of those connected. But the point I was making is that bridge, whichever county or state that it's in, there will be a public records office. You can do a public record request for a copy of those schematics. Have you done that?
No, that's why I'm asking the question right now. Yeah.
So that's what you need to go and do. It'll cost you $10 or $15.
Yeah, of course it will.
Got to pay the man.
can't just go to Wikipedia, Travis, and think you've got all the information you need.
No, all I found was secondary hearsay sources. All they did was state the fact that it took it into account. They don't give the schematics.
On the internet.
Yeah, I did the research because I had a friend of mine challenge me and bring up Verrazano Bridge. When I went and looked into it, all it was hearsay. It had no schematics. It had no data.
You looked into it on the internet, didn't you? You didn't do anything else.
Well, that's why I asked if you did a public access request, because that's something that's really, really simple in the US. It's way easier than here. And you can actually get a public access record for any public document. All schematics for things like bridges are public documents unless they're in a secured or classified area. So that bridge would not be classified as a secured item. So therefore, a public access request will be done. If it is, they will tell you anyway and refund you the money.
Awesome. Great. I'll look into that.
The other thing I was going to ask is, you were looking at Wikipedia or whatever it is. Were the engineers or architects or whatever involved in the project actually cited and mentioned in the article?
Right. That's what I'm saying, Al, is that when I went and researched it and looked up different entries about Verrazano, they made the claim and they made the statement about it taking into account the Earth's curve, but there was no citation. So that's absolutely worthless.
Well, I was asking because the Humber Bridge is another one that's the same, but in that article they actually tell you the name of the firm that was employed to build it. So obviously, if you had that information, you could contact whoever it was directly.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, Travis, just when you jumped in, we were talking about something else. The Eratosthenes.
Oh yeah. That's the other thing I wanted to bring up.
What do you think about that?
Well, here's where my thought was. If I asked all of you, however many of you are here, to write down your understanding of the original event, like, the very first thing that Eratosthenes started thinking along these lines, could you all write down a uniform narrative, or would it be so diverse and confusing that we wouldn't know which story was correct? I'm just curious.
We could all. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, for experience from all these hangouts, when people talk about it, especially when flat earthers are arguing that it's not valid, it gets misrepresented as being proof that the Earth is a sphere, as in that's what the point of it was, but it wasn't. The point of it was to measure the circumference, and the assumption was already made that it was a sphere based on other information.
Pythagoras mainly.
Okay, that still didn't answer my question, and but
yeah. So my version is that I know that the actual what actually is supposed to have happened is there were 2 points, 2 data points, and it was purely a measurement of circumference. It wasn't a proof of sphericity. Whereas to get proof of sphericity, you need multiple data points.
So you're telling me that Eratosthenes intentionally set out to measure the circumference?
Yes.
And he did so with what instruments?
Sticks.
A stick.
Well, actually, it was a well and a
great.
stick.
Yeah. Right. Okay, right. So
I can tell you the entire story.
Hold on.
Everybody here can tell the entire story.
Hold on. So just stopping right now, Al said it was sticks, and then we had someone pipe in.
A well and a stick.
I didn't. Well, who? When I said originally, what were the instruments?
John Watson said just sticks. That was me.
Okay. So John Watson said sticks. That's a bit of my point. My point was we've got 2 different narratives. So which is it?
I was just
well involved
in sticks. With the
I will give the right story is basically what happened. The story is Eratosthenes was observing the fact that, hey, isn't it weird on the summer solstice there doesn't seem to be a shadow in the well, and someone said, oh, that's weird. I was in blah de blah. There was a shadow there, I'm sure. And he said, well, this is weird. We should try and measure this. So he set up the sticks experiment and basically said to one of his slaves, by the way, I need you to pop 800 miles south to a city beginning with S. I think it was Stygia, but I can't honestly tell you off the top of my head. He then paid some people to measure the distance, which they gave him in stars. And from that, he did his calculations.
Okay, so hold on. Before anybody speaks, I didn't hear any mention of the fact that he intentionally set out to measure the circumference. He simply made an observation and then had a contrary information in. That is, someone else said, oh, well, I was in another place and there was a shadow. So to me, it seems to go against the fact that he set out to measure the circumference of the Earth, and he's just making some strange observation that he's trying to figure out certain things. So again, right there, we have two different.
Well, it's proceeding.
Wait 1 second. Or as someone who claims to have actually studied ancient documents, you also know, especially in the Greek, that they like to give a flair to their narrative, don't they?
Okay, do you have great. Do you have a citation or a reference I can look up to see what you're talking about, Johnny?
You know,
what narrative are you referring to, John?
Travis, it's all very well kind of trying to poke holes in the original experiment, but with the whole point of what we are talking about right now is that this experiment is being replicated at this equinox with 2,500 data points.
Is a red herring. This is a red herring. I was asking you guys.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
No,
Because
that was the original point. So your point would be the red herring.
No, I asked if I could ask a question or bring something into the discussion.
Yeah. He's leading the conversation. If you go off that conversation, you're bringing in a red herring.
Ask him what he would do with this information. I'm sure that was how that actually started. John Watson asked him to pitch in on the discussion about FTFE's Eratosthenes experiment or observation, and he came back with the question about the original one. He gets an answer, and now he's going down that rabbit hole of, oh, well, prove it to me. He's not addressing the original question.
I think you're missing the point of what he's saying. He's saying that we have different narratives and that people are understanding the original story in many different ways. So he cannot be sure what the actual state of affairs with the original experiment is.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
That's okay. That's the point that you can give him. It's fine. It's fine. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Barney.
John.
Okay.
Let me finish the sentence. John, let me finish the sentence, please.
Well, go then.
Thank you. So, I can give him that completely with complete peace of mind. Yes, we will probably tell different stories because the stories are not the relevant part. The thing is that if you take Gnomon measurements, you will get the lengths of shadows. If you do the experiment that Eratosthenes did, as many have done, you will get different lengths of shadows, and you can correlate those to either a small local sun with two sticks, or multiple small local suns, or to a single distant large sun. Regardless of how much stories diverge.
Yeah, I'm going to make a base, just rudimentary statement, and that is this. If you take a stick or a post in the ground from St. Louis and a measurement of a shadow in Albuquerque and then a measurement of a shadow in Los Angeles, the only thing that you're going to have is the measurement of a shadow. That's all you can get. You can't get any more information or draw any more other conclusions than that. That's it.
Okay, you're violating logic.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Because I can't make any conclusions about anything else except for the length of the shadow. That's it.
And the length of the stick. And those things are in correlation. And if you put your stick vertically up in the ground, then you can draw a triangle. And you can compare that triangle to another triangle at another space. And the what's it? The longest line of that triangle should be pointing at the sun, and you can measure the direction that that line is pointing in, and then correlate those different lines to see whether they point at the same sun.
And with one observation, what do you hope to come to? What conclusion would you come to with one observation?
Okay, first of all, this is not something that I feel necessary to express in my world. But since you're asking me the question, again, the only thing that I'm going to be able to tell you, like Barney said, and he gave some more variables, sure, the length of the stick, the length of the shadow, the direction of the shadow, those are all things that are physical and observable, yes. But that's what I'm, right. But all I'm saying is that's all we can do is make those observations. We can't infer anything else about it beyond our measurement of the shadow and the stick and the direction of the sun.
And what if there was 2,500 observations like the
You're going to
like the
have
one?
2,500 different
Observations.
or not, maybe not different. I don't know if they're going to be different, but you're going to have 2,000 records of.
So 2,500.
Okay, so if those 2,000 observations on a flat Earth, if you take a flat Earth model and model those observations on a flat Earth, you get 2,000 different suns, and on the spherical Earth you get one sun. Can you not infer that the spherical Earth is then the correct interpretation?
Well, again, you're simply making a statement that I would have to verify whether or not that's the case.
Well, it will be verified in a couple of weeks.
I'm asking if that were the case. Right? I'm not saying that is the case. I'm asking if that were the case, would that be a proper inference? As an answer to your question or to your statement of we can't infer anything.
I suppose that I would have to, if it was presented in a paper or in an argument, I would have to analyze that information. I don't think that I don't feel comfortable giving you an affirmative or even a denial without more information.
No, he's doing a thought experiment.
You're still missing the point of the question.
Yeah, if it is, not it is. If it proves to be true that this is the conclusion of the observation.
I'm telling you, I don't believe there's enough information in.
Oh dear God! It's like you're speaking a foreign language, isn't it?
It's miraculous as well that you can go this far to avoid dealing with so much data as if it just isn't enough, and yet at the same time you'll stake some massive claim on a handful of observations of some dodgy atmosphere.
Yeah, and invoke that you are only using logic and common sense.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Right. So here, like, say for instance, I was alive and mature back in 1968, and I didn't believe the world was round. And then we got the picture of the Earth. I would say that picture is fabricated. I wouldn't have to argue from NASA. I wouldn't have to say that it was CGI or whatever, other than to say it's fabricated. Why would you say that, Travis? How can you say that? They went to space and took this picture. I would simply, again, argue from the mechanics of water. Water does not behave the way that model presents to us. That's what I would stake my claim on.
It behaves exactly as it's meant to on the model.
I'm sorry?
It behaves exactly as it's meant to on the current model.
Okay, but right, so what you're
Where is the
again,
variation?
if you have a narrative that explains how the sun could be 93 million miles away and Venus is the same size as Earth and all of those things, and all of that narrative makes coherent sense, that's all you're saying.
Yes, that's why I proposed the Eratosthenes as an example, the Eratosthenes experiment as an example of an experiment which is really simple to do. You don't need special equipment. You don't need ultra high precision measurements of 1/50 million in precision. You need a couple of sticks, right? That will disambiguate which one of us is right and which one of us is wrong, right? There is a way for it to work on globe Earth. If you look at it from a globe Earth perspective, it just works. And if you look at it from the flat Earth perspective, it just doesn't work.
All right, let me ask you this question real quick, Barney, because it kind of goes back to as an analogy of my structural engineering question. Let's say, what did you say? There's like what 2,500 people doing this?
Yeah.
2,000.
Okay, so let's say that there's 1,000. Let's just cut it in half. Half are flat earthers, half are ballers. They're all going to get measurements, right?
Yeah.
That's all they're going to get. They're just going to get measurements
Yes.
of an observation.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all we can say. That's what I'm telling you. That's all we can say. We can't, unless you bring in more information to impose on how to interpret that. That's where you're crossing the line, because otherwise, all we're doing is measuring the length of a shadow and the direction.
Yes,
in which
and then we are using basic geometry, right? We're not using some weird 10-dimensional tensor calculus as in general relativity. We are using triangles, right? Basic trigonometry.
Yeah, it's a bit like cathedrals needed big flying buttresses to support the walls because they didn't know how to do it, and we don't, because we understand how to make stress flow in a more efficient manner, thanks to science and math.
Travis, as far as I can understand it, I think that FTFE is going to do a 24-hour live stream and collate the evidence, all the data, and actually plot it that day.
Tommy Gonzalez is going to take all the data and he's going to plot it on a flat model.
You're breaking up, LK. What are you saying?
Tommy Grunwald is going to take all the data points and model them in 3D on a flat plane and on a sphere.
I think that we should have a few people do that modeling just to make it all things even. But
all the data points will be available.
I would kind of support you in one thing, that if 3 flat earthers got around to doing it and said we didn't find this, I wouldn't believe them. And if 3 globe earthers did this and said, well, yeah, this is what we find, I would understand if you didn't believe them. So I'm kind of invoking you. Don't put my bias into it. Do the thing. Right?
Is this the autumnal equinox or the spring equinox?
It doesn't matter which day. All that it matters is that you do it at the same time.
Okay, so when
You don't
is
even
this
have to
event?
wait for
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in a couple of weeks. So what do you think? Is it going to be spring or autumn?
You don't need the equinox. You don't need any specific day. You can do it any day on any 3 sufficiently far apart places on Earth, as long as you know how long your sticks are and measure how long and note where you are on like how far apart you are.
That's correct.
Cyrene.
You don't need anything more than that.
Sorry, Cyrene, that was the city I couldn't remember.
All right. So if you can get...
There's no fucking history.
Right. I would believe it if 3 globers found that the Earth was flat, and I as a flat earther, I expect that you would believe it if 3 flat earthers found that it was round.
Is Ali B still here?
No, I don't think so. No, he's not in the chat anymore.
A guy called Osho did this with 24 observers last year.
It's a shame.
Sly Sparkane has done it in the past as well.
Hey,
Nothing to do with it.
LK, it's nice to be on a chat with you. So fucking hello.
Hello. I just think that's something actually you're talking about observations, and I see you're quite avid with your telescope. Some really nice pictures actually you were sharing the other day. There's another guy looking for people to help out with an observation which you might be able to help out with, John.
Who's that?
It's Crow XE. I don't know if you've seen him
No.
on or anything like that. Give me a second. I've put his channel link on the side there. He's looking for people to do an observation which actually ties in with what was being spoken about earlier, the refraction values as you reach the horizon. He's wanting people to observe like a vertical line of stars and monitor them to see the effect of refraction. Essentially, that's the gist of it. But if you jump on the channel and leave him a message if you're interested in joining, he'll give you the details.
Yeah, that's cheers for that. Yeah, that's good.
Cool.
Guys, I've just noticed it's 9 o'clock, so I really should drop. But thank you for the conversation.
I wanted Ali B to still be here so I could tell him that it's Druss. It's not Druce, it's Druss. God damn it.
It's true.
Yeah, Martha. Anyway. Yeah.
But thank you. But yeah, I mean, again, on the whole, show me the cause of gravity thing. I think that was an important point I made, which is, all the laws of physics we can't actually demonstrate the actual cause of.
Sure.
So if that's the reason that you reject gravity, you've also got to reject strong and weak nuclear and the electromagnetic force, because none of them we can demonstrate the cause of. We can only show the effect, and we can measure the effect. And I actually think that's pivotal to plain truth logic. But that was just my point of view.
It's pivotal to Anthony Riley's argument as well.
Yeah, I brought the same point up to him.
I was backing up, so I didn't hear everything. What's pivotal to my argument?
You reject gravity because we can't demonstrate a cause.
Well, that's a part of the argument. I reject gravity because I reject the entire model as a whole. But
so in the same way, we can't show a cause for the electromagnetic, or we can show a cause for the strong nuclear, or we can show a cause for the weak nuclear forces.
That's fine. Just don't make any declarations about what it is if you can't demonstrate a cause.
So you don't.
I mean,
see
you just make an
with that.
observation, right? So you're just making an observation. So you see electromagnetism, or you see displacement, or whatever it is that you want to say. Just simply make the observation and be satisfied with that. There's no reason to build
But haven't you noticed that we're pretty good at manipulating it?
Manipulating what? What do you mean?
The electromagnetic force, for starters.
I hope we're good at doing that.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go back. I gotta go back on mute. I just heard you guys say something, and I just didn't hear
I mean,
so.
but that's the point to think about. So rejecting gravity just because you can't say that someone can demonstrate a cause, on the equal premise, on equal value. If you're holding true to that as a paradigm, you need to reject the other forces as being real as well, and then you need an explanation for why, and you need an explanation for why we can do the things we do.
No, I don't think
with the knowledge that we have.
No, that doesn't follow, because the reason why
does follow.
The reason why, like I said, the reason why I reject it is because the system as a whole is what I'm rejected. So that we're discussing a part of the whole. So if we want to talk about, let's say, displacement, if you want to call that gravity, or if I want to call that buoyancy and density, that's displacement. Or if you want to talk about electromagnetism, right? Those are observations that both of us are going to make in the world in which we exist.
There's a difference, though. There's a difference. Is the fact that if I drop an object, I can use the maths that we have and the observations that we've done to explain what that's going to do, how much force it's going to actually generate on impact, how long it will take to get to the bottom, Yeah, and all I need to know is some very, very simple things about the object that I'm dropping. I can make all those calculations prior, and we can measure them, and we observe them to be accurate. That's your problem. Anyway, I'm going to rock off. Guys, have a good evening.
Travis.
Good night.
Travis, are you still there? Travis?
I think he said he had to mute.
Well,
I was just going to say along the lines of what Truss was saying. My company was called White Smoke. It was a computer software company on literally the premise of what he was saying. It is a flat Earth theory in electronics. Instead of electronics working as the physics describes electronics, how it works is you take white smoke and you just squirt it into the chips and the components, and it works by magic. And the evidence for that is when something dies, there is a puff of white smoke being emanated, and then it doesn't work anymore.
Barney, sorry, you're
Yeah,
wrong there.
capacitors
It's
usually have a
blue
lot of-
smoke. It's blue smoke, not white.
You know, guys, if we're not arguing about something, I think we should give a big shout out to Alan Evans, who I think has allowed this flip flopped thing to fucking carry on.
Yeah, Alan.
Yes.
That's okay. That's not a problem. Got to be a bit
Yeah,
quiet
well,
now because the rest of the family's gone to bed. But
kudos to you, Alan. You enabled this chat to carry on, and
we can carry on
that's a
as
good
long
thing.
as we want.
So thanks for that.
That's not a problem. I would have been sat here at the computer listening
Do you use the
anyway.
HL portion of the tool, or do you just use the RABS portion?
Sorry? You're a bit crackly there, Ken.
It just takes a few more minutes to do the rest of it.
Is Ken talking to us or somebody else?
Sorry.
I guess he's talking to somebody else then.
Yeah, I was talking about our predictive tool.
One thing that is going to happen is in a couple of minutes, the 20 people still watching us are going to lose audio for about 75 seconds.
Ooh.
This is because I have an unregistered version of Voice Meter Potato because I've still only been playing with it, and I really didn't think we would be going for 6 hours, including most of Jose's original stream.
Yeah, I made that mistake before as well.
So yeah, they will lose us for 75 seconds in a couple of minutes. I will restore the audio as soon as I am allowed to, when it goes off. But we can carry on talking for as long as people want.
Oh, I was just going to say, this whole idea of you just see something happen, that's it, that's fine, just forget about it. What a world it would be if that was the way everybody actually treated everything. You know, there would never be any reasonable discovery. We wouldn't understand how anything works. Such a weird way to think.
And but it doesn't matter about quantifying things. We can do experiments without quantifying anything. I was kind of absolutely gobsmacked when Mr. Riley said that earlier.
But it's so always about like trying to win an argument more than it is about making sense. And hypocrisy is just like the name of the game. You know, you never get a full statement out of somebody like that without them doing a bit of doublespeak. Because it's really just whatever suits at the time. So they'll happily go back into things they've said previously if at that moment it seems to support their argument.
Yeah, it's really difficult talking with some of these people because they just ignore everything you say.
Yeah, and that's why it gets so frustrating and tempers flare, because you hear the same things so often, and it's the same excuses every day and same cop-outs, the same tactics employed. And that's what, well, obviously I can mainly only speak for myself, but that's the kind of stuff that just gets on my nerves. Is it when you're so used to hearing it and you've heard it like 1,000 times before?
Yeah, I mean, I like to talk about radar systems because they tend to be like the poor old people out in YouTube land are about to lose the audio for a second because the countdown timer has hit 0. Yeah, I like to talk about radar because at 200 kilometers distance, the difference between what you would see on a flat plane and what you would see on a globe.
Well, Alan, I think you cut yourself off.
That'll teach him.
Well.
Radio, GPS, the southern solar point, sunset, sunrise. I mean, these things are just so unambiguous.
Right. I mean, so much of it is kind of irritatingly poor logic, but I think one of the things that really bugs me the most is this whole denial of the sky thing. It's your primary point of reference out with the surface you're standing on, and using an external frame of reference is like a crucial part of your entire life. It means you navigate your way through the world unless you're blind. It's not something that's unusual to look at something external and relate it back to where you are, the shape of the thing you're on, the way you're moving, whatever. It just depends. But it's like a simple cop out to just get rid of all that stuff, and you have to make up these silly stories about it being some kind of weird metaphysical realm that you don't know anything about. But all that matters about it is it's a fixed point of reference, and there's a lot there that you can use and work with to figure things out. It doesn't matter ultimately what it is.
They'll say things like, we don't know how big it is, and it's like, well, yeah, but when I send a container ship from Australia to the United States, they have a certain amount of fuel on there, and if it was double the distance, they wouldn't make it. Plus, they'd be a month late.
Right.
They get there when they're supposed to be, the amount of fuel going at a given speed, and there's so many ways of verifying this. It's not funny. You just got to think a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other one, very common one, especially with certain flat earthers, is, there is no mapping model. They try, when they realized basically that every time people were saying, well, show us a map, it was messing them up. They've kind of backed themselves into the corner by saying, well, we don't need a map and all this kind of stuff. But it doesn't, they start making up excuses to get around it. Like, oh, what if it's bigger than what they tell us, and that's irrelevant because we know about the places we know about, you know what I mean? We know what the continents there is and what the distances are between them and all that, just like you're talking about, how long it takes to travel, how much fuel, etc. So all that information is available, and it can only be configured in a certain way where everything works as we know it. It doesn't matter if it is a flat plane and there's lots of different ponds, as one of the theories go, or that it extends infinitely or something stupid like that. Right. The part that we are on, we know and we've measured it and we travel all over it. And so all that information can be used to determine its overall dimensions and the relationship between each space. So it's only going to that configuration is only going to work one way and one way only.
Oh,
So sorry.
There is one thing regarding map that reminds me of that I saw in the chat last night. Which is correct? The distance from the North Pole to the equator, or the distance around the equator? Because they both can't be correct on a flat plane.
That's a good point. The thing is, I think that when you go back to the kind of the standard argumentation, it'll come back to this stuff about, well, have you been to the poles? Have you been to Antarctica and things like that? So anything that can be measured in the kind of portions of the Earth that we know and we use often, all the continents, the equator, obviously, out of that, the two examples you've given, there's a good way to do it. But most people aren't necessarily going to make travel to the North Pole. You know what I mean?
I haven't been to the poles, but I have spoken to somebody via the internet from the South Pole.
See, that's the thing. You look into these things, and there's multiple different people have been to, for example, Antarctica through whether they be working, tourists, whatever it is. You can look it up, and you can get flights, you can get boat trips, and so on. There's all these different ways that you can make your way there, and yet for some reason it's treated as a mystery, and you're not allowed to go there. And when you say something like what you said, it's just instant dismissal. Well, you weren't there yourself. You know what I mean?
Why isn't FE Corps going there to go and look at the 24-hour sun? I mean, talk about it. If that doesn't happen, you've just crushed the bowl. One test, 10 grand, done.
So how many? I can't remember what it was, but they put like a huge amount of money into the laser test at Lake Balaton.
Yep, and that's inconclusive. Go to the South Pole, you show me a 24-hour sun, that's going to either totally disregard the ball, because I contend it's going to be there.
The laser test was a dumb thing to do, but they were willing to put thousands and thousands of dollars in it instead of doing something like what you were talking about. It's insane. And what was this? They did something else. I think they just did more laser tests, but they were trying to come up with some new surveying method or some nonsense like that. I can't remember.
It's absolutely pointless pointing visible light lasers across the body of water. You're not going to get any at heights above the water of single-digit meters. You're just not going to get any usable result from it at all.
No, because of standard refraction.
Refraction, diffraction.
Diffraction. Yes, but not just standard refraction. All the little boiling pockets of atmosphere that are also rolling around and being little prisms and stuff that's going to move the photons about.
Yeah, I mean, basically the problem is that the whole test is based on the false premise that a laser is somehow different from some other form of visible light. I think it's got magic properties.
I like the ones who say, get a really powerful laser and it'll do it better. Oh, yeah, a gigawatt. Yeah, that's going to cut the air open.
Yeah, I mean, they pay no attention to collimating the device. Really?
Well, they did. The device they claimed was had really good performance as far as collimation, but I think I can't remember what the measurement was, but the fraction was like at 15 miles, it was like only 3 feet, supposedly.
I think despite being collimated, I think it's still, the distances involved still pretty much caused issues for that. Then there was a leveling problem, as it was pointed out by Sly, with the way it was mounted. What else? Oh, and yeah, the values they put out in their PDF were analysed by Walter Bislin, and he identified the problem with their core math on the refraction values. So there was nothing about it that was useful, really.
Rarely is.
That's the thing, you people will do that. They'll do the analysis on something like that and point out all the problems with it. And if it's flat Earth supposed proof, all you get is la la la, and they just don't want to hear it. But you turn around and give some kind of information or evidence related to the globe, heliocentric, whatever, and they want to pick apart every single aspect of it, rightly or wrongly. They want to drill down into all these little fine details.
I mean, I gotta say, I do the same thing though. When I'm talking to them, I'll go into the details, and then often when I'm describing something, I'll also go into the details. But when I see a flat Earth thing, I pick it apart. When I see a round Earth one, I usually don't pick it apart as much.
That'll be partly though because some of the information that goes on behind it already.
Right.
I really like Terry Davis. I don't know if you heard Terry Davis he's one of the Australian crew that get on. He posted a video that's called Flat Earth Proof. It's 12 minutes of black nothing. It was an accidental live stream with nothing going out. And
that's awesome.
YouTube had recorded it and left it on there, and he put Flat Earth Proof on the title, and it's got a shit ton of watches. This is literally 12 minutes of nothing. Because
now there's also these guys like the guy Jay Tola Media with his infrared video out of the airplane window. Look, I can see Antarctica. I can see the edge of the universe. And nobody looks at that and says, what the hell are you talking about? Because I saw none of the landmarks, and I actually checked his Baja one. And when I looked at his Baja one, it was showing mountains that were only 250 miles away, or 240 actually.
Yeah, there's several people who analyzed these imagery, did a much more detailed analysis than anything he'd done. Properly identified, all the different features that you could see and demonstrated obviously that in the case of, for example, the mountains and stuff, that 2/3 it was missing and all this kind of thing. And of course, all of that just gets ignored. You still get people saying, "Oh yeah, you'd think the world's a sphere or something. Check this out," and they link you to Jay Tolan. And as soon as you see it's him, you just go, "No, this again." You know what I mean? It's like they only see what they want to see, and that's one of the things that annoys me is that hypocrisy of it. You know what I mean? That they aren't what they put themselves across as being. They claim to be truth seekers, but they don't take an objective view and look at all the evidence and see where it actually leads.
Right, there's a lot of hand waving going on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's not important.
That's basically just, this confirms my bias. Brilliant. I'll take that. Whereas if I saw something that somebody claimed was supportive of my position and it was bollocks, I would just straight up say that it was bollocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's something we do a lot. Like people hear us correct each other, like, "Oh no, the speed of light is correct per second, 186, 282, blah blah blah."
You're breaking up a bit there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we'll look at any measurement or anything that somebody does in the rounder. You'll hear people immediately chime in with, "Oh no, you understand that. That's not that round." I've learned a lot just from listening to the critiques of what I talk about.
I've got the rough gist of what you're saying. I mean, like I said, I've done a couple of things here and there, and people have corrected me, and you know, I don't fight it. I mean, if the person is right, or if they know better than me about something and they point it out and whatever, I just put my hands up to it and go, okay, fair enough. You know what I mean? And one of my videos. Oh, sorry, on you go.
So earlier, the statement was made that the radius of the Earth changes. Is that something that you understand and would agree to? Because that's something that I've never heard.
No.
No,
not really. I mean,
Barney
let's-
wasn't being literal about that happening. He was pointing out the flaw, and you saying there's only one reason for something to happen. That's all. He was just saying, well, it could be this, this, and this, and that was one of the examples he gave, just for talking's sake.
Right. So okay. So in my opinion, that kind of rhetoric is useless because if it's not an honest response, it has no honest place in the discussion. So what I mean is that if I am looking at something and I make an observation and I make a reserved declaration as to, you know, what it is I'm seeing, I'm not going to insert an alternative without evidence that there is an alternative. So if someone says, if I say X, Y, and Z, and they say, well, what about T? And I would say, why are you bringing that into this discussion? How does that have any relevance?
Travis, you should. It's a good thing to do to introduce other explanations.
Okay, I disagree with that because if I had
basic science.
No, I think it's try to take this with a grain of salt. I think it's your basic science. I think that's part of the narrative. Like you guys, hold on. Would you agree that science doesn't prove anything?
Yeah, it falsifies.
Okay, I think that's part of your narrative. I don't believe that statement to be true. I don't think that's.
It's not a narrative. It's a method of approaching information logically so that you can better determine the truth of it.
I don't believe that is a valid maxim to
It's logic.
operate on.
Right, it's logic.
No,
so
it's not.
What's wrong with logic?
No, hold on. Okay, so here it is. If I make an observation and I have one conclusion, it's logical for me to leave that as it is without inferring or trying to create 10 other variables that don't exist if I don't know about them, right? If you don't know about it,
but
yeah.
But the situation we're talking about isn't something where you just have one convenient conclusion. It's you don't know what's happening, and you're trying to figure it out. So if you don't know what's happening, you don't get to have one conclusion. You have to figure out what's happening, and by the way you do that is to investigate all possibilities.
You can't investigate a possibility that's an unknown. That's what I'm saying. There's no possibility if you don't know it. If you don't know it, it can't be a part of your variables. You can't so one of the things that I asked Jose a long time ago when he was doing his shots, and he said, you remember that shot of the I think it was a water tower or something like that, a blue and white water tower.
The lighthouse with
maybe
the bands on it?
Okay, yeah, maybe it was a lighthouse. And he said, the only thing I can think of is Earth curve. I said to him, where's your elimination of all of your other variables? He didn't have any.
So you know what you're doing here. You're applying quite a strict standard to Jose's observations.
No,
but
I'm trying to be consistent with your standard. No, your standard.
No, just stop. Don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. I won't interrupt you. So you're applying quite a strict standard to Jose's observations, but you're not actually applying them to your own observations. Because that's the thing that Al K was just saying, that you've got to disqualify everything else. You've got to be open to any other possibility that might disqualify the result of your experiment.
Right. My point in bringing that up to Jose was to apply your standard. Your standard says that you've got to disprove all of the other variables so that you have one left. That was me applying your standard to Jose. And I asked him over and over and over again to show the variables that he eliminated, and he has none. So all he's doing is making an observation and drawing a conclusion, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that.
Well, Jose's not a scientist.
Yes, he is. Yes, I'm a scientist. You're a scientist. I'm a philosopher. You're a philosopher. Yeah, yeah. In the general sense, yes, we are all able to enter those fields on an entry-level basis.
Don't just bump your gums. That's no. We're not. None of us, as far as I know, are career scientists.
Oh no!
Right?
Did I say career? I'm sorry. Did I say that? No, I certainly didn't. Certainly did not.
Yeah. Well. Let's just.
Why don't you move the goalpost? Why don't you move the goalpost there?
Let's just make that distinction. Okay. So we're all civilians. None of us are career scientists.
That doesn't eliminate you from the ability to enter into the field of discussion and have a healthy back and forth and interaction with other people in that field.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think it's a very stupid, narrow argument to have, though. At the end of the day, you're talking about the difference between having a proper scientific approach and understanding how to look at something in a lot more detail and do a lot more analysis on it. Whereas as a layman, you're going to maybe know a couple of things to think of, maybe be able to do a couple of measurements, whatever it might be, but nothing near the amount of critical work that a proper career scientist, or whatever you want to call it, would go into. Saying we are all scientists just because it's possible for us to get involved in it or something, that's no different from saying it about any other career. I mean, I can go outside and kick a football, Travis, but it doesn't make me a professional footballer.
Yeah, you don't understand the fact that I'm simply addressing the ability of everyone to enter the discussion on a certain level. You're right. When you bring up all of those different variables that I didn't mention, when you bring them up, you're changing the discussion. And you're right. Those variables change the discussion. That doesn't detract from or negate or disqualify the statement I made.
See,
your approach
the problem.
is to not try. You're saying, "Oh, sod it. I'm just going to make this conclusion, and there can't be another answer." You know what I mean? Where does that get you? It doesn't tell you.
Watch. Here we go. If you and I, whatever, were removed from the mainstream, and we were neighbors out on the frontier, and we were having a discussion on the shape of our world or the nature of our world, and I drew the conclusion that the sun and the moon must be the same size. And I said, that's my declaration. That's my conclusion. They are the same size. And you said, how can you say that? I would say, I don't have any other information to make me say anything other than that.
And?
And?
That's my point. That's my point. I wouldn't have to try to find other explanations. They are relatively the same size. That's it. I don't have to try to. There's the only reason why.
If we were having a discussion about it, then I would assume the reason for having that discussion is to try and come to a conclusion, in which case you would put a little bit of effort into investigating it and not just go, well, I just feel it's saying this, and not bother to try and investigate it. So that's when you would start doing things like making actual observations over time and measuring the angular size and all that kind of stuff and applying some logic to it. And that would eventually lead you perhaps to a different conclusion.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but that's not the world that we live in right now, because we have a narrative that's being presented to us that this is the way things are. The sun is this, the sun is that, or whatever else the information is. My point was, and this is where I got into an argument with Mark Doxey, right? He and I were arguing about gravity, and he wants to argue for a force. So I came up with the coconut on the island example. We both watch a coconut fall. I go over and pick it up and say, the reason why this fell was because it's heavier and blah, blah, blah. And he says, no, I think there's a force. And I would say, what the hell are you talking about? Where's this force? What's giving you this input to offer that as, I think it's invisible green pixies. It was invisible green pixies that pulled it down, Travis. I mean,
Travis.
You're missing my point. Hold on. You're missing my point in that fact that I'm not going to entertain an alternate without information that would require me to do so.
Okay, are you finished? Are you finished, Travis?
Yield the floor.
Right. Okay. Are you gonna just sit there and play the victim?
Okay, are you creating a straw man right now? Have I claimed victim? What are you talking about?
Well, the way that you've presented yourself is that you're just some kind of defenseless victim. What have you actually?
How did I do that? You're making a claim, John. You're making a claim that I'm.
Let me finish.
Because you're beginning with a false premise. You're beginning with a false premise.
I can say anything that I like. I can.
Well, I'm not interested in entertaining you if you start off with a false premise.
My whole statement, my whole thing could be full of logical fallacies. But the idea.
Right. I object. You are.
The idea of a civilized debate is that one person gets.
I object. Fine. I object.
One person gets to speak, and then someone else gets to speak.
I object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If you can't just be quiet. And I listened to what you.
I know, but I didn't make any false accusations against you.
Let him finish. Maybe you'll find out what he meant.
Yeah. The impression that I get, Travis, is, if you would let me finish, is that you have this sort of victim mentality that you're something is being inflicted upon you, and you're powerless to do anything about it. And in actual fact, you could, if you had to get up and go to actually prove or falsify things that trouble you so much, but you're not going to do it.
You're talking complete shit right now. Everything you just said was completely not true.
Well, of course, isn't it, Travis?
No, okay, listen. I would like you to demonstrate how I've played the victim. How have I demonstrated that?
Well, what have you done personally to falsify the things that you think are wrong?
Have you listened to anything that I've said this entire day?
Yes.
Okay. What hobby do you think I might be participating in where I'm trying to address certain issues? Is there any particular hobby that you might have picked up on?
Taking pictures without modifying your methodology to actually include what would be useful.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm talking to John. I'm not
like
talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to John.
Well, yeah. Well, what was just mentioned there? Taking pictures and talking shit about them. That's not a serious effort.
Okay. Well, again, your example falls short because I'm not playing the victim. I am getting out. I am making observations. I am discussing them. In fact, I'm going to put out one tomorrow. You guys are more than welcome to either comment or maybe join me on a follow-up and we can discuss the things that I'm going to present. But I am, in that way, insofar as I'm able to in the free time that I do have, addressing a particular thing that I find interesting and motivational.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really opinionated about this, it's a really important thing to you. How much of yourself are you going to invest into this? Is this just like a kind of hobby pastime thing, or what?
Okay, so if I go out and take 3 hours of footage, how long is it going to take me to review that footage?
I don't know, and I don't care. But
Okay, well,
tell
no,
me.
I'm answering your question, right? So if I go out and take 3 hours, if I review it straight through, it's going to take me another 3 hours. If I edit it, it's going to take me possibly 9 hours. You know what I mean? So it's incremental. So I'm doing the best that I can. I have hundreds of videos on my channel where I have tried to go through things and present things and discuss things. So it's not as though I don't have a dog in the fight, and it's not as though I'm not getting my hands dirty.
I would argue about that. I mean, I'm comparing you to me, and there is no equivalence.
From the waist up, I hope.
Well, I wouldn't say I have the face of Adonis, but you know, that's all relative. But I'm super keen on astronomy. I've spent so far, and this is just the telescope that I'm building at the moment. I've spent £5,000 on it. I've bought research grade optics, and my life, it doesn't revolve around astronomy, but I make it a big part of my life because it's very important to me. And you're just fucking around. You're I do a couple of hours here, a couple of hours there. Fuck off.
So, I mean, am I supposed to find motivation behind that, or I mean, what is it you'd like me to do, Johnny? Tell me what to do, Johnny. How can I impress you?
You'd have to do an awful lot to impress me.
How can I see? You know, what's interesting about your answers is they are not answers. How can I impress you, Johnny? Tell me how. Give me one thing to do, and I'll do it.
Why are you suddenly calling me Johnny? What's that all about?
Because you just attacked my person with a swear word, and so I'm getting a little bit playgroundish. Okay, so I'm going down to your level.
Yeah, well, put it away. Put down the rage.
I'm not raging. I'm just being patronizing because you just basically, you know, we can go back and play it again. I don't know how you expressed yourself, but you basically, you know, you basically gave me an ad hom attack. Okay, so John,
I don't care.
John Watson, give me one thing to do. Give me one thing to do that'll be a step in the direction that would make you happy, and I'll put a first step forward.
It's nothing to do with what's going to make me happy. That's completely irrelevant.
Well, then why are you passing judgment? Why are you saying anything at all if it doesn't matter what you think?
Well, what I think and what you think is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
You passed a judgment on my my hobby skills. You pass judgment on my hobby skills, right? So that means that you have an opinion. That means it matters to you because you actually said something. All I'm asking.
No, that's not what I was getting at. You've got something to say, and you're obviously, you know, you have a life. You're a busy man, and the time that you can devote to this is pretty short. What I'm saying is, if it really mattered to you, you would adjust your life to devote more hours.
Okay, great. Again, you have now just used language that has a scale of performance to it. Adjust. What would you like me to adjust, John?
If it's important to you, adjust your life and to devote more hours to sorting out this problem that you like to talk about.
Yeah. Again, that's a complete non-answer. It has absolutely no meaning whatsoever.
Doesn't it?
No, it has absolutely. I've asked you for something specific, which I did hours ago about standard refraction, and you waffled and waffled and waffled. It's amazing that you cannot answer a direct question.
Well, ask me something again. If you think that that's not a direct question,
What would you?
Come on, like just do it again.
What would you like me to adjust? Give me one thing that's specific, like one thing, not more time. I mean, I can do that, right? More time, but that's just general, you know.
But I think the basic thing is, Travis, is that I have been heavily into.
Again, you're not answering my question. I got to go on mute.
The thing I would say to him is, actually start recording specifics about his measurements, weather conditions, thermal conditions of the water, barometric pressure, and then find out if there's any kind of patterns to what he's looking at. Do they match with the current model?
Yeah, I wouldn't even go there, Travis. I mean, you're talking to somebody who has been a keen astronomer for years and years, and you're trying to second guess what I'm saying. I don't. It's uncomfortable for me to say, but I actually am an expert in this field. And you're some kind of armchair warrior who thinks he knows everything, and it's just beyond the pale. You don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about. But you still there?
No, he said he had to go off for a minute. He had to go on mute. He's talking to somebody, I think.
But it's just really, it really fucks me off. I'm quite a modest guy, but thinking about it logically, just to try and put out there, I am an expert in this field. I've worked for one of the Royal Observatories in the UK, and for some twat to try and second guess what I'm talking about is just fucking hell. It's too much. It's Al-K, you still there?
I was moving about there. I had to switch rooms and plug the laptop in and stuff, so wasn't really listening to everything that's happened in the last 10 minutes or whatever.
But like I said before, it's good to bump shoulders with you. But yeah, I'd appreciate your input on this. Like just saying, I mean, I've been an astronomer for years, and to have somebody who clearly doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about, it's difficult for me to just.
Well, I mean, I think that applies to everybody, though. I mean, not everybody is necessarily an expert in a certain field, but all the people that are questioning all this stuff, as they like to put it, none of them have a clue. I've yet to encounter anybody who argues against the heliocentric model or the current models in physics and so on that actually understands them, even on a kind of really basic level. Because the thing is, I've always said this, I'm a total layman. I don't claim to be an expert in anything. So from my point of view, it's frustrating for the kind of the opposite reason of what you're saying, because I'm not an expert and I understand plenty of it because it's not complicated stuff to understand. It's really basic stuff. And yet, all the people that I'm arguing against, they act as if it's something really complex, or at least they seem to struggle with a lot of these simple ideas. I mean, look at, for example, the Coriolis effect thing. I mean, that they've been saying that same shit from day one. The horizon always rises to eye level. They've been saying that same shit since day one, and these are basic ideas that are very simple to understand and can be explained to a child, and they'll understand it fairly quickly. And yet, these are grown adults who want to claim that they're far more intelligent than all these other people they're arguing with because they're also woke and they can see through the deception, but they can't understand these simple fucking things. So that's what I find frustrating. They're all like that.
Well, what's funny is that I happen to know that somebody's child recently at preschool did a certain experiment with an egg and some fluids and solids. They're 4 years old.
Somebody is rattling about their mic.
A little bit too windy? Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying, Alan?
I know somebody who's 4-year-old recently did an experiment at preschool that involved an egg, a solute, and some solvent. Oh, and they did the experiment correctly.
Yeah, no doubt. The thing is, as well, is that see this whole idea of questioning certain things, maybe because you don't understand it in the first place for whatever reason. The initial questioning is fine if you don't understand it, but to take it to the extent where it's all being explained to you and the questions are being put to you that you should be asking yourself to figure out whether your idea of how something works stands up to scrutiny, and nothing that you say stands up to scrutiny, that should make you understand it better or change your position on it. But that's not what happens. They don't have an honest way of approaching evidence and ideas. So
Exactly.
That's what's so frustrating.
What's frustrating is, you put the thought experiment, the logic, the reason, and ask them why don't they believe that, and it's obfuscation and change topic.
Well, it's a really important, it's a really, really key, important thing about just having a basic understanding of science, is to observe and to collect the available facts and appraise those facts for quality. That's a really important thing, to appraise the facts for quality, and discern whether or not you should include them into your decision about reality. I think that's the big falling point for a lot of people, that the facts or information just comes in like a torrent, and they don't know how to disseminate what is shite, or sorry, what is to separate the wheat from the chaff, and yeah, they come to a false conclusion.
Yeah, but
So that they actually actively seek to defeat anything that's reasonable.
yeah, it's all about bias, isn't it? So they're coming at it from a position that they're being lied to and everything is fake, and then they have to make everything fit that narrative. It's not an objective review of the facts. You just need to look at Travis here as very often on Nathan Oakley's show, and he brings a lot of that baggage with him. And the people like Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and other people like Dell and so on, these are the people that make it more impossible to have any good discussion on this stuff, because people listen to them telling them to think with these stupid, narrow definitions that are based around attacking something they don't like, not about investigating it, but attacking it and denying it. So in the case of Quantum Eraser and Anthony Riley and Nathan Oakley and all that, you've got this stupid the scientific method. It must be independent and dependent variables in a physical experiment, and all that stuff. Everybody's repeating that now. So these people like Oakley and QE and all that, they make it 10 times harder to actually have any kind of honest discussion anyway, because people latch onto that bullshit. And so they're just going to come at you with this very, very fucking, narrow concept of how things should be. And they're not going to listen to information that strays out with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
And they've gotten to the point where they say that you can't test anything man-made. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
But just to properly quote Anthony Riley, it's a scientific method. It's not the scientific method. To properly quote his words. That always fucks me right off. Just say it. If you're gonna bastardize something, at least get its fucking name right. It's the scientific method. Really annoys me.
That is actually the problem,
anyway.
Though. They say that the scientific method, and it's attached to the idea of it being a singular concept, rather than a group of methodologies that's used to investigate data. So it's a completely false idea, and they've got this one narrow definition, and it's the definition, and there's not, so it's a very controlled way of looking at it.
So let's start from there. Let's start from there, Al.
Fucking.
How would you start a scientific inquiry from your perspective?
I would have a question.
Okay. So
again, observation necessary, although that's nice.
Oh, right, but what forms the basis of your question? Like, are you just like thinking about invisible green pixies?
The world. It could be anything.
Right. I think that from our perspective, we say that there's an observation that brings curiosity to us, and therefore we then ask a question. But you're just starting with a question.
Yeah, no. Usually it has something to do with what I'm thinking. I mean, but it can be a wild guess. Can I cut a fish with a banana? I mean, it can be
right. Well, let's try to be as concrete as possible. I'm really not trying to trick you guys. I think this is going to be a worthwhile discussion. So, is your question structured in the way that a hypothesis would be, where like what? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
All right, a scientific question: Can I melt steel with an ice cube? That's right.
No, so that's the start of a hypothesis.
Okay, so then your next step would be to test it, right?
No. You would have to support that idea with some accepted facts.
So you'd have to justify
to form a hypothesis.
Right. So doesn't that take us back to an observation? Like, that's begging the question. So we would say
no at all. No. If you have an idea about how reality works, you can make a suggestion, and I think this might happen, and I request that facts, and then you can test it. A hypothesis is as yet unproven idea about how reality works. So what Ken you said was completely valid, and it could be validated. Who's got a loud mic?
That was me. I just started my truck.
Well, sort it out.
I just started my truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I was actually engaged with Al. So Al, can you give me like a concrete way that you would start off on what you think the scientific method is?
The scientific method is an umbrella term for using a systematic approach to gathering data
Okay.
and analyzing it to come to a conclusion about something.
Okay.
All right. So
Can you think of maybe
how
a place
you
for us
go
to
about
start?
that can vary, obviously, depending on what it is that you're going to try and record data about. So there are physical things that you can manipulate yourself, and then there's just observations that you can make. It really depends on what it is you want to study. So the
Sure,
natural world encompasses everything that we know, right? You know what I mean? So what you're actually going to do will depend on what your specific area that you're interested in.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so rather than generalities, I wanted to try to go into an area of being concrete. So I was just going to ask you to start us off with not necessarily an irrelevant idea as in cutting steel with ice. Let's actually talk about a real world, something, you know, in the real world that you would actually test and go about it. That's all I'm trying to get to. I'm not trying to trick you guys.
2 seconds, Travis. I just realised that my power isn't plugged in. It's just popped up with the battery warning. Give me a sec. Jesus, talk about timing. Right, sorry. What you were saying that you want some specific example of.
Right, I kind of want to walk through what you said and break it down, right? So you said that from our perspective, we think that there's only one scientific method, but you brought up the fact that there are multiple things that come into play, and so I kind of wanted to break it down to see what that looks like in your world.
Well, this is the problem, right? So you're looking for this specific thing, and the point I'm making is it isn't specific. Your approach is going to be determined by what you're going to do. You know, so the quantum eraser approach is to deny anything that doesn't involve you physically being hands-on. So all observational science is out the window. That's bullshit. You know, as I said, science is about obtaining, collating, analyzing data. So how you go about that is variable. So you could just, for example, do astronomy. You can observe what's happening with the planets and the stars and so on. And what you do is you make various observations over time, record the data of what you're seeing, depends what you're interested in. Just say, for example, you're trying to figure out if there's a cycle to it and things like that. You know, I mean, and you would make your list of all the information that you can get, you doing those observations, and over time, you would be able to have like a table of information that then you can go back over and say, look for patterns in. And that will help you to draw some conclusion towards the thing that you're observing. It's hard to be specific if we're not, you know, talking about some specific thing.
Yeah,
but you see what I'm saying? It's just obtaining information that you can then work with to help you come to a conclusion about whatever it is you're observing.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, couldn't I just start mixing together chemicals in a laboratory and record the results? And, you know, with some knowledge of the periodic table, but not knowing what's going to happen. And then start to build a hypothesis off of, you know, some of the observations I make from mixing those chemicals.
Yeah, sure.
So it's not, by any means, it's not the make an observation. It's not the absolute beginning of everything. It's just not a requirement. It doesn't have to be the natural world. That's silly, or at least not defined by Nathan Open quantum rates, because anything can be tested, whether it be man-made, observational. I don't understand their perception. You can't test something that's man-made.
So can Travis, can you respond to Alkay's point?
I'm sorry. I just think that's too general. It has no substance to it. I mean, it's true as in far as it goes. You know, sure, okay, it's got some truth to it, but it doesn't have anything substantial. You know, I can agree with it in general.
But how, when you say substantial, what are you saying? So how does it
Well, I
become
talked about,
substantial?
yeah, I tried to say I would like to discuss something concrete. That is, let's do something specific. But you just stayed in a generality and talked about it generally. So it didn't really...
Right, because at the moment I don't have any particular thing that I can think of that would constitute an experiment, and I don't have a hypothesis formed or anything like that. You know what I mean?
No, that's fine. Then as far as it goes, I agree with what you said.
You see, the thing is, Travis, what we were, what you guys were talking about was not a specific experiment or anything like that. You were talking about the scientific method, and Al K was trying to give you an illustration of what the scientific method is. So, just bear that in mind. That's the question that's the question that you asked him, and he was trying to give you an example of it.
And I said, what did I say? Insofar as it goes, I agree with what he said.
You wanted you said that that's basically, to paraphrase what you said, is, well, that's wishy-washy. It doesn't really deal with anything in particular. And of course, some kind of analogy of the scientific method is not going to deal with anything in particular. And I think that what Al-K said was quite a good demonstration of what the scientific
Do you remember
method
that I
is.
said, insofar as it goes, I agree with you?
So that's fair enough, Travis. In that respect, oh, sorry, on you go.
Just once I started to bust your balls, that's what you said. But yeah, okay, go on. Yeah.
I mean, I was just going to tag on with the. Oh, Ken, sorry.
Do you want to go through a specific experiment like Cavendish? That's I observe gravity. I suspect that there's a force. How can I isolate that force? I believe that it's mass attracting mass. There's my hypothesis.
All right. So again, we're talking about cause and effect, right? You're trying to establish a cause, not just that there is an effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just in general, Ken, I think that you're describing what we have said. That is that we observe something, we hypothesize about it, and then we try to isolate variables to determine what the cause of the effect is. I don't have a problem with what you just said. But what my point is that Al K said that there are numerous scientific methods, and my point was to try to find out how those different methods come into play. Like, Al K, how would you insert another method into what Ken said to, maybe fine tune his layout?
I don't think it's really a case of having another method. Obviously, in the case of a physical experiment, I think the steps are fairly clear. Again, there's going to be some slight variation just based on what it may be that you're trying to test. For example, with Cavendish, it's a very straightforward physical experiment. Whereas if just say you were testing something more to do with, I don't know, electromagnetism or something, then there's some other variables that might come in that you can control or try to eliminate. So there might be a few extra steps for you to go through the process a few times, go through the cycle a few times to help you narrow down your conclusions. But in general, I think the approach of, identifying some kind of phenomenon that you then have a conclusion about or an idea about that you want to test, and then setting up some kind of physical experiment that works within the bounds of the hypothesis that you've formed. That's a fairly straightforward kind of process that you're going to go through for most physical experiments. Again, it's hard to be specific just when you're not talking about some specific thing. There's so many things you can be testing for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the one thing that I would be curious about, like if we were on a board or something like that back in the late 1700s with Cavendish, my first question to him would be, what makes you think this setup is going to accomplish testing what you are trying to test?
So really, it's about what is he isolating, and is it enough to give an explanation for what's occurring? And the thing is, there might be limitations. I mean, just say one of the big arguments just now is the whole gravity thing, because you start off going back to the original stuff with Newton and Cavendish, and then you move on to Einstein, and that's a big bone of contention. But the thing with anything that we've learned as a species in the last couple of hundred years is it's always going to be have potential for refinement. You know what I mean? So the fact that you might not know the full answer to something doesn't mean that the thing that you're looking at is untrue. So for example, gravity. The whole basis of gravity, it's nothing magic. It's not an attempt to trick people. It's an observed phenomenon, which is the acceleration of mass towards the Earth. Anybody who deny it is obviously kidding themselves on, because we're all attached to the Earth. Everything falls to the Earth and blah blah blah. It's an observed thing we can see happening, so we do have the basis for investigating it.
Can I jump in? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
The thing about the Cavendish experiment, Travis. One of the really important.
You're breaking up. Is he breaking up for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah.
No, he's breaking up.
Yes, breaking up a bit.
Now I can, but you were breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah.
Yes.
So far so good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So the thought, the thing that science deniers like to try and push about the Cavendish experiment
I'm not a science denier.
Yeah. Okay.
He didn't say you.
I'm not referring directly to you, but science deniers like to think of the Cavendish experiment as some kind of one-off, like it happened once a long time ago. And I said this before in the chat. The Cavendish experiment is repeated all the time, particularly in undergrad universities all over the world, all the time.
All right, so this has already been established today. We've said this already.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Why? So why are you saying again? I asked a question simply, or rather, I made a statement that if I were back in Cavendish's day, my statement to him would be, what makes you think this contraption is going to be able to measure what you are trying to measure? So my question to you would be, do you think the Cavendish experiment is constructed in such a way that it can determine the mass of the Earth?
Are you taking the piss? I mean, Travis, really?
I'm pretty sure it's a straightforward question. If you don't feel up to the speed, I think Al or maybe Ken can answer it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
I will answer it, Travis. Cavendish went to extraordinary lengths to isolate his experiment, and it is true that the effect is minuscule.
Would you mind giving me one concrete example that you know of that Cavendish's experiment meets a criterion so that it can measure the mass of the Earth? One thing, concrete, not a narrative.
Are you taking the piss? Really? I mean,
no, I'm asking
this
you.
Is,
you don't
this
know,
is,
so you don't know. It's okay if you don't know, John. It's okay.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
But then I don't need you to waffle on. I don't need you to waffle on and give me some narrative that is basically.
Am I the one? Am I the one that's waffling on? Am I the one?
I'm sorry. I'm not going to accuse you. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. I'm going to simply ask you a question. Have you been drinking this whole time?
Well, I would say that there's one thing that is.
No, I'd like John to answer whether or not he's inebriated right now. Has he been drinking this whole time?
That's a personal attack.
It's not. It's not. I'm trying to establish the fact that he's not coherent in his answer.
Okay. Well.
Right. Okay.
Coherent.
What's on it is if you have a known, or at least we all thought we knew way back when, the size of the Earth, we knew approximate composition. We could put in some numbers to guesstimate. Say, okay, what if it's mostly granite? Okay, and it's this big, so it's going to weigh this much. So now you've got a theoretical amount of force. So when you go to set up your experiment, you know that if it was granted, it would have to have this much force per unit for unit measurement. And so you come up with a approximate, yeah, I can do that with a torsion bar. That'll be within my error bar of possible measurement. And that's how you would start off, I would guess.
Okay, and okay, again, I've not looked into this. This is not my field. Is Cavendish's records, does he like journal exactly what he did and why? Because basically you're giving me what Ken would do, like
yes.
If I'm right. So that's what I'm asking. I'm asking if there's so Ken, what is it about the Cavendish experiment that you feel is an adequate mechanism to accomplish its task?
Oh, well, let's see. Adequate to accomplish the task. I think that more on the side of, I see the observation of different materials being used. The methods that I've seen have shown multiple directions of motion and stuff like that. So you put the masses on different sides, you get different reactions. The reactions happen at a consistent rate. So it seems to point towards mass being the attractive force. That's why I say that I don't really care what Einstein says at this point. You know, I can only go in my mind as far as Cavendish, and I see from a zetetic standpoint that mass does attract mass.
Okay, so what we established earlier on was that the vertical force of gravity was eliminated, so that the lateral force of gravity was expressed and measured, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell me how the lateral measurement of the gravity between the two lead balls demonstrates the mass of the Earth?
It demonstrates the mass of the balls, and now as we vary it, we find out that the mass yields consistent results based upon varying that mass. I now can say that X mass generates X force.
Okay.
Now I take my 9.8 meters per second. I can say now the mass of it is this.
Okay, again, what I hear you saying is that the measurement of the gravitational force between two objects on a lateral measurement has relationship to do with determining the mass of the Earth. Is that what I'm understanding you to affirm?
Yes.
Yeah, because you're measuring the effect of attraction essentially between two masses of a known size.
If we lift vertical or magnets lifts horizontal, the force isn't going to be varying just by the direction. You just have to eliminate the bigger force.
How are you able to determine the mass of the Earth from two smaller, very much smaller masses when you're measuring lateral gravitational force?
And why is lateral significant to you?
Because that's the variable that's being demonstrated.
No, the attraction of materials is being demonstrated. The
Laterally. You're not.
Vertically, forces don't care what direction they're in.
Travis, can I just butt in here if you don't mind?
Sure, go ahead.
Travis. This is a consistent thing that seems to be diverting the conversation. The burden of proof is on you. It's not on us. If you're making the claim that the Earth is not a globe and it's something else.
Yeah, we were just talking about Cavendish, John. Does this have to do with Cavendish?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No.
I thought you were going to contribute to the Cavendish experiment. I'm not really interested in going the direction you're going.
Are you not?
No, not really.
Well, we kind of done it to death, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, I'm not sure how you're.
I'm just going to make the point that there is a wealth of evidence for the globe Earth.
Yeah.
And you guys seem to think that somehow or other we have to support our
Yeah, you're breaking up again, John. You're breaking up. Is it only me?
I'm not breaking up.
Well, I couldn't hear anything you just said, so.
Well, I'll say it again. The burden of proof is on you.
Okay,
Travis.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, fine on.
What determines whether or not a person has the burden of proof?
If you make an extraordinary claim, you are required to provide proof.
Okay, so if you make a claim and I say I don't believe it, I'm then required to prove why I don't believe it?
Yes, especially if it's backed by evidence.
That's not typically the standard for burden of proof in argumentation.
No,
it is. Once a standard is established,
you would like to have it that way, Travis. That there is a huge amount of proof backing up the fact that the Earth.
John, you're breaking up again.
Where am I? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Are you moving the mic away from your mouth or something?
No. I'm here. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
There's a wealth of information that you all know. It's at your fingertips regarding the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, and I reject those premises.
Yes, obviously you do. Yeah, and if you have an alternate reality, the burden of proof is on you to provide evidence of that. It's the burden of proof is not on the scientific consensus. It's on you.
Right. Yeah, that again is part of your narrative. Do you have a standard where you can refer me to that proves that what you're saying is true?
Are you taking the piss?
Why are you listen, whenever I ask you to justify something that you've said, you always ask me if I'm taking a piss. Is that because it's too difficult for you to establish why you say what you say? Okay, so when you say, simply because you say, because I question the status quo, I have the burden of proving my position. Who says that? Who says that? Show me where that says. Show me.
Yeah, if you question the status quo, you can't just say, oh no, it's wrong. You've got to actually come up with something else.
Show me where is that? That's like saying that I have to do something that you say when I don't have any proof that that's even written down anywhere. Where is this written down? This great law? Is it on the Georgia Guidestones?
You see, this is a big problem for you.
No, it's not. I'm asking you to justify your claim. You've made a claim. I'm asking you to justify it, and you're waffling right now.
The thing is that you've made a claim. That's my whole point. That you have made a claim.
No, your claim is that it's my burden of proof, and I'm saying to you, prove it.
You're wriggling. There is a wealth of information and proof on my side.
Okay. You're now moving the goalpost, John. You're now moving the goalpost. You're bringing up a different topic right now.
No, I don't think I am.
I'm asking you to give me in the laws, like in Robert's rules. Do you know what Robert's rules are, John?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Look,
I believe you, Plain Truth, are not a man, but a monkey. Not even a monkey. I believe that you're a pixie.
Just Ken, just.
You guys, all I'm asking you guys for is an agreed upon standard, right? If you're in a boardroom meeting and you're following Robert's rules gives you the agreed upon decorum in that setting. So we can refer to a violation of that setting. You've said to me that because I challenge the status quo, that I have a burden of proof. All I'm asking you for is show me where that standard is written and I'll abide by it. Where is it? Otherwise, you're just saying it.
What are you? No, Travis. Listen, I'm not really sure where to begin. We have got hundreds of years of career physicists, Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Faraday, Maxwell, Einstein, Feynman, and you seem to think that with no education subject that you know better than all those great men.
Okay, that again is a straw man and it's an ad hom. Okay, listen. I have had to make the difficult decision in my own personal life to ostracize myself from my religious community, and I have had the same accusations from them that I'm going against history, that I'm going against numerous doctors and scholars in the field, and that I am rebelling against those agreed upon standards.
What do you want to cry on my shoulder? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that your argument is a fallacy simply because you have history behind you, simply because you have consensus behind you.
It's not history.
That does not mean that your position is correct.
It's not history.
I'll ask you a question related to that.
It's every time you validate it, it validates.
Go ahead to anyone else.
I was just going to ask if
where
have you
hold on, Ken. Hold on, Ken. Al's asking a question.
So I was just going to ask that. I'm losing the plot now. Did you have this falling out, or whatever you want to call it, through sheer denial, or through opposing views, which you had some kind of supporting argument for?
Yeah, I was looking at the evidence, which is in biblical studies, the Bible. So I'm reading the Bible, and I am coming to different conclusions on particular passages based on the information that's in those texts.
Okay, so I know it's not quite the same because we're not really talking about like more sort of empirical stuff, but How would you defend your position on that? By providing, by giving an actual valid opposing counter argument to the thing that you're arguing against?
Well, I mean, it's a fascinating discussion because it's my field of training. So I will, basically geek out on you if we get into a discussion on this.
Well, I'm just talking in general terms that I'm assuming that you did have, that you weren't just going, do you know what? I just don't believe this, what you're
Right.
telling me, and
So
walked
let me
away.
give you-
I believe that you were studying it and you have a lot of knowledge about it, and
Sure.
that's where your argument against it comes from. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Yeah. Well, it's very analogous because we're looking at different data. Well, not different data. We're looking at data, and then we're trying to justify our interpretation of that data. So, for instance, when Jesus is talking in Matthew 24.
Fuck me.
Hello?
Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
When Jesus is talking in Matthew 24 and he talks about the sun and the moon and the stars coming undone, my position is he's not talking about the literal universe. He's not talking about the physical universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So, no, I can justify my opinion by going to other scriptures where we see the Bible using that similar language to describe nations and kings and people under judgment, but it uses cosmological deconstruction language. And so, remaining consistent with that, I say that's what Jesus is doing in Matthew 24. He's not talking about the physical universe coming undone. So when you have a conversation or when you hear a Christian saying, "Oh, the end times are coming, and the world, the sun is going to stop shining, and the moon's going to turn blood red, and the stars are going to fall from the sky," I'm going to say that's not what Jesus meant. He's not talking about that.
Right. So the reason for asking is because just to show that in order to oppose that particular point of view, you had opposing information as well. You weren't just denying it, you were basing it on some other information that you could present as evidence against it. And that's what's really at the heart of this whole argument. When people keep trying to see, you're being told you've got the burden of proof, but you know what, and you're looking for some specific place to go back that up. But the thing is, that's what we keep getting told. Now, the problem is we have, I say we, obviously I'm not talking about me personally, but we have satisfied the burden of proof and reached the stage where it becomes consensus. And what we're actually looking from you is not just the denial, but the supporting evidence to provide an alternative.
Yeah,
So
I can give you at
that's
least
what's
3.
meant. That's the burden of proof that you have. It's not that you just have to go out and rebuild everything, but you can't just come in with the denialist attitude. You have to be able to provide some reason behind it and some evidence.
Yeah, I can give you 4 at least, maybe.
Sure, if you want.
Right. The first one is water always finds its level. The second one is we don't have any detectable motion. The third one is we don't have any measurable curvature. And the fourth one would be if you leave a inertial moving reference frame, that reference frame will continue to move underneath you and will demonstrate the fact that there is motion or not.
So the quick answer to those 4 points is 3 of them.
I know what the answers are. I just don't accept the explanation, Al. It doesn't work.
Right, right. What I was going to say is 3 are not specific to your position, so they don't serve well as evidence, and the 4th one is just wrong.
Well, you've
so
got to.
You have to.
No. Now your burden is to then debunk what I said. Okay. So all you've done is made a claim about 3 of them being irrelevant, and the 4th one not
specific, right?
Not specific or whatever. So
right. So the behavior of water, which you attribute to just actually nobody knows what flat earthers who repeat that statement mean. Water always finds its level because water conforms. Water conforms to the forces acting on it, and it's the forces that are causing it to do what you're talking about.
That's your narrative,
right? So
that's
there's
your
something
narrative,
there's something making water, but the thing is, water's not unique, right? This is the way you hang on to this idea of water doing something. Water's not some unique special thing on the earth. Everything is doing what water is doing, right? You drop a rock, it's doing the same thing that water's doing. It's just that a rock is a solid and not a fluid. There's no difference to what water's doing to everything else that's accelerating towards the earth. But
yeah,
as far
there's
as
no
a
force acting upon a rock.
a demonstration of flat versus sphere, when you've got one model that's got a force in it that controls everything and attracts it towards the earth, that isn't overruled by saying something is attracted towards the earth, which is what water is doing when it's finding its level. You see what I mean? It's not a proof for or against. If you want to go that route, you have to have a more definitive way to separate out the two. That's something that works on both models, so it doesn't act well as a proof.
Yeah, but the problem with
like with water finding its level, you say that's a fact, demonstrable fact. We say that it acts according to the forces acting on it. Tides. You have tides, so the water, for some reason, Earth's water never finds its level. It's constantly in change, and not just wind and stuff like that. The basic motion of the ocean is.
Ken, can I just
no, don't jump in real quick, John. So again,
yes, I think I will. I think I will actually.
okay,
Travis.
well, I'm going to go on mute and go inside then. Thanks.
I think that it was quite conspicuous that when Travis was really kind of pushed, that he brought up biblical references.
Well, actually, I'll defend that point, because the thing is, that is Travis's background, and it's a specific example in his life he can point to where he's went against the grain and changed his mind about something, went against the status quo, something that's taught as true, and come at it from a completely different point of view and disagreed. So it is a kind of analogous to saying you're a flat earther against the heliocentric model. So it's just something that's relatable for him.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But it's another angle to attack reality, and I'm not having it.
Well, there's a lot of people in Flat Earth who use religious arguments, and despite Travis's background, I can't think of him really using religious arguments. He talks about his observations over water, and he hangs on to some of the things like he's just mentioned, this common Flat Earth memes about water and stuff like that. So it's not usually from a religious point of view, from what I can remember.
I would say, like, also with water finding its level, I don't understand why Travis would conclude that water finds its level when we see observations that seem to defy that, like ships going over the horizon. Now, we could say that that's some kind of an optical effect. That's possible. But it's also possible that the Earth is curved. So now we got to eliminate one of those options.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to take everything into account. And there's some things that, like on a base level, they don't give you an answer. That was the point I was trying to make. They don't point you in a specific direction. You have to look at those extra factors, like the kind of thing you're talking about. You know what I mean? And then you can narrow it down. But just saying water finds its level, well, water's meant to do that on a globe. it's meant to, accelerate towards the surface of the Earth and then start traveling in a perpendicular direction because there's something getting in the way, but there's still a force acting on it. You know what I mean? So there's nothing that distinguishes the two based on that one thing. And the same applied to the other two. And then the Coriolis thing is just so messed up and that comes from Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley wrongly talking about Coriolis. It's just, the two reference frames thing. I've got fucking screenshots I can show you right now I dug them out recently because I mentioned them to Blue Marble Science from 2 years ago, and me talking to Quantum Eraser, and it's the exact script that he uses on Oakley's, which now people at Travis are repeating for him. You know what I mean?
You know, there's a really interesting
If I took
personal experience that I had. I don't know if you heard me talking about this on recent chats, Al. But yeah, and I used to be a diver, a commercial diver, and I was working in the Firth of Forth. You know, for anyone who's not from Scotland, Alkill, no, what I'm talking about, but there's a very big estuary immediately north of Edinburgh in Scotland. And
some excellent observations of obstruction at the Firth of Forth, actually.
yeah. But I was working on the northern shore of the and the closest port had for typhoon.
John, sorry, I need to interrupt you. I don't know what it is, but see when you start speaking, you start off at a normal volume, and then you just go really quiet, and it's impossible to really make out what you're saying.
Oh, I don't know why that is. But yeah, we were working at about 6 miles away from the nearest port where we could get tide tables, and for whatever reason, it could be high tide at the nearest port 6 miles away, and it was low tide where we were.
Right.
For 6 miles, and that was I think the maximum difference was 4 meters. So water finding its own level is just, well, it's shit.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I mean, if you ignore all that stuff, there's a problem with the argument. But when you start looking at the reality, you know, one thing water very rarely, if ever, is flat and level. It just doesn't happen. And even, you know, on a small level, I mean, that's why it's one of the reasons I've got that avatar that I use just now. I'm assuming you can see it when I speak. Is, you know, like obviously a water drop, demonstrating surface tension, whatever. But the point of that is that, you know, it doesn't matter what level you go to. You know what I mean? So on a small scale, water is curved. On the large scale, it's, you know,
I was wondering, as an experiment, whether you could take a ball and put it in a bowl, like a basketball of water, and you put the basketball inside of a spherical fishbowl, essentially. And if you spin that whole assembly, will you get Coriolis effects in there?
You need a way to demonstrate it. The friction of the basketball would eventually bring the water flowing with it, and then you would need something to be in there, you know, attempting to move in a straight line, essentially at a reasonable speed or whatever, you know. So you need a way to demonstrate there's an actual effect going to occur, or else you've just got some spinning water.
Right.
Yeah. I was thinking about that myself the other day. I was thinking, you know, how can I demonstrate the basic concept? And I was thinking of something similar to what you're saying, but instead of having a bowl, it would still need to be like a round surface, you know, something like a tank with water in it, just for talking's sake, that's round. And then you could put like a marker on the walls of the tank as a point to aim at. I feel like, you know, you could have just say a camera set in the middle, and, you know, have some little motor propeller or something like that causes the water to spin. Do you know what I mean? And just let it build up over time to the point where you get some motion in the water, and then stick something in that you can shoot across the surface of the water. You know what I mean?
So in order to emulate mine the best that I could, I figured I would have to spin both the bowl and the ball simultaneously so that everything was in motion at once. That way it would most closely match the atmosphere. Couldn't perfectly do it. But if you just had the bowl stand still, you're going to have a lot of dragging forces on the water causing eddy currents and everything. But if you spun the whole assembly, ball and everything included, and you then shot something in a straight direction, I would think it would still curve because parts of that ball are going slower than other parts.
I mean, honestly, ultimately, the biggest problem with that kind of demonstration is just going to be that you're showing that there's a dome, a container.
Yeah,
so
no, I understand.
that is the only thing that is going to be seen if you try that.
Yeah, don't do the snow globe.
Yeah, because it's hard to invent a frictionless surface for everything to spin in.
Right. I don't, you know, that the stuff that always amazes me. That's the kind of thing that annoys me as the simple things. You know, like you try to give the example of some kind of inertial reference frame, like talking about flying in a plane or something like that, and they all say the same thing. Oh, but it's contained. Step outside and it wouldn't be, and you're like, you totally missed the point. The container is not the point. And that's what's frustrating. Like, why is it so difficult to understand such a simple thing?
I can fly my quadcopter on a train. I can go left, I can go right, I can hover.
Exactly.
Well, I think I've been fascinated by the psychology of conspiracy theories for many years, actually, and it really is. You gotta just relent and just give in to the fact that the core belief of these people, that belief that they have, it's more important than anything else.
Yeah.
So even if they're confronted with rock solid evidence that should overturn their belief, it's just going to bounce off, and it's not going to make any difference. And it's extremely frustrating for a normal logical person, because if you and I were confronted with rock solid evidence that should overturn our belief in something, we'd go, oh fuck, oh no, I was wrong, I was totally fucking wrong. And you'd reevaluate your position, but that's the big difference with people that just have this solid belief in something. It's not going to make any difference. There is no evidence that you could provide to a diehard flat earther that would change their mind.
No, I just find it hard to reconcile that thing that they go that far. Accepting that they're wrong overall is not something I would expect, but failing miserably to recognise the simplicity of certain situations like that when they're presented, just it's so illogical. Like for an adult to actually be willing to say that or deny it or whatever, depending on what it is we're talking about, obviously. But these kind of examples that we keep having to give just to demonstrate the basic physics of a situation or something, the responses are really childish. And you would think that this is something I was complaining about the other day, is that there's no intelligent response. That's what I find frustrating. It's not coming from there's not a clever argument. There's not someone who can argue by using those things in their favor in any way or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that my opinion about you know that you've I'm a greenhorn. I've not been really doing this for very long, but I think you've fuck off. And well, you've obviously been part of it for quite a long time. But I think that it's important to do it for people like you, okay, to be the voice of reason. You're not you, we, Ken. We're not going to convince these people to change their minds, but at the very least, if anybody's watching, if anyone's on the fence, if anyone's undecided, hopefully we'll show up flat earthers for being the imbeciles that they are.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I bother with it. It's not. I would never commit any of these conversations with the idea that I'm going to change somebody's mind that I'm talking to. Never.
Oh, I have been just. I have no aspect.
It's all about the unseen audience, you know, in the hopes that you just need contrary information and something to, as you say, to highlight what it is they're all about, so that hope somebody else, you know, looking in from the outside will see that. That's all it is. You know, I don't have any vested interest in trying to change somebody's mind that's already a flat earth, especially because having seen it for so long now, you can see the trends. With the majority of them I've got a lot of core things, and then they break off into little groups of, you know, maybe 2 or 3, where they follow like a certain person's way of thinking, and they repeat all the same dogma that person repeats, and that's what you get. It's somebody who repeats dogma. It's not somebody who is willing to actually discuss something with you in a genuine way.
And a lot of them are making quite a lot of money off it as well. So I don't know. I don't know how that. I don't know how that works. But you got somebody like Phuket Word. I'm extremely extremely cynical about. I don't know if you're familiar with Phuket Word, but he
more than I would like to be.
But he is the definition of a Poe. It's I don't know how he makes money off his channel. I don't know how YouTube works or anything like that, but he is the most dishonest person I think I've ever come across.
Yeah, he's pretty dishonest. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the most because there's so many of them, but actually, Phuket Word is one of the first people that I spoke to at any length when I was quite new to this, and it was on one of Eric DeBay's videos in the comment section, and I spent like a couple of days back and forth with him, and I know he's just got the same. He goes through the same routine every time. He's got his little stock responses. He's got to all the questions and things that you put towards him, and then he loses the plot because he knows he can't get past the answers you're giving him, and he starts calling you names and throwing a hissy fit.
Yep.
And at the time, he kept trying to challenge me to go like on screen and have a debate with him, and I was kind of going, well, why would I waste my time trying to debate with you when you've shown yourself to be a clown? You know. In the comments, you can't answer my questions here. It's not going to make any difference if you're doing it on video. You know what I mean? And
I'd fucking love to go live with him.
Well,
personally. But
you know,
wouldn't do it.
I just think he's a complete idiot, and I wouldn't want to waste my time with him. But at the time, he actually was kind of bragging about it and trying to get me to get involved with doing that. So I went and checked out his channel to see if there was any debates, and there was one on there. I don't know if it's still on there. It might be. and it's Phuket Word against a guy called A Rocket. And this guy really knew his stuff, right? And very knowledgeable about every aspect that was raised. And you just see like it is a total waste of time. You know, I mean, it's like I can't remember how long the video is, but let's say like at least an hour and a half long. And this guy knows every answer to everything that Nick is saying, and knows it well, and explains himself really well. He's very sort of clear-headed, well-spoken person as well. And he had evidence up on screen and demonstrated stuff. He did a scale model in CAD and all this kind of stuff. He was really well prepared and did a great job. Couldn't have got a clearer presentation than anybody. And Nick just dances all the way through it, acting like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? It's a total waste of time. It's like talking to a child.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect, that's a good video for anybody to watch to get a handle on what you're dealing with flat earthers if you don't know. You know what I mean?
That's what I get. Like, I'm impressed by Anthony Riley and stuff like that, because they managed to put on an air of authority and managed to keep people interested in their conversation.
They talk shit with conviction.
Yeah. But it is an art form also. I mean, I got to say, and I think Anthony Riley is a poet.
Well, a lot of people think Riley is a Poe. I don't agree with that at all. So
really?
I think Riley is dishonest, but he's not. I don't think he's a Poe. I don't think he's one of these, like a proper Poe, a non-flat earther who's just trying to pretend. I think he's genuinely daft. The arguments you're hearing aren't a clever person putting on stupid. I think it's genuinely stupid. But he's more interested in having an argument than he is about the flat Earth itself, and he's more interested in the so-called.
What's the attention?
He's an ego. He's a narcissist. He wants to be somebody. He wants to get his face in everybody's channel and all that kind of thing.
So more of a troll than a Poe.
Yeah, I suppose.
But I was trying desperately last night to get onto Ranty's channel. Anthony was having a.
Sorry, John, I need to interrupt you 1 second, right?
Yeah, no worries.
In addition to what I said, and I've also got a comment from Reagan saying total projection on the chat. I've met Anthony Riley and Ranty in real life.
Really?
So I had a face-to-face conversation with him. I'm not just basing my opinions on what I see on YouTube. So fuck yourself, Reagan.
How did that go, Al?
Exactly what you see on YouTube, only with less insults.
Did you have a claim, or was you?
No.
Yeah. Well,
I'd like to see Oakley on the street, being a total cunt like he is on his show. I'd love to see Oakley on the street.
Yeah, well,
there is a fucking Poe. I mean, I think he's a retard as well, but he's there's no doubt about what he's up to. Do you know what I mean? He's just saying what he has to say to get an audience, create drama, and get money out of YouTube.
I was watching. Go ahead, Ken.
Riley put out a video at one point that where he wears a mask and he starts citing Ball Earth stuff. And that's one of the places where I start thinking he's an absolute Poe, because he was actually saying that everything he says as a flat earther is a lie. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. He had a ski mask on, and he I think had a globe in the background and stuff. You remember that video?
Vaguely, but I mean, I think that's just another one of these things that points to the guy just wanting attention. It's a weird thing. It's a really strange bit of behavior. It gets him a lot of attention.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I mean, it's I tried to break through a couple of weeks ago. I was on a live chat with him, and he just well, it's the same. It's the same with all flat earthers. You try to patiently. I don't think I patiently explained anything to him. I was pretty fucked off. They just then all day, and they just keep coming back with the same shit, as if they'd never had any explanation at all. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day. It's depressing that they can't even improve their arguments. You know what I mean? They literally just repeat the same handful of phrases every day.
Yeah, they have a B-side every night, blue screen of death every night, reset.
It's amazing. Well, it's not even every night. Sometimes it's like a couple hours. You know, you can get somebody like SE Montreal and Jose's Coriolis or something like that. 2 hours later, he's on Sean G's, right back to square one. You know what I mean?
He's a horrible cunt. Montreal. He's not a nice person.
I think he's more sneaky. You
He's not as bad as Pete Shea. I'll give that much.
Pete Shea has a fucking excuse. He's bad shit.
Yeah, Pete is in need of attention. You know what? I used to be very hands off with Pete. I just decided you shouldn't even really talk to him, but everybody else does it. You know what I mean? Everybody talks to him, everybody argues with him, everybody lets them on the panel and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So you can't get away from the guy.
Yeah.
He's a poisonous. He's a poisonous fucker.
You
know, me and him had a bit of a tangle last couple of weeks, and he was trying to say that the sun is illuminated from another light source. And
his reflection stuff and
yeah,
Aristarchus and the decapitated tree and all that crap.
Yeah.
Stop it.
When he was, I think I would say half of his argument was that it kind of sounds pretty cool if you put the two stars Polaris and Aristarchus together and make it into Polaristarchus. I think that was the basis of his argument. You can put the two together.
He plays his thing, you know. He just makes stupid, anagrams and stuff, and obviously it's pretty much based on the English language, and it's just a ridiculous way to think. You know, I can take some letters and some other letters and turn them into another word. It means something.
Yeah. Pete Shea is a lot of fun for about a week. Maybe not even that long, but yeah, when you first meet him, he's got that lilting voice. He's sort of sings his arguments, and then at some point it's like, oh my god, it's all a repeat.
He also on a more serious note, he I think it was Schroeder. He on his channel or a chat he that children should be euthanized.
Ah, cool.
I heard Schrodinger saying something about that in Jose's.
Yeah, and and I watched it again a few weeks ago, but he was he's like, hang on, did you actually see that? But just qualify that. He fucking said it again. He's like, yeah.
He really doesn't care. He's not a nice person.
No,
about that.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's invited me onto his channel for live chat, and I'm just like, well, why the fuck would I do that?
There's no point. No.
No.
The thing is, it doesn't matter. Part of what he does as he works his way through his bizarre view of the world is he just treats everybody as an enemy. He's got this narrative that everybody's an actor, a paid agent, and he does this weird, he attempts to like bait people or something like that and say, "Oh, come and speak to me or show your face or something like that and prove you're a genuine person." It doesn't matter what you do. You could show up at his door and fucking give him the keys to a Ferrari, and he would still say that you're a paid agent. He would probably use the Ferrari as a way to show that you're actually paid by the government. I mean, it won't matter what you do for the guy. You're always going to be an enemy. I mean, he's always going to look at you like that. So there's just no point in pandering to his fucking bullshit.
Yeah. 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 No. Okay.
Yep.
No, it's great. It's great actually to have a bit of a chat. As I said before, I'm pretty new to all this. You're one of the guys on the scene that I think's got fucking when I've talking on the chat, it's like, yeah, he fucking knows what he's talking. Well, you do. You've got a good as an orator. You get your point across, So, but yeah, I value your opinion, and I don't know. I what do you think could be done further the cause? Do you have any ideas yourself?
I mean, the main thing that I actually try to concentrate on personally, it's just I've not been doing it lately, is just providing alternative information that's practical as practically as possible. And there's other people that do that obviously, and there's a lot of them do it, better than me or whatever. But like the way Wolfie does stuff for Sly, it's all they do a lot of real world stuff and demonstrate the falsehood in a lot of the things that are being said. That's what I prefer to do. So like, I've got various observations showing clear obstruction only, unlike the flat earthers. It's nice, clear photography. There's not refraction on the day and all that kind of stuff. And then, some other similar observations style tests. I did a couple of things using Ailsa Craig. I went down the entire length of the coast and showed it from different distances, and then I did a kind of follow-up one another time where I viewed the light.
I saw them. They were good.
So stuff like that. It's like real world, and then practical demonstrations. Anytime I try to show something in a video, I try to do it in a practical way to show that it is simple and it's just the way things work, it's just simple geometry or whatever it might be, you know. So, like, for example, I've got a video demonstrating why, you know, one of the many silly claims that they make is that you wouldn't see the line of sunlight running across the water to your feet at a beach if the Earth was curved, because they're not conceiving the fucking scale of the Earth well enough. So, you know, I've got a kind of demonstration showing how that does work, and one of the earliest ones I did was put a magnet inside a foam globe, and then put ferro fluid on the outside to show how a fluid would conform to a shape when it's acted on by a force.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
So you know, I mean, it's all practical as possible. What was the other one I did? You know, I did a demonstration with all different types of surfaces and showing light off it, and then showed the light being shown onto like another surface. So to show it was the claim that the moon doesn't reflect light because rock doesn't reflect light, which is another common one you might run. You know what I mean? So most ridiculous idea. It was like a really fundamental misunderstanding of how.
Hang on, if rock doesn't reflect light, how the fuck do we see rock?
Exactly, you wouldn't see it. So, you know, a total misconception of how stuff works. So I just did a kind of test with light bouncing off all different types of material to show that every single material that I chose caused like secondary illumination. Do you know what I mean? Diffuse.
Yeah. It's that's all. Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. Alan, do you want to have a bit of a shout out? Do you want to say something?
Sorry, John. Sometimes you really break up. Have you got a Bluetooth headset or something that you're getting out of range of your device?
Well, I've just got like a sort of earpiece headphone thing. But why I wanted it to just give you the opportunity just to have to say something, Alan, because it's really good that you facilitated this hangout. So if it wasn't for you, then none of this would have happened.
No, John, the difference is we would have all sat here chatting on. It's just the 10 people who are watching on YouTube wouldn't have been watching.
Well, you facilitated that. You facilitated that, Alan. So kudos to you.
I
That's what I'm
can't
saying.
believe that we still have between 10 and 50. Oh, it's just gone down to 9. But that we had that many people watching on YouTube.
I've just shared my screen there. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, just a second to show the. What have I done? Where is it? There it is. Can you see that for a second? Just to show you, that's not accurate, right? The name of the screenshot tells you the actual date of it. 4th of the 4th, 2017.
Yeah.
All right. So this was on Jed Skeptic Media's channel. This is Quantum Eraser. Right. Pestering Jed about giving evidence, right? So, butted in when I seen him. I didn't know who he was at this time, and asked him for a link, and he's like, "A link for what?" And I was like, "Your evidence," because he couldn't like, he was like he was chomping at the bit trying to get Jed's attention. And this is what he posted to me. So if you've heard the shit he's been coming out with on Oakley's, just read this, and you'll it should be very familiar. And it's literally word for word what he's still saying now, what Oakley is repeating, what Anthony Riley is saying, etc. And now Montreal, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just scripts. It's obviously hard for me to tell what you've read and what you've seen when I'm looking at these, so I'll just wait a minute and then kind of move through. So this is literally pretty much the script that he runs through. He's just, this is John's way. He just he cuts and pastes stuff in, and then he just reads it all out. He doesn't have any the ability to just talk about something. He has to go and find all these cherry pick quotes and then put it together into his little fucking
I skimmed through it. Good, just a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
2 frames of essence. And when he took he cited his reference here, Douglas Seeger, and then he goes on. It's like more of the same stuff about the atmosphere, not being able to stay attached to the earth and all this kind of stuff. And it's just all the same shit. The flight from fucking, where is it? I can't remember. There's a flight from, was it somewhere to Carolina or something like that? I can't remember now. But anyway, it's all in there. It's all the same shit. Still saying.
Yeah.
I haven't managed to get a 1-to-1 with Anthony yet, but the linchpin, the crux of his argument is gravity. And I assume, hopefully, that you guys know that gravity is not a force. It's not a force, according to general relativity. And that's our best understanding of gravity.
He doesn't even get I think he really made that clear today when he was talking to Barney and Blue Marble and stuff, was that he doesn't understand the definitions and words that he's using, that he's quote mined.
Well, I think I've never heard it before, but the thing that I don't think is ever really sort of pointed out to him, and he's not been held to task about it, is that Newtonian gravity works. And I asked this loads and loads of times tonight. How do you explain the fact that Newtonian gravity works? It works.
But the thing is that the problem is, right, that still doesn't deal with the argument he's trying to make, right? I mean, it's not purely the denial of gravity itself. It's the semantic argument based around the whole concept of it being a force or not a force. That's the root of his argument, is if he can get somebody to say there's no a force, then the consequence of that is that nothing can be acting on anything on the earth to hold it to the earth, and especially not to hold the atmosphere to the earth.
No, I think
that's where he's going with it. You know what I mean?
I think he's trying to take it further than what it actually, the consequences of no, I mean, what I keep trying to impress is that Newtonian gravity, if you apply it on Earth, it works. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all about anything that he says. It doesn't matter at all. He's trying to sort of put forward this point that gravity is not what we think it is. So therefore, we can't have gas pressure against a vacuum.
Right.
Blah,
That's
blah.
what I'm saying. That's the goal. It's if you can rule out a force and because he has a misunderstanding even of what defines the force in the first place, for him the argument then is, well, there's nothing to hold the atmosphere down against the planet. So
yeah.
Then that furthers the bullshit argument about containment and domes and whatever the fuck. But the thing is,
So
John, what you need to realize that is what Riley does every time, right? So right now he's fixated on that specific argument, and it's always a semantical argument with Riley based on cherry-picked definitions. I mean, right down. I mean, you've seen it. That fucking ridiculous that he spent hours arguing about what "and" meant in a sentence, right? So that's how far he'll go. Previously, because I say obviously you're not familiar with the history of the people. This is that's all Anthony ever does for every argument he ever raises, and he spent fucking, I don't know how long it was. I mean, probably about a year at least. And depending on the situation, he'll bring up the same bullshit again now if you let him. Where he was arguing that refraction didn't happen, right? So this started off, right? Refraction was not a thing; it was impossible. Blah blah blah. That then led to him looking up some stupid paper about it, and in the paper was one little paragraph where, in amongst it, there was a sentence that said the effects of refraction are negligible, and that was his fucking war cry for, as I say, like a year. Negligible. You could literally predict when he was going to say it whenever he was arguing with somebody, because he relied on the word negligible being in that sentence. And then what he would do is go away and look up the dictionary definition of negligible and take it, the whole point that's being made in the article he was cherry picking from, what it actually meant about, standard refraction, if you like, the effects being fairly small, less than a half a degree in normal circumstances, to being basically so small that it never gets observed. You know what I mean? But that's how he works. He finds some cherry-picked word or statement, and then he fucking focuses in like a hawk and just keeps repeating it every day for months and months. You'll go on about gravity and forces and all that for fucking ever if you let him, but that's just the way he works.
Yeah.
You he's like, that is him. You know what I mean? That's his technique. I mean, and if you let him, you can get away with it, because if you're not prepared for the kind of fucking stupid argument he tries to bring, but he always shoots himself in the foot, because when he starts getting pushed to better defend his position, he reveals his ignorance of the subject.
Yeah.
He repeats some information that he's read in Wikipedia or something like that, which to the wrong person might make it sound like he knows what he's talking about, but all he's literally done is memorized some words. So, like, say, you'll hear him, he did it in the street the other day in Liverpool, he brought up one of the old ones kind of related to that. He was talking about, what's called the Fermat's principle, trajectory of light, and Snell's law. Now, he doesn't understand either one of them. He has read the start of some article somewhere describing what they're taking on board. Those are like a couple of sentences, and that's as far as it goes. He doesn't actually understand anything about it. And again, he, as I say, used that the other day in Liverpool when he was arguing with these two people. That's the same shit he was coming out with, the other year, like right back at the beginning, the Oakley debates before Oakley changed his tack to what he does now, and when he went down to St. Bees, and that's where I met them. I went down to St. Bees, and I met them there, and that's the same shit I had to sit and listen to when we were sitting having coffee and that. Was I'm going over
Oh, man. Hey, kudos to you, mate. Really fucking hell.
Well, that's where it didn't reach the ground. I remember that. Your test was invalid.
Well, the thing is, that whole thing, John's probably obviously not familiar with that, but he went to a place, took an observation from the top of a kind of cliff, and said he could see the Isle of Man, blah blah. And he said his observation height was 35 feet, and anybody with half a brain take one look at the images he released, and you could see there was no fucking way he was only at 35 feet. And he then released follow-up videos that were claimed to be from the same place, but then another video where it said it was a different place, but that so-called different place was one of the other videos where he said it was the same place as the first one, which proved he was further up and blah blah. Then there was this whole debacle with people going down. I went down, met up with Miles Davis, we did some measurements and stuff like that.
Oh, good show.
They went back.
Miles Davis.
Oh, you cut out there.
Al, there is one thing I'll say about the Isle of Man and Northern Ireland. If you go about 12 miles east from St. Bees, then yeah, you can actually see the Isle of Man, and it's not even at the horizon, and you can just see the hills of Antrim. But that's because you're 3,000 feet up on Scafell Pikes. Because it's a really nice view from up there.
But the whole situation with that was that they lied about everything every step of the way. They went back themselves, supposedly measured it, and then they came back and falsely reported what they'd measured and where they'd measured it, kind of thing. And then went on character attacks of the Rumpus, claiming that he'd falsified some information, and Rumpus had done the right thing with the information. Character attacks on Miles Davis, claiming that he was lying about his observer height, and so on. I mean, it was like a whole farce, all that stuff. The whole thing was just basically plagued with Anthony and Nathan lying through their fucking teeth for a time, every day, on their hangouts.
Well, I remember one of the videos that Miles did with the Forth Bridges, and who in hiring over the height he was at when he panned the camera around and showed a bloody trick point.
And that's the
videos that Miles Davis has done. They were really well done, very accurate. There is no disputing the evidence that he collected.
He's very good at analysis. I would say Miles, he's very good at analysis. He does a really thorough job.
Yeah.
But you have to watch him at 2 times speed.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, I can't say anything. When I try to narrate my videos, I fucking make an arse of it anyway.
But the funny thing is about Miles Davis is it's a really deliberate, slow narration. That's not how he speaks. He chose to do that.
I think he's got to do it more catering to the audience. He's got to start off with showing the results and then go into how he got there.
No, I'm just saying the speed, the slow narration that he does in those videos. It's not actually how he day to day speaks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. he chose to do it really, really slow, just to make sure that he was delivering his point. He doesn't speak like that.
You met Miles?
No, but I have other stuff. He's interviewed other people, and he's just talking, and he talks he just like talks like you and me, but he chose deliberately to narrate his videos that way, and I think that was quite a good call, actually, just to get the information across.
Looks like you and me. You mean like with a silly English accent? Just kidding.
Did you say an English accent?
Oh dear, we're going to have a fight.
Oh, Miles is English, so.
Ooh, I can't have that. I can't. Yeah. Oh, give me a few seconds. I'm just gonna have to calm down.
The very first time that I spoke to Anthony Riley was after he'd been on Planner Walk with his with Riley's Rooster, and it didn't go out live to the internet. So I spoke with my usual level of obscenity that I might use. He asked me if I was, at the end, he asked me if I was Scottish.
What? Is you just making a racist remark because you were being...
Well, no, because I swear as much as Dell does.
Aye.
I can get going a bit like a bit like a Glaswegian drill instructor who's got a chip on his shoulder because he's only 5 foot tall.
I'll adopt you as a fellow Scotsman.
I'm Welsh. Do you mind?
Oh, you know what? He doesn't want to be associated with Dale, so it's probably not a good idea.
No, I'm not talking about a southern Scotsman. I'm a Highlander, Alan. One of us. Come up here. Hey, you're blue. Anyway, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, no, actually, I am kind of Celtic because I am sort of Welsh. Even though I was born in England and I've lived in England all my life. My grandfather was born in Wales, and that meant I was qualified to be a member of the Welsh shooting team, since they asked me to be a member and England didn't.
I find all that stuff weird, to be honest.
Sorry?
I find all that stuff weird. You know, the way people identify themselves with specific countries. You know, I just find the whole thing strange, to be honest.
It's how the rules are set down for the Commonwealth Games.
I don't just mean that. I mean in general. You know, people do attach themselves to whatever country they're born in, fairly fervently. You know, and it's not really something I've ever bothered with. You know what I mean?
America! Fuck yeah!
Yeah, perfect example.
Wait,
the motherfucking day now!
We got such a rich heritage in the UK, especially down the west side of the UK. It does to me. It does mean something. The Celts, and I suppose it doesn't really mean it doesn't really resonate with everyone else further south. But where I'm from, which is on the border of the Highlands, it's not just a distant memory. It's not. It really is not a distant memory. And I know the history of the place where I'm from, and the history of it is pretty tragic. It's a sad story, and we all still remember it. I don't want to go into it, but there was a anyway.
You know what I think it is? I think it's something to do with mountains.
Is this memory that you're talking about? Is this generational memory, or things that happened to you or your recent ancestors?
What I'm talking about is recent ancestors. Okay. It's difficult to explain to somebody who is not from here, but I live right now on the border of the Highlands, and I walk regularly. I walk in like along the banks of Loch Tay, and along the banks of Loch Tay, there was communities. There was like a community, villages, and the Highland clearances happened, and it wipes it out. It's a pretty fucking sad story. So anyway, yeah, fucking, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I just when I hear people talking about this, I'll use my country as an example. There was a lot when I was a kid. People were still talking about the War of Northern Aggression, the Civil War, and it's like, dude, nobody in your family was alive for that. Get over it. So it's got to be within I'd say within the last 70 years, or you got to get on with life.
I'm just saying it. I'm not going to drag it down any further.
Yeah.
I think sometimes history is a bit harder in the UK because we've got a fuck ton more of it, so to speak.
Right, but if you have a multi-generational problem, if they're still doing it to you, that's one thing, definitely, yeah. But if it's a multi-generational thing where you had your ancestors 2, 3, 4 back, I don't know if you can still hold a grudge.
Ken, you're a nice guy. You're a nice guy, but please don't comment on Scottish history.
All right.
So while you guys are depressing the shit out of each other, I was having a quick look over at Jose's hangout earlier to look at the comments, and there's quite a good from Mark Doxey. If you don't know who he is a flat earther. Einstein and George Musser are the antithesis of Riley's version of the Earth, cosmology, and science. Yet he chooses to use their assertions to suit his twisted, self-important pseudoscience. I don't need to convince Globers of this, but come on, flat earthers, see through his BS.
It's absolutely, totally, and utterly fucking 100% fucking correct.
Yep. See, that's what I want to see. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff I was talking about earlier. That's like, why can they not just be honest about certain information that comes their way? They're especially really bad at not fucking checking each other. They just accept what everybody says just because it says flat Earth. They don't actually question each other well enough. You know, that's the kind of shit I want to see. A bit of honesty.
You know, the thing about that particular quote, I know this. I'm familiar with it. Anthony Riley knows this. He knows it. It's been laid right in front of him, and he just waves it aside. This has been this exact thing that you've just said has been shoved in his face, and he just doesn't. He doesn't take it on.
I will say he doesn't give shit. You know, he's in it for the argument, and they don't mind contradicting themselves. Really, really don't mind contradicting themselves as long as at the moment, you know, at that specific fucking moment in the argument, if point A suits, they'll say it. And then 30 seconds later, if it's point B, no matter how much it contradicts point A, they'll fucking use that as well. You know, I mean, that's the way it goes.
Yeah. While we will argue the finer points of is it right or wrong amongst ourselves, because we've got to be correct.
That's true. That's true, Alan.
And I also think sometimes we can build better versions of flat Earth than they can, because we're really trying to find the right answers so that we can debunk them.
Oh, speaking of that, I mean, you only need to see like Walter Bislin and what Dean was trying to do as well.
Yeah.
Walter Bislin, I don't know if you're familiar with this, John, so that's why I'm mentioning it, because I don't really know what bits you've seen and haven't. But Walter Bislin tried the thought experiment, essentially trying to see if you could make things work on a flat Earth, and the only way he could get that, like certain observations like sunrise, sunset, and all that kind of stuff to work, was to create this ridiculous personal atmospheric dome that refracted light to a fucking ridiculous level for every single observer on the Earth, sort of thing.
Mm.
And the fucking Globebusters and other people adopted it. They actually started pushing it as if that actually explains sunsets and stuff, you know what I mean? And then Dean, he was trying to do that. I mean, he was trying to encourage people. Flat earthers, come and give me your information. We'll build a model, you know.
Yeah.
And he didn't have any luck with that, did he?
No, that was. I think that's why we haven't seen Dean in a while, because he just got fed up of the same shit from the same people, the same ignoring everything.
Yeah. He did what a sensible person should do.
Yeah, and he got some nice new toys, and he's gone to play with his nice new toys.
Oh, that's true. We don't need to listen to him talk about fucking 4K black magic cameras anymore.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't know. I quite enjoyed that, but
well, no, I don't have one, so fuck him.
Yeah. No.
Hey, Alan. Once again, thanks for posting us. Thanks.
I just posted the link to Walter's advanced earth curve calculator.
Well,
Awesome.
but it's really it's great that you enabled us to just keep on talking. It doesn't go without saying cheers for doing that.
Oh, that's okay.
You've definitely outlasted me on the one. You know, it's one of the ones I did went on for a bit of a marathon length of time, but it wasn't quite as long as this.
This has been so far 6 hours, 33 minutes, and 37 seconds since I started streaming.
So
have I given you any useful information about what you might do with telescopes and cameras?
Yes, one of the things I'm thinking of doing is because of what you were saying earlier about measuring the constellations as they come up over the horizon.
Yeah,
I figured my next time lapse might be a pointing it in the general direction of the eastern horizon. Since here in Norfolk, I've got a really nice dark eastern horizon.
Mm.
Or maybe a bit northeast, because that will be away from most of the lights.
Well, to make the observation that I'm talking about, you're just trying to make a measurement. You're not trying to get a pretty picture. If you want to make an observation, just an observation. It doesn't. You don't need to have perfect conditions or perfect atmospheric conditions to make a pretty photograph. You just need to take the photograph.
Oh yeah, but sorry, I'm a photographer. I want them to look nice too.
Yes, I'm sure you do. And so do I. That's that. Yeah,
if I can do a 4-hour time lapse of stuff coming over the horizon, then
Alan, we are pissing in the same latrine. So, I want to get the perfect shot. I really, that's my goal. But if you're gonna, sometimes, it is quite important just to collect data. And in between times when you want to get that perfect shot, that beautiful shot. It is extremely worthwhile just to collect data, and
John,
that's.
John, there is one advantage. I am actually doing it from my front porch.
Yeah, with that, you're a lucky fecker in that case.
Because I've got a reasonably, I mean, it's not perfect, but I've got a reasonably dark sky here.
Mm-hmm.
As long as people don't keep turning their bloody security lights on.
Yeah, I've been there, Alan. I've been there. But
guys, I'm going to cut in just to say, I'm going to get off. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea before I go to bed and stuff like that.
Yes, because it is midnight, isn't it, here?
So again, Alan, thanks for hosting, and
you're welcome.
It's been interesting.
Yeah.
No doubt we'll see you guys around on Jose's and stuff.
Yeah.
okay. It's great being on a chat with you. I really like your the way that you bust the balls. And I think you're one of the better guys on the scene, and it was really nice to just be on chat with you, and that's fucking
Appreciate that. Thanks, John.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there you go.
I just try and get straight to the point with the clowns. that's the bit. That's the approach.
Well, don't get a big head, like, you know what I mean? I still think you're a bit of a prick, like, you know.
That's all right.
Yeah, well,
keep me in my comfort zone. That's good.
All right, night.
Right, cheers, guys. I'll see you later.
Good night, Al. Right. I think this is probably a really good time for us to call it a night now, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Given that it is now, given that it is now tomorrow, and I have to get up early in the morning.
Yeah.
So let me stop this. Let me say good night to the 9 people we've still got watching us.
Do we have?
Yes, we still have 9 people watching us.
Who's that?
Well, I don't know. I think I might be in there once, and I think the 3 of us might be in there. But that still means there's 6 people who are not here who are watching.
Wow. Anyway, but Alan, before you sign off, it's a good thing that you've been involved with all this. It's not such a good thing that we've been arguing about the shape of the earth. And I hope that the rudimentary advice that I've given you about how to observe the sky is going to be of some use for you.
We'll find out, won't we?
Well, yeah, crack on, Alan, and let me know how it works out.
I'll tell you the other thing is, I am really pleased to be getting my money's worth out of my new fibre internet.
Oh, yeah,
Which
that makes a difference.
Which I've had for like a whole 10 days.
Yeah.
16 meg uploads compared with not quite 1 makes a big difference.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure
it makes streaming really easy.
Right. Telescopes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to stop the stream now. So good night, everybody.
No, Roger, Alan.